started here this morning. I don't know if I have pastor, reverend, or nobody this morning. Okay. Well, somebody, but nobody from our interfaith community. All right. I'll ask Commissioner Modis to lead us in invocation at this time. I'd ask all of you to rise and please remain standing as we will move from invocation to the Pledge of Allegiance to the United States of America and to our Texas flags. If you would all silence your cell phones and remove any hats if you have them. Commissioner Modis.
Thank you, Judge. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for the blessings of this day. We thank you for another day of life and another day to serve. We pray that you guide us today as we serve our community, our county that we love so much. We pray that we can find the areas that we can serve together efficiently, effectively with the people's money, and also know that we are their servants. Dear God, we pray today, Lord, for each of those that are in this courtroom, those who are watching, and just those throughout the county that serve us as first responders and other important positions here in the courthouse and in the streets and the fields throughout our community. Dear God, we pray today that you will guide us and bless us, each of us, Lord. And we pray, Lord, for continued strength as we hope and pray that COVID continues to wind down, but know that there are flare-ups. We pray, Lord, for the fire hazards that we are having in our community and those that have been impacted. And we just pray today that we do your will always as humble servants in your holy name. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
For the clerk, the time is 8:37, but I probably think 8:35 was our time that I gavelled in. It's March 30th, 2022. We're gathered at Nueces County Courthouse, Nueces County Commissioner's Courtroom at 901 Leopard. And I do certify that all commissioners are present, and so therefore a quorum has been established. At this time, I'll ask for an announcement on disclosure of any conflicts of interest that might be present on our agenda today.
Judge, I'll be removing myself from the vote on the appointments to the South Texas Water Authority, and I have filed proper paperwork with the county.
Duly noted. Are there any others? Hearing none, I'll move straight and quickly to our safety briefing and ask that you give attention to Mr. Everest, our risk manager.
Good morning, Judge. Good morning, Commissioners. We're meeting here on the third floor of the Nueces County Courthouse, 901 Leopard Street. Restrooms are located on the right-hand side of the third floor atrium as you exit the courtroom past the Human Resources Office. Please note there's a fire extinguisher located at the rear of the courtroom. There are also 5 additional fire extinguishers located throughout the third floor atrium area. In the event of a cardiac emergency, an AED is located on the atrium wall next to the Human Resources Office. In the event of emergency, the person responsible for dialing 911 will be Connie. In the event of an evacuation, the egress route will be down the atrium stairs, exiting La Pine Street entrance and assembling in the parking lot across the street. Should there be a need to shelter in place, court attendees will remain in the courtroom dependent upon the severity of the incident. The courtroom double doors will be secured and remain secured until given further instructions from the Nueces County Sheriff's Office or other law enforcement agencies. That concludes my safety brief.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I'll make a few housekeeping announcements here. Next on our agenda is public comment, and I do believe the public expects it to be at the beginning, and so we will take that in that order. However, I am going to make some accommodations this morning to 2 items outside the regular order, and that's to Judge Joe Benavides, but he's not in the courtroom yet, is he? He is outside. Okay, thank you, Natalie. I'm going to take this very quickly. The judge needs to get to his docket, and I ask all of you for your patience in allowing me to take one item very quickly before public comment. And so, Commissioners, please turn to, I believe it's under grants, Natalie? All right, so that's going to be on page B1. Thank you. Will you help me with that? Yes, so we actually have multiple judges here, but I've got B1. It's discuss and consider the approval of an MOU between Nueces County and Youth Odyssey for programs relating to the truancy prevention initiative. Natalie, would you like to take the podium? I'll make the motion to approve this MOU between Nueces County and Youth Odyssey. I'll ask for a second. We'll call for discussion.
Second.
Thank you. Natalie, just set the table for us, and then the judges are here. Judge Bobby Gonzalez, welcome. Judge Joe Benavides, we want to make certain you get back to your courtrooms.
Certainly. This is going to be for the truancy prevention grant that Judge Benavides has started, and we've been successful in every year. This is just an MOU with Youth Odyssey to do programs for the youth within our community. It's at no cost to the county. There's no match whatsoever. We already have the grant money. We just need to get the MOU in place so that we can get rolling with the programs.
Great.
And with that, I'll let Judge Benavides talk a little bit about his programs, and also Becky from Youth Odyssey.
Wonderful. Judge.
Thank you, County Judge and Commissioners of Nueces County. Just wanted to brief what we're doing in the justice courts, not only in justice courts of precinct 1 placement, but in Robstown and Judge Rodriguez's courtroom on the southern side of Nueces County. We use quite a few nonprofit organizations to combat the truancy problems we have here in Nueces County, and we provide a combination of individuals and family services here in Nueces County to help the family meet their needs. We use MHID for mental issues we have with our children in the courtroom. We use the family outreach, MCH, which is they assist us in case management and solutions on issues with our students, on family counseling and transitional care. We also use the Council on Alcohol and Drug Abuse. And now we have an organization that will be detrimental to the success of our courtroom on making definitely sure that our students graduate from high school. They come with many issues. Last week we had 100 JOs in my courtroom, juvenile offenses, from fighting in class, disorderly conduct, minors in possession, disorderly conduct, did I say? Yeah, assault by physical contact, assault by threat, disorderly conduct, destruction of property at the school level. And right now we have 400 cases pending. And we have some that are possession of alcohol, tobacco use. And I think this organization is going to be really impact us on helping us with these children and families. And I want to go ahead and bring up the Honorable Judge Bobby Gonzalez from Robstown to, he's going to interject a couple of things from his courtroom.
Thank you, Judge.
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, welcome.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Commissioners. You know, I don't come up here too often, but it's kind of some issues that we're trying to deal with, not after COVID, but also some young men and women who are in our junior high and our high school that are having to deal with some adult issues and also growing up. So we're looking to partner with this organization that'll kind of put our young men and women back into the responsibility of what their age level is, what they should be doing, and what they should be understanding that their goal is not only in junior high and high school, but also as adults. And they're not really bad crimes at this point in time. They're criminal offenses, yes they are, but we're just trying to make sure that we don't make them criminals. We try to make them understand that their job is to get educated, to go to school and become a functional part of society. And mentoring is a big project that we're trying to partner with not only in our local communities, but also in the South Texas region, that we can make sure that we can at least support the support system that they need so we can make them a functional part of society instead of part of our criminal society. Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Commissioner.
Sorry about that, Judge. And would you like to introduce Youth Odyssey at this time?
Yes, ma'am. First and foremost, County Judge and Commissioners, Youth Odyssey will give us an opportunity to provide our children with hands-on life skills, gaining them to better choices in life, achieving goals, become successful citizens of society. This will give us in our courtrooms a decrease in truancy rate and to increase the graduation rate. Ms. Myers.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Commissioners. Youth Odyssey is here to serve the community, and what we are here to do is, we were initially created to fight the rising tide of juvenile crime and violence, and we've been doing that since 1997. Our goal is to provide basic life skills like communication, problem solving, trust, leadership, goal setting, achieving to kids ages 10 to 17. And we do that through outdoor adventure education, team building sessions, ropes courses, kayaking, camping trips, anything that my staff is trained in and is the outdoor focused. We will teach these basic life skills through these fun, engaging outdoor activities. And currently, we're the only nonprofit in this area that's providing these sort of services. So with Judge Benavides, we are prepared to open up our programs to some of his cases as well.
That's fantastic. Commissioners, are there any questions?
Very good job, judges. Appreciate it.
Very good program.
Yep.
And very glad that, well, let's double check. Is the MOU in order? I see.
There are blanks, Commissioners and Judge, for the insurance, and we are recommending, I believe, that in the that we do $250,000 per occurrence with a $500,000 aggregate. Make sure that's correct.
And is that acceptable to those that are entering into the agreement, Youth Odyssey? And
Yes, that is what we are currently covering. Normally, prior to this, we have $1 million per occurrence and $3 million aggregate, but due to the state of the market last July when we renewed, those coverages were not available to us.
okay, so the coverages that are being proposed are acceptable to the parties?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, then my motion will be revised. Commissioners, I withdraw my previous motion, and my motion is that we do approve the MOU between Nueces County and Youth Odyssey with the addition that we instruct the county attorney to place in the insurance provision blanks, $250,000 on each occurrence with a $500,000 aggregate. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, motion and second. Any other questions or further discussion? The way to go still stands, even though we revised the motion. Thank you. This is wonderful, and I hope that you will come and consider giving us an update on the progress or maybe some success stories. So often we make appropriations, but then, you know, we want to hear more. It's not just the funding; it's what the funding does for the youth and for the children. And to the two judges that came, we thank you for your time, and I hope that this helps to accommodate your docket this morning. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Thank you, Judge Benavides, Judge Gonzalez, Ms. Myers. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you. For the audience, I very much appreciate your respecting the opportunity that I sometimes engage in as the presiding officer, but I know you'll agree with me that with people waiting down in courtrooms, you want to get those judges back. See, he doesn't want to leave. Go ahead, Judge.
Want to just thank you, County Judge, and the Commissioners for your leadership. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Thank
Judge.
you.
Right back at you. So
Thank you, Mr.
here's our situation. Yes, here's our situation. Today must be an important day. All the important people are here. I just saw Chairman Hunter walk in. He and the Islanders are here, and I'm very cognizant. We've got some important proclamations that we're going to get to swiftly. I also have Dr. I don't know why I'm blanking yet. Dr. Moreno from RISD on, and he is on the line with us, I believe. So just rest assured that we are going to get to all three of you very swiftly. Dr. Miller, I want to be very respectful of your time. But what I have in front of me is 9 folks who have signed up for public comment. And so what I'm going to ask each of you is if you're here for an item that's on the agenda, please, as I call your name, let me know if you want to speak at the time of that agenda item. And I can even advance that agenda item to respect the fact that you're going to help me accommodate some of these proclamations. So let's start with
Excuse me,
Richard.
Judge. I do have the superintendent from Agua Dulce here, and the weather's getting kind of bad, and I was just wondering if we could put him up.
And is he on a particular item?
No.
I think it's a consent agenda, right?
No, it's not on the agenda.
Public comment?
Is
What
he-
is
Just public comment. Public comment.
Okay,
That's what he's saying.
yes, I absolutely, I can. But I first have Mr., well, why don't you call on him first? Since you made the request, I'll honor that.
Sir, would you step up, please?
I won't take up much of your time. Judge, I appreciate the opportunity to come forward. Commissioner Chesney, I think we've met once or twice, and the rest of the commissioners, I appreciate everything. Of course, Mr. Mars, we've met, and Mr. Hernandez. My name is Richard Wright. I'm the superintendent of Agua Dulce ISD, and I'm just here to say thank you. In front of our elementary school, it's my understanding that for the last 20 years, it's been an amusement park ride with the potholes and everything else. You could catch some serious air if you came in at about 25 miles an hour, so it was a pretty entertaining time. I've been the superintendent there for 2 years, and we've been working on this project. We couldn't get anybody to come out. It was a public street. It was county property. It was this, that, and the other thing, and nobody wanted to fix it. Well, we started with Commissioner Mares, and then things transitioned over to Commissioner Hernandez. Commissioner Hernandez came out. He ran the area. He got on his bicycle there and did a couple loop-de-loops on the potholes and everything else. Had a really good time and said, we probably need to fix this. And so over spring break, the county came in, Juan Pimentel and Jerry Garcia came in with their crews and fixed our street in front of our elementary school. And it has been a blessing, I will just say that. So I'm here just to say thank you so much for the opportunity to work with you all. And I can't tell you what you've done for the kids. That kind of gets lost in everything in terms of safety and everything else. If we have a vehicle or something of that nature goes sideways or whatever, and parents are great, but they are so grateful for everything that you guys have done. And so your works crew and Commissioner Hernandez, I thank you so much for everything you've done for us. And
Thank you, sir.
God bless you all, and we look forward to working with you in the future. And if there's anything that Agua Dulce ISD can do for the Commissioner's Court or you, Judge, we're more than happy to. We're just a phone call away. Commissioner Hernandez has my cell phone number, so please do that. With that being said, I know how these meetings roll, so
Thank
I will
you.
get out of the way. But thank you from the children and everybody else in Agua Dulce ISD.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank
Safe
you.
trip back home.
Yes, sir.
And for the clerk, he was first, and so I did already announce him, but just to double check, it was 130 West Carroll and number 101 Kingsville for the address. And the next person we have is Betty Sheets, followed by Gail Glover. And so, Ms. Sheets, welcome.
Can we all wait till Gamer?
Yes, perfect. So that's going to take Ms. Sheets. I'll make that star. Kathleen White will also call upon you in the game room. Is it Miss? No, it's Eddie. Is it Heinemeier?
The game room.
Game room. Got it. Okay. Margaret Baldwin, just double checking game room. That really helps. Thank you so much. How about Miss Gail Glover?
We would like to speak with the agenda time.
Yes, thank you. But Miss Glover, is it also game rooms? No.
South Texas Life Share.
Oh, got it. Just needed to look over at the item number. Thank you. I'll call you at that time. And then that would leave Mr. Chestnut and Mr. Firkin on drainage. Welcome. I'll take Mr. Chestnut first. Mr. Bobby Chestnut. Followed by Mr. Larry Firkin.
Thank you, Your Honor. We're glad to be here again today, good Lord willing. We're just here to try to follow up on the drainage problems that we still have and trying to find some information about when and where it's going to start with the correction and the fixing of the problem. We've talked to Mr. Hernandez. Mr. Firkin and I went to this, at Mr. Murray's suggestion, went to the city council meeting in Robstown. Basically to no avail. They threw their hands up and said, no money, no equipment. The mayor said was supposed to be here today, but it didn't show. But he did say that he has been trying to get the county to help them out in several ways, but to no avail. The area where we've talked about is along County Road 69, and we've talked to it with a half consulting company a couple of times. But right now we're just wanting to find out when and what date and time are we going to start fixing the problems that we have personally gone out and identified. Storm season's coming up. I know we're hurting for rain right now, but we all know that it can happen just any time overnight, and we can get anywhere from 1 to 15 inches. So we'd like to know when and where we're going to start on repairing what we know needs to be fixed that would help now. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And finally, Mr. Larry Firkin.
Gives out the handouts. Okay. How many do you need? I've got more than 10, so if that doesn't make it, I got more.
Welcome, sir.
Morning. I'll wait for the handouts.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
I think we all have it, and
Okay.
anytime you're ready.
Yeah, we finally got with Jerry, Juan Pimento. I can't really pronounce his name
Yeah,
correctly.
Mr. Pimentel.
Pimentel, okay. He was supposed to be there, but he waited outside on the road and didn't come up to Bobby's house to knock to say, hey, we're here. Kind of discouraging, because that's the second time he no-showed on us. And Jerry went around and with us, and he was saying that on County Road 1889, where it comes and crosses right before between 48 and 46, you'll see the, I guess it's in black, the line that goes across from 1889 and crosses underneath, but it has a probably, I don't know, 500 feet or so that goes on 1889, and Jerry said that there's a line, a high pressure line there, and that was with Kinder Morgan. And so we did the 811 with Kinder Morgan, and Kinder Morgan says that that line is 7 feet deep, and there's no way, he says, that you're going to dig that far to get what you need cleaned out over there. So we did a lot of investigation with all the people that would have lines on where you'd be digging, and found out that most of the lines aren't going to be any problem for any of this digging that needs to be done. We also found out over there on County Road 50, where it crosses across on County Road 69, there's another problem ditch, which is another hole in the bucket, as we would say, that goes out to 77 and there on out. That one needs to be dug out, and basically there's no trees or anything. It's just dirt that won't allow the water to go out to 77 and across. And it's basically pretty easy. Dig it out and put it on the side. It's another hole for us to get out with our drainage problem. And as it goes, Jerry says, well, it's going to have to come up to the top of the culvert and back up. It's never going to get out. So that ditch needs to be dug out. Now, that's county as far as we can see. And then on out on the other side, if that continues on pass underneath 77 to the other side on out, it's got some tree growth there as well. So we need y'all's help. We've gone to the City Hall of Robstown, and I can't remember the mayor's name over there. Said he's going to be here today. He failed on us. We're being ping-ponged around, and we're doing basically everybody's work here to find out what's wrong, and being told different stories, and then do the 811 and find out differently of what they're telling us. And we hear in the court here all the time, hey, we got to work together. Well, nobody seems to be working together to solve this problem. And we're coming up here and beating our heads all the time, trying to find out the solution here, find out that what we're being told is wrong, and none of you guys want to work together to get us this drainage ditch done, fixed. So Siesta Loop, this deal that half came up here and told us to put those retention ponds, you got one that'd work over there in Bobby's area over there, right between them and that County Road 52 that they mentioned. But that's going to take some time, and it needs, as we all know, it still has to be pumped out to a ditch that just isn't working. And they're going to flood again. The retention pond they got over there at Northwest Lakes, that's full all the time. That's the way they sell the property over there. There's nowhere for that to go. The retention ponds that they talked about in the back of the lakes there, the two new subdivisions that they're going to put in, that's not going to help Armada. That's not going to help Barber Lane. That's not going to help them over there at Northwest Lakes. So again, and you can't make that water go the other direction toward the retention ponds that they're talking about. And the way out is to go to 1889 and downstream over there where you got pluggage, where I've shown you already before, and that one's in black, the problem ditch, and then the new one over here on County Road 50. They're both problem ditches that we can't get out on, and nobody wants to help. Or we're tired of really coming here and finding out, that you're saying, hey, we got to work together, but nobody's working together to get this ditch done, or these two ditches that would help us immensely. And we're coming here and not getting any resolution. So we got the money, but we're spending it everywhere but. And Robstown says they can't do the ditch. They don't have the money or the funds or the equipment, and it falls back to you guys here to help out. And if not, if we don't have the money or the hands or the people, we've got the money is what we're understanding. And if we don't have the people to do it, let's source this thing out then. Source it to somebody else that will do the job, so these people just don't get flooded all the time, much less myself.
Thank you.
We're asking for y'all to progress and get this done.
Understood.
Before it happens again.
Thank you, Mr. Firkin.
We do have one more public comment that didn't make it to
Okay.
and one in Zoom.
And we have one in Zoom as well. I'll return this. I'll call on the Zoom while they sign up so I know who it is. And Connie, will you ask
Angela Horner.
Angela Horner? Okay.
Hi, everyone. My name is Angela Horner, and I live in Corpus Christi, Texas. I am the affiliate leader and program director for NAMI Greater Corpus Christi, which is the National Alliance on Mental Illness. First of all, I'd like to thank Judge Gonzalez for her speech at the event last week, the call to action, mental health at the Ortiz Center. I really liked everything you said, Judge Canales, and I am 100% in agreement with you. We do need more funding here in Nueces County to be allocated toward mental health resources. I would love to see a mental health court here in Nueces County. I've heard great things about the one in San Antonio and other communities, and it would be nice if we had one here. Also, it would be nice to have mitigation specialists. One of the panelists at the event on Wednesday last week talked about mitigation specialists that they have in Lubbock, I think it was. And I think it's possible we can have something like that here in Nueces County, but we need more funding. Another thing is mental health court advocates when we do get a mental health. I say when because I believe it's possible. We need more funding allocated, and I guess that's the main reason I'm here. I was here last month, and I just wanted, I want you to know that people in Nueces County do care about mental health. Last night, we went to the Day of the Woman event that was put on by the, what is it called? The Bush Institute. And that was out at Texas A&M. They had a wonderful turnout, and we heard some really great speakers talking about the importance of staying mentally well. Like our mental health is part of our physical health. And I just want to remind people that without, our brain functioning properly, it's hard to maintain our physical health. So we do need resources here locally. They were saying that there's not enough psychiatrists and therapists, psychologists here in the area, and I agree with that. As a matter of fact, I am still seeing my psychiatrist in San Antonio because I couldn't find one here locally in Corpus when I moved here 6 years ago. So that's just my personal reason why I think we need more funding for mental health. But, Judge Canales, you probably know many more reasons as well. And thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much. I'll call on. Well done. Okay. So that concludes our public comment. The rest of you will be speaking at the time of the game room agenda item, is my understanding. And Deputy, there's nobody else waiting outside. So what we're going to do is we've got a few important items. Again, I'm going to take them out of order, but I promise there is a good methodology here. It's to accommodate those individuals that also represent political jurisdictions and need to get back. Yes, ma'am.
Fuentes wanted to do public comment.
All right, Ms. Fuentes, please unmute. Is it Edita?
Yes, good morning, Judge Canales and County Commissioners. My name is Edita Fuentes, and I'm a proud volunteer of NAMI, Greater Corpus Christi. Firstly, I'd like to thank you for allowing public comments from your constituents here in Nueces County. My public comment is on mental health, specifically on available resources and programs to those with mental health diagnosis and to their loved ones as well. Because of the stigma, mental health education must be available to all walks of life and to start with our youth in schools. The sooner they know about mental health, the sooner they can accept it and help diminish the stigma and shame of mental health. Having attended yesterday's Vietnam Veteran Celebration reminded me of the combat veteran who was in my life for 20 years. He served 2 tours. The second tour intended as his suicide mission, as he was the sole survivor of 4 friends and 1 foster brother. He refused to utilize his VA benefits to seek counseling services. Luckily, he found solace in volunteering to serve others in order to not think about his demons and nightmares. He has since passed, and I began volunteering with our local NAMI Greater Corpus Christi. I was finally educated on what PTSD was about. It shouldn't take years to understand mental health illness. Had I known about NAMI or other mental health services and educational programs, the acceptance of his PTSD and survivor's guilt would have been understood much earlier. Thus, I thank the Commissioners Court to consider funding mental health programs and initiatives within Nueces County. And lastly, I would like to invite Judge Canales and the Commissioners to attend the NAMI's Greet and Meet tomorrow from 5 to 7 at the Conference Room Center at Doctors Regional Hospital. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, Connie, I think that does conclude our online public comments. And so at this time, what I'm going to do, again, to accommodate, our agenda actually calls for an important executive session item on convening our Nueces County Housing Finance Corporation. But if for those of you participating in that executive session, if you'll just please hold, I promise to be as swift as possible. I do want to recognize Chairman Todd Hunter. He is here, I believe, in support of item number H3 in recognition of the month of April 2022 as Beach Safety and Rip Current Awareness Month, and would like to ask that that item be put forward at this time. This is an important item that we all have a tremendous, really just affection and affinity for, because we feel like we had a part in, walking this journey and establishing this particular rip current awareness with regards to reverse alert here in Commissioners Court. Belinda, would you read for us? And then we will recognize the Jasani Smith Foundation, as well as Chairman Hunter and anyone else who's here in support of this important day.
Whereas every year, countless Texans flock to beaches to enjoy the sunshine, sand, and waves, but it is important for visitors to be aware of the potential dangers that can arise from swimming in the ocean. Rip currents are powerful, narrow channels of fast-moving water that flow outward to sea. These currents have an average speed of around 1 to 2 feet per second, but can be as fast as 8 feet per second. Many swimmers are caught off guard by the sensation of being pulled out to sea and react by attempting to swim directly to shore, putting themselves at risk of exhaustion and drowning. Whereas signs that a rip current may be present include a break in the wave pattern, a visible channel of choppy, churning water, a line of foam or debris moving seaward, and a difference in water color. If a swimmer is caught in a rip current, he or she should swim parallel rather than against the force of the current until it is weak enough that the swimmer can head to shore. If he or she is unable to escape that way, it is best to float or tread water and signal for help. It is imperative that swimmers remain calm and try to conserve their energy, and beach visitors should be mindful of the flag warning system, which is used to signal hazardous conditions in the water, such as strong currents, high bacteria levels, and jellyfish or other marine life. Visitors can also receive daily updates on the beach conditions from the National Weather Service. And whereas recognizing and being prepared for rip currents and other hazards can save lives, and it is important that Texans take the time to educate themselves about these dangers to ensure that they have a safe, healthy, and enjoyable beach vacation. Now, therefore, be it that the 87th Legislature of the State of Texas hereby designate April as Beach Safety and Rip Current Awareness Month, and it be further that, in accordance with the provisions of Section 391.004D Government Code, this designation remains in effect until the 10th anniversary of the date that this resolution is finally passed by the legislature. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Commissioners Court of Nueces County that the court hereby recognizes the month of April as the month of beach safety and rip current awareness.
Thank you so much, Belinda. I'll go ahead and I'll make the motion to approve such a resolution and ask for a second, and then call for discussion.
Second.
Got a second, and it just happens to be one of those very treacherous red flag days today. So I can't imagine a more important time to showcase awareness. Kawana, would you like to make some comments? The court's going to recognize Kawana Denson, founder, president of the Jasani Smith Foundation, national advocate for rip current awareness.
Thank you.
Just take your time.
I feel like I'm in front of legislation again, Representative Hunter. because it was just this tough. It was even actually tougher. I'm certainly not going to apologize for my emotions because Jasoni's birthday is on Sunday. And he would be heavenly 21. And I'll tell you that losing a child is extremely traumatic. And I'll just allude to that mental health and how important it is. Losing someone to a drowning is even more traumatic. Because I would never want to be that person in that moment. This is certainly not a calling that I had almost 3 years ago. But it is one that I'm responding to. A drowning is preventable through education and awareness programs because it offers people an opportunity to make best choices and decisions while enjoying the beaches. Mother Nature has her own agenda, and nudging the untapped minds of beachgoers towards safer decisions will save lives of others who we will never ever meet. And that should be a good feeling. I would love to have more family members standing up here beside me, sharing their stories, but it's tough. It's a burden. And it's one I certainly can't carry for someone else because my burden is tough. And when I say nudge, it's the little small things. I looked at the agenda this morning and I said, wow, the A&M Corpus Christi basketball team is going to be here. So I brought them a bag of floating keychains. Just that little bit of that nudge. You never know how far that'll go. By helping educating our youth, our community, everyone, all adults, children. You never know how far that will go. And why not? That is so simple to do something like that. Very simple. And as an educator, I know that's how it works. That's how it works. That's how we all have developed into the people who we are today, is through education and awareness and someone giving us some little small token of, hey, here, be careful. Or, hey, here, share this. That's how we make decisions and choices. Education and awareness is not filling a bucket. It's lighting a fire. It's the start of a movement. And one day I swear I'm going to make this brief, I promise. But a philosopher, I guess it was Aristotle, I hope I got that right, or at least it was attributed to Aristotle, but he said the lack of education is the mother of all suffering. Mm-hmm. And it is. When people say what you don't know can't hurt you, hey, when it comes to rip currents, what you don't know can hurt you and or kill you. The safe environment we want as a community is the one that we create. There is no better feeling knowing that we live in a community, in a state that helps support keeping visitors and citizens safe. All of us together are creating those opportunities, or at least we can. This is just the start. We are nowhere near where we need to be, but we're doing great things. Faith and prayer, both are invisible, but they make impossible things possible. That's how I'm standing here. So thank you, Nueces County Commissioners Court, Judge, Commissioner Chesney, the rest of the commissioners. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. And of course, I have to thank Representative Todd Hunter, who is the author of the House Bill 3807, which is also known as the Jasoni Smith Act, and also for HCR 46. It's amazing how I know all those things. And still can't remember them. But they're very important to me. I stood here almost a year ago lobbying for legislation to help prevent other people from feeling how my family feels every day. The struggle, it's real. And none of us are exempt. You get out in that beach water, you're not exempt. So thank you, Representative Hunter, and your team, and champions of the legislation. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. And I do need to give these bags of floating keychains to Dr. Miller. Can I give those to you? All right. Thank you.
Chairman Hunter, would you like to just make a few comments and also want to recognize your staff that's here? Angie Granado.
The most important thing is I want to thank Kiwanis, Commissioner Chesney, and you, Judge, for dressing like me today.
I'm close, pretty close.
Well, your hair comes with me, Judge Jackson. And Mars, your tie looks good. And Commissioner Hernandez, I'll just give you the credit. How about that? Let me just say something. I want to make a little comment. Where is our media? All I hear are negatives. You just got a presentation of a positive. You saved lives, children, and families. Why isn't that the news? This isn't a partisan bill. This is a people bill. Where was it created? The Coastal Bend. The message to be sent is South Texas, Judge, you and all the commissioners hear me say this. This is a mi familia area. What Kiwanis came up and told you was legislation that saved people. We had to go to the legislature, we had to explain what a rip current was. And you know what? When they heard her, everybody had stories where family and friends passed. The importance of this legislation, I want you to hear what she said. Beginning Friday for 10 years, this community has the state of Texas recognizing safety education of human beings in the ocean from rip currents and rip tides. This should be blasted all over the place, the country, on what South Texas is doing. We need to start promoting the positive. County of Nueces, thank you. Commissioner Chesney, Gonzalez, Maras, Hernandez, Judge, you all were there. You were there. Nueces County didn't change one bit. So the thing I want you to know is the impact is you're going to save people's lives. That's the story. And it came from South Texas, Coastal Bend. The other thing that she lightly hit is there's another law that was passed by the Coastal Bend in South Texas that provides lifeguard protection, which the county was part of. And we did name that after her son. That goes into law more than 10 years. So my message today is be happy, be proud. We can come before you and say, hey, we're working together. As I always say, trabajando juntos hacemos las cosas. Working together, we get things done. And here's an example. So I want all of you to be proud. I'm proud to be in Nueces County. I'm proud to be in the Coastal Bend. Because here's a piece of legislation where we made a difference. And we're going to save people. So all I'm going to say is thank you. Thank you, community. Thank you, Kiwanis. Thank you for bringing your husband, who's in the hair club with men, with me. And it's good to be here, and thank you, Judge. Commissioner,
thank you all so very much.
Thank you, sir.
Judge, can I make just a brief comment? And
Commissioner Chesney.
thank you very much. I just want to say that this has been a mission of this family is an understatement. I'm sorry we're here today doing this because we're doing it under the reasons we're doing it, but the awareness that this has created and the amazing, phenomenal success that this family has had in helping us with beach safety and rip current awareness is, I don't even have words for it. I appreciate Representative Hunter and all his staff and his efforts, but he will acknowledge, as I do, and I think everyone else does, that none of this happens without the Kawana and her family doing what they've done. And it is serious. It is important that everybody remember we want our beaches. We love our beaches. We all love our beaches. I love going out there. I know all of us do, but we love when our beaches are safe. And I think it's only appropriate that the basketball team was here today because Jason loved basketball so much. So I hope everyone will take note, and Todd's right. This should be something that people should be shouting throughout the country on the awareness that's been created, because this is something that we can't just do it here. We have to go farther. We have to go everywhere, because people, they go to beaches, they come to our community from all over the country, and they just don't know. And so the work that is being done and has been done is so greatly appreciated. And to be a small part of it has been an honor. It will, as I've said, continue to be a mission of mine, and I appreciate that we're here today, and appreciate the court's support on all of this as well. So thank you, Judge.
Thank you. I was trying to look up Kawana, but I bet you have it memorized. There is a video, and it's very short, but it will change your life. And if you watch that video and you do nothing else, you will leave here a much more educated person about rip currents. I watched this video. I've always been a little afraid of rip currents, and I will tell you, living here my whole life, I still don't think I had ever really seen one from an aerial view the way this video shows you. It tells you exactly what to do. It can save your life or somebody else's, even if you're the one on the beach yelling to that lifeguard that there's a rip current. It can have an important effect on someone. Kawana, would you just mention that video link? And what we're going to do today in honor of rip current awareness is emergency management is going to, I just got all our red flag warnings for fire and for rip, and we're going to include that video as something that needs to be done by every resident as part of our red flag day.
Well, I don't know who's your name. I'm sorry.
This is Miss Morgan.
Miss Morgan, are you controlling in technology? Okay, she can actually go to Beach Safely, so BeachSafely.org.
Beach what?
Beach Safely.
.org.
Instead of giving you the JSonnySmithFoundation.org, which would probably take you a lot longer to get there, we created a shorter URL for people.
That's great.
Yeah, and so if you go to, oh gracious, here we go. What we do.
Go back up at the very top tab, and then education.
Yes.
Go up to education.
Yes.
Yeah, there it is. And then there's a video.
There's some videos. Oh gracious, hopefully. Go back to the home page. Yeah, you just click and go down. Yes, here we go.
There it is.
Yes,
this is the one.
You go.
Share the screen with people.
So this is the one that I'm going to urge everybody, we need to do a link today, which will get done. This is the video, probably no more than 3-4 minutes maybe.
Yes.
That if you'll watch this, you will actually, we only maybe sometimes think we know what a rip current is. This will show you what a rip current is, show you what to do. And Todd, what I wrote is hashtag the good stuff. Item number 3 is the good stuff. We are proud to live in the coastal bend where we know that Nueces cares. And but thank you for helping us light the fire, and may it never burn out.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Pose same sign.
Judge, we do have a friend resolution if she wanted to take a picture.
Yes. Yes, thank you. What we have is a framed resolution. Chairman Hunter, Ms. Granado, would you all accompany us, Kawana, up front? And we have a presentation and maybe an opportunity for a photo for the website.
Yeah.
Would you like them to come up? 4 of them.
1, 2, 3. One more time. 1, 2, 3. Excellent. Thank you, guys.
One for Priscilla.
1, 2, 3. One more.
When emotion is combined with action, only good things happen. Let's continue both of those sentiments with the rest of our program here. And again, I am not going to be able to attend to all the proclamations. I do have that important public hearing, but I do want to respect the fact that we have the president of Texas A&M Corpus Christi here with us in Commissioner's Court in recognition of item number H2, in recognition of Texas A&M University Corpus Christi, the Islanders men's basketball program, for their unbelievable and incredibly successful 2021-2022 season. Belinda has
Judge, she's
also
here for H1 also, just so you know, because it's for Coach Chadwick.
Yes, I do know. I want to make certain that Belinda will talk about the season, and then we'll get right to item H1 as well. Gentlemen, welcome. I've never had to say this, but please watch your head. Also, the court recognizes John Palumbo, also athletic director, Texas A&M Corpus Christi, and of course, staff, coaching staff will also be recognized here, including Coach Letts. Belinda.
Whereas the Texas A&M Corpus Christi Islanders men's basketball team finished a successful 2021-22 college basketball season in which the team won the Southland Conference Tournament Championship and qualified for the NCAA men's basketball tournament for the second time in school history and first time since 2007. Under first-year head coach Steve Lutz, the Islanders won 23 games after recording just 5 wins the previous season. The 18-win improvement marks the biggest turnaround in program history and one of the biggest improvements nationally across college basketball for the 2021-22 season. Whereas the Islanders also ranked top 5 in the country in both free throw attempts and free throws made. With 11 new roster members, this team had to learn with each other on the fly and embrace a culture of unselfishness and hard work. Their strong work ethic, determination, and genuine care and respect for one another created a memorable championship season. Whereas the Texas A&M University Corpus Christi Islanders men's basketball players include graduate students San Antonio Brinson, Ethan White, Miles Smith, seniors Simeon Fryer and DeLazarus Keys, juniors Terrion Murdochs, Isaac Mushilla, Jalen Jackson, Tyrese Nicholson, Jason Sangha, and Trevian Tennyson, sophomore Stephen Faramade, freshman Owen Deese, and Jordan Roberts. Coaching staff for the Islanders basketball program are head coach Steve Lutz, assistant coaches Ralph Davis, Cole Dewey, and Jim Shaw, director operations Donald Reyes, video coordinator Kevin Jewell, and graduate assistants Ethan Jacobs and Jonathan Bell. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Commissioners Court of Nueces County that the court hereby recognizes the Texas A&M Corpus Christi Islanders men's basketball program for their athletic accomplishment and achievements.
So moved.
I've got a motion and a second, and we have, I think I'll defer to Coach Lutz first, and just what I was going to say is, would you introduce your team for us? And
Sure.
then introduce our special guests, and then we can take it from here as to some of the comments, but we'd like for you to, let's go.
Sure, no. We'll start that direction. Jalen Jackson from San Antonio, Tyrese Nicholson from Waterloo, Iowa, Terrion Murdix from Springfield, Illinois, Trey Tennyson from, we're going to go Dallas, we're going to go Arlington. We'll go Dallas. Dallas, Texas, Simeon Fryer from Philadelphia. JB, Jonathan Bell, he's from Calabasas, California. Ethan White from Indiana. JB and Ethan are both graduate assistants. Donald Reyes is our director of operations. Jim Shaw is an assistant coach. Jordan Roberts is from Arlington. Isaac Mushila is from the Congo. Stephen Faramade is from Houston. Miles Smith's from Houston. Jasmine Sangas from Toronto, Owen Deese is from Evansville, and DeLazarus Keys is from Florida, from Orlando.
Fantastic. And on the next trip to Commissioners Court, we'll make all of you non-Texans honorary Texans, and we'll make sure we'll get you some Texas flags. And the truth is that you make our community brighter, and it's just nice to know your names and nice to know where you're from, and. It's just, and DeLazarus, I think, were you in our commercial?
Yes.
Yeah. Hey, man, you did great. Acting is in your future if basketball doesn't work out. And so I just want to express my thanks for your social responsibility. That's what we call the good stuff, too. So, Coach, what an amazing season. There's so many things to say. Let you kind of take over here. Tell us a little bit about who you'd like to recognize. Dr. Miller, I'm happy to... This is your moment and show right now.
Well, I thought Kelly was talking this
morning.
morning.
We'll have Dr. Miller. She's a communicator deluxe.
She is definitely.
Court will recognize Dr. Miller.
Yep.
Well, thank you very much. We greatly appreciate it. This has been an incredible season and an absolutely incredible team. We want to say historic, but I know they've just set the bar, and we plan to keep this up year after year. But I think you mentioned in the proclamation, but I want to highlight a couple of things. And one is that this team, with the exception of 3 folks who stuck it out with us, and that is awesome, is all new folks.
Wow.
This is Coach Lutz's first season as a head coach, and came and joined us here at the Island University, and they came with a winning spirit. They came together in a way that is really and truly phenomenal, and the proof is in their success. They are fun to watch. If you've not come to a basketball game, you need to come, because it's high energy, it's nonstop the entire time, but what they accomplished is incredible, and as I said, it sets the bar for a new time. And we're just happy that we get to keep Coach Lutz with us, because he has done such an incredible and remarkable job as a head coach right out of the gate. I'd also just like to let you know that what this means is, when you make it to March Madness, we had just in that very first day, I think it was 1,407% increase in hits to our website. Everybody wanted to know where the Island University was, and then where's Corpus Christi? Do you really have a beach? What's Nueces County? I mean, do you really have an island? That was the question we were getting in Ohio. So it's very exciting to promote our whole community, and I think it's 34 million people watch March Madness. Did I make that? No, okay, I think that's the right number. 34 million people are watching that. And so the amount of exposure we could not buy in terms of marketing, which certainly lets people know about our incredible basketball program, but it also lets them know that we're the #1 university by the sea in the entire United States of America, and that's because of our academic programs as well as our beautiful beaches. So very happy to promote, very proud of this guy. And the entire team. So very, very exciting season for men's basketball. Thank you for your support and your proclamation. I know some of you, particularly Commissioner Chesney, are regular Islander basketball attendees, but we invite you all out next season to join us, and I think you will become addicted and come back every time because it's so exciting.
Judge, if I could, just for a second too, I wanted to take a minute. When I put this on, I was a little saddened that we didn't have a meeting before the city because the city got you first. But we want you to remember that we represent the entire county. So that was just nothing compared to this, right? This is the whole county of Nueces, and truly we are super proud of everything and of everything that y'all have done. I've known Miles a long time, and he's a great guy, and I know everybody on this team reflects what Coach Lutz stands for. This starts at the top, guys. You need to know that. Dr. Miller is so committed to athletics, and not every university president is. And she is 100% committed to athletics. She gets the value of what it will do to help enhance A&M Corpus Christi. And some of the programs had great success there, and we're going to recognize Coach Chadwick, who's had some of the greatest success there in just a few moments. But what happened was, and there's a little trickle down here. So Dr. Miller gets in here, and she says, we really have to put more emphasis on athletics. And when she asked me to be on the selection committee for the athletic director, I was honored because she said, this is a big deal. I really want, and so she got in there and said, athletics is a super big priority. She then allowed the community to get together, and we were able to hire John Palumbo. Not we, she did it. We just recommended. And then he hired Coach Lutz, which then brought most of you in. And look at what's happened, because you have a president of the university who picked an athletic director, who picked a coach, who picked all of you. So it really does matter, and who's at the helm really does matter. So we're so happy about the success that you've had. The bar's pretty high, right? So we expect to see you guys now every year, coming back every year, going, because you can do it. We know the Southland is a conference that you guys have now shown. You master our MVP of the tournament, who is right over there. Watching you play was phenomenal. It's just been really fun to watch. I wore my shirt in honor of you guys today, and I'll wear that proudly all day long. You have absolutely helped put your university even more so on the map than it was. I heard some of the financial implications too, that playing in one game makes, I just can't even understand how that works. You get some payout over a period of time, and it's crazy the kind of money that the NCAA tournament helps. So thank you, really. What the end of my comments are, thank you for coming to Corpus Christi, because you all came from different places. I know you were at North Texas. I've followed your career since you were in high school. My son plays, and so we've watched a lot of you guys play all over the place. So thank you for coming to Corpus Christi. Thank you for Coach Lutz for coming to Corpus Christi. And I want to mention, and I should have put it in the resolution, but Coach Lutz is one of, I think, 15 first-year coaches up for the Joe B. Hall First-Year Coach of the Year Award nationally. And you should see the list of coaches he's in contention with, including Mike Woodson, I think, in Indiana, and some others. Phenomenal. So that's all you guys, right? You propped him up, and I know he would say that. He's a great coach, but without great players, he wouldn't be up for those awards. Without great players, he wouldn't have been able to achieve the success. And without a great coach and coaching staff, and athletic director and president, it all works together. So I talk a little bit more on basketball than I probably would other things. But man, we are so pumped that you guys.
I was going to ask them to come back every commissioner's court. This is the kind of mood that you put him in.
Yeah. We're going to do all the controversial issues next because I'm in a good mood.
Don't you worry.
Yeah, I know, right?
I've already.
But seriously, thank you so much, and I'm going to say as much great things about Coach Chadwick in a minute too. But we really appreciate what y'all done, and look, I know you all had other options. I know you all were at different places. You could have gone other places, and you believed in Coach Lutz. You believed in A&M Corpus Christi. You believed in Corpus Christi. So thank you very much. We are super appreciative of everything that you've done for this community, and we will not forget it. And we look forward to seeing you back here next year. For those of you who will be coming back, I know Miles is probably done after about 16 years playing, but there's always a guy that sticks around forever, and man, we're sure glad it was Miles. He was definitely always my son's favorite and our family's favorite, so we know what a thrill it was for you to get there. So congratulations for all you guys.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Coach, as an alum of the Islanders, I'm just super proud of my school, cheering all the way. Watching you guys play on TV was so exciting. For my 15-year-old to be able to watch our hometown team play on the big screen, just like he watches NBA and the other sports, was so fun for us and such a bonding experience for us to cheer for you all through the conference and then ultimately to the big show. And so I'm really proud. Coach, you've done a great job, a phenomenal job. The fact that we have this quality here is so exciting. And we know that basketball is such a game of just momentum that it just tipped a little at the end against us, but we know that, in the future years, this is really setting it up. And every time I was posting and retweeting and liking, I'm like, gosh, I shouldn't, because I don't want anybody to know about Coach Lutz, because somebody may come and try to take him. But I hope that you stay with us as long as you can, Coach, and continue to bring the teams that you do. Pride is even a word that I can't find another word to say just how excited I am for what we've done, what you all have done, and to be able to walk around my household. And I have a daughter who, unfortunately, she's going to UT in the fall. I wanted her to stay here, and she's like, "Why are you so excited, Dad?" I said, "This is my team. This is my team. They're here. They're on the big screen." And so that was just so fun for me and special. And I had the whole family cheering as we were watching the final game as well. But build on this, continue to build up the momentum that you've brought athletically and academically. And those jerseys are unbelievable. I just had a birthday not too long ago, and I said I wanted that for my birthday. I did not get it. Supposedly it's on order, but if I can get one, I'll go beat someone up if I have to get one, because those are just, talk about advertisement, just really unique, that are just not the plain Texas or Texas A&M, which, by the way, y'all did bigger than the mother campus to make it to the show. So that's a little point of pride that I take as well with this team. So thank you all for all you do. It's real exciting. I'm glad. Thanks to Commissioner Chesney for bringing this before you. But, hey, go Durs, and let's go.
Yep. And, Judge, I wanted to add one thing. I don't think people realize the sacrifice that these athletes make. I just went through a year. My son was a redshirt freshman up in Massachusetts playing D1 basketball. And let me tell you, they don't get to go home for Thanksgiving. They don't get to go home much for Christmas. They don't get a lot of I get it. They get paid to play basketball, but they sacrifice a ton of family time to do this. So again, thank y'all so much, because man, you really you just did so well, and I want to acknowledge that sacrifice. I know how hard it is to be a student athlete, how much you got to study, and you're traveling a ton, and this conference, man, you guys are all over the place, and Coach took you to some cool places to play this year. That Notre Dame game was fun to watch. I mean, that was, it was just a lot of good stuff, so congratulations again. I know the sacrifice you made to get there.
And before I call a vote, I just want to say, particularly for those of you that are far away from home, I want you to know that this really is your home. In the memories that you make in college, on and off the court, are going to stay with you forever. The guys that you look left and right with, and your coaches, they'll be your friends forever. So just always think of this as your home, and I hope that it brings you back one day in whatever form or fashion, whether it's your career, your vacation, or just a good reunion. But from our hearts, we really do believe that you're one of our own. You're like our sons. So I hope that you feel that love right back at you. Here's how we show it. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. If you all will stick around, I bet you want to cheer for this next one. It's item H1.
Do you want to wait and get a picture with all of them, Judge, or do you want to try to, I've got a resolution framed for them too?
I'll tell you what, let's do H1, and then we'll get all those
Okay.
pictures simultaneously. It'll go better. And for the court manager, I'm going to ask that you at least text our folks from Ascendia and give them a timing of 10 minutes. In recognition of Coach Royce Chadwick's accomplishments, Belinda, we have a special presentation.
Yes, Judge. Whereas the Islanders women's basketball program, led by Coach Royce Chadwick, finished a successful 2022 season by securing a double bye to the semifinals of the SLC Championship and earned the number 2 seed. Head coach Royce Chadwick broke the record for most Southland Conference victories in a coaching career, whereas Coach Royce Chadwick's 2-11 SLC win surpassed James Smith's mark of 2010 at the Northwestern State from 1987 through 2004. Chadwick's career SLC record is 20-11-100, including 13 wins at Sam Houston, 111 at Stephen F. Austin, and 87 at Texas A&M Corpus Christi. Chadwick also reached the 700 win in his career earlier this season and is up to 708. Whereas Coach Royce Chadwick reached the 700 career win as a collegiate head coach on January 22, 2022, in a 57-44 victory over HBU at the American Bank Center. His first season was in 1984-85 at Panhandle State, as his career has spanned over 4 decades. Royce Chadwick is a 2-time SLC Coach of the Year at A&M Corpus Christi, winning in 2013-14 and 2019-20. Coach Chadwick coached the Islanders to his best season in school history in 2019-20 with a 23-7 record and won the SLC regular season, the first title in program history. Chadwick led A&M Corpus Christi to its first ever undefeated home season in 2021-22 with a perfect 14-0 record, where the Islanders outscored the opposition 960 to 703. It is one of the longest active home winning streaks in the country. Coach Chadwick coached 2 all-conference first-team selections for the first time program history in 2021 after Alicia Westbrook and Manica Serrata were honored. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Commissioners Court of Nueces County that the court hereby recognizes Coach Royce Chadwick for his athletic accomplishments and achievements.
So moved.
A motion and a second, a resounding second by all. And at this time, I'd like to ask if there are, Dr. Miller, if you would like to address this incredible achievement.
And Royce, if you would come back here, sorry, you're going to have to talk. Just want to say thank you for recognizing Coach Chadwick. This is an incredible coach, an incredible man. I am a giant fan. If you were, as you were hearing all those accomplishments, I hope you pulled out the piece that he did not lose a single game this season at home. So if you came to watch the Islanders women's basketball team, not a single game was lost. We won the championship the year before as COVID rolled in, and they were on their way to great victory at that time. When COVID happened and everything stopped. But I have no doubt that we will have an extremely hard choice next year to decide how we will split up the pep band and cheer squad, as we have 2 teams, men's and women's, going to the dance. And so I look forward to that difficult decision, because our men's basketball team has set the bar for their program, and we are very excited. But our women's basketball team is second to none. They are incredible, and it's all because of the leadership of this incredible man.
Coach, welcome.
First of all, I'm honored, flattered. I get to sit at the head of the bench, and the great people sit beside me. I've got assistant coaches, Janeska Lawler, Darren Brunson, Steve Ferris, and Roxanne White is back getting ready for off-season practice, so that maybe we can bring our team next year, because we're going to bring our team next year, so save us a spot. A lot of great administrators, a lot of great players. I'm very fortunate to have just been around them, and I'm so grateful for all the kind words. It sounds like my mother wrote the information for you, so thank you very much, and I'm flattered and honored.
Judge, if I could, I got the opportunity to get to know Coach Chadwick, because he sat on that same selection committee that I referenced earlier. So remember that, John. He did help get you hired. So, what a good guy. And Stephen King told me earlier in the year, he said, hey, Royce is getting close to this record. I said, well, man, make sure you tell me when he gets it, because I want to do something special for him at the county. And so you can thank Stephen for making me initially aware of it. And then, of course, you got all the PR, and I would have picked up on it, I guess, hopefully later. But what a high character guy. Coach Chadwick not only wins a lot of games, but he does it with class and grace and style, and is just a good man. I mean, winning his coach in Southland Conference history. That's a big deal. I mean, that's a lot of wins. That's been a very, very tough conference to win games in over the years, and your achievements here are second to none. And for those of you who don't know, and again, as you know, I follow basketball a little bit. Coach Chadwick, unfortunately, he had a great team this year. The great team, the best team they were destined was the COVID year, and unfortunately, going into that tournament as the #1 seed and had just been destroying everybody, and everybody felt like was going to go to the NCAA tournament, and then unfortunately COVID hit, and I think they got that one got stolen from you, Coach, or you would have already been up here. We know that because that was a year. And boy, you lost a tough one this year. It was, I'm sorry, I think it was an overtime loss, if I remember correctly. And you just had a great season and great young ladies that play for you. And your team reflects you, just like these guys reflect Coach Lutz. And you have always been such a great role model and such a great example, not only as a coach, but as a person. So congratulations on behalf of all of Nueces County. It's an honor to always been an honor to represent the Island University, and I take great pride in that, and I really appreciate you being here today, and I'm glad we brought your cheering section with you, because you deserve every bit of the recognition, every ounce of it. So congratulations.
Thank you. They say that excellence is a habit, and I do believe that Texas A&M Corpus Christi, under the direction of Dr. Miller, yourself, Coach, our new Coach Lutz, and these types of incredible student athletes that you had the privilege of making a mark on, are just a continuation of that habit of excellence. This is really what we're all about, is creating an educational opportunity inside an opportunity of a lifetime to do what you love and to be able to mold others. I just feel so grateful that we've had this opportunity today to gather and to remind ourselves that our community is complex. It's made up of all kinds of different industries and businesses, and the educational opportunity that we were afforded long, long ago when Texas A&M Corpus Christi was but a thought of being an opportunity for historically really underprivileged and minority children to have an education. It started with a promise, and what we've built together is really just phenomenal. I mean, there ought to be a top 10 of university leaders in the country, along with the top 10 coaches, because Dr. Miller would be top of that list. And I know that you all feel the same way. It all starts from the top. So my gratefulness is to Chancellor Sharp, who chose, as long as we're giving credit to upon high.
Fair enough.
Thank you, Chancellor Sharp, for bringing us Dr. Miller, who has brought us all of you.
I'd like to say something, just.
Yes, of course.
I'm going to confess to you guys, I don't get high like these guys do about basketball.
We're going to change that, Commissioner. I'm going to make you go next year.
I'm a racquetball player, really. I'm a racquetball player. But, and even football, when Roger Staubach walked off the field, I walked off the field. So I haven't seen the Cowboys in about, 15, 20 years, I guess.
Try 50.
Maybe I don't want to go that far back then. But 20 sound better. But I just want to say congratulations. And Dr. Miller, that education, I push education a lot. And education is the most important thing you guys can have in your life. You can be the best basketball player you want to be, but to tell you what, if you don't have that education, you're going to have a hard time anyway. All right? So get your education where you can, get it done. Like Nike says, just do it. Right? And down here in South Texas, we say, mi casa es su casa. And we mean Nueces County is our home, and it's your home. So thank you very much, Dr. Miller. Thank you for all you do. And I'll be talking to you later on about other things. And coaches, thank you very much. Really appreciate you guys. Thank you.
And Judge, I didn't know if Mr. Palumbo wanted to, as the athletic director, wanted to say anything or not. Just didn't want to I didn't want to overlook you. I can't say anything. That's fair. I just didn't want to overlook him. That's okay.
Judge, I want to add something to this. First of all, I want to thank all the young gentlemen for choosing Corpus Christi to come play. But the one that stands out to me, because I saw him in the news, is the gentleman from the Congo, where you communicate with your mom on satellite or how you do it, but it's late at night. So I applaud you for that, and always for keeping your mom in your heart and in your mind. So, but thank you all for demonstrating what you all did here for Corpus Christi. Congratulations.
Thank you. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Post same sign. Ladies and gentlemen, what we'd like to do is take an official photo. There are a lot of us, but typically what we can do is have some of you come to the dais, and then we'll make another semicircle here. And we'll, if all of the basketball players will come forward first with the coaches.
Judge, we can't stand behind them or we won't be able to be seen. So we're going to have to go down today, I think.
I was going to suggest that they could be behind us.
Okay, that's
there
fine.
you go. That would work.
It will not work with them
Right.
ahead of us.
And then
Bring them all
and
up.
then
Come on.
we'll do Coach Chadwick. I'm happy to do everybody together, however you see fit, Dr. Miller.
Islanders are in, Aggies are not.
John needs to talk better. You guys ready? Yeah, y'all just push up a little bit this way. Actually, I'm right there. You got a gap.
Not very far, but I can try. Thank you. Is that better? Yes, ma'am. Now let me get me out of the way. Oh, he's following me.
Yeah, I'll definitely try to catch you again. I'm free now. Moving back home. Thank you. No, it's not. I will. I will. All right. Thank you all.
Good job.
Thank you.
Is this the same thing? Oh, okay.
Is this updated or is this?
Mr. Gonzalez.
Oh, the special.
Who said judge? We have Dr. Moreno on the line, and I.
He's right. He's in the back.
Oh my gosh!
There he is.
There you are. Thank you so much. We're going to advance an item for you, Dr. Moreno. I know you've been waiting patiently, and I'm grateful for that. Please turn your attention, for those of you online, to item C4. It was. It's an item that revolves around the repairs to Nueces County Memorial Agriculture Center. We all know this affectionately as the old show barn. That's what we really refer to it. But this facility, we have an item that pertains to it, and I'll allow Commissioner Matos, would you like to start the introduction and then let Dr. Moreno weigh in?
Sure. This is an item, it's under Public Works, so I appreciate the work Juan Pimentel has helped me with, Jerry Garcia on doing this. We took a tour with Dr. Moreno and I believe Mr. Marroquin, Board Vice President, and good to see Board President Ms. Flores Garza here as well. But we entered in about 3-4 years, right before Dr. Moreno came on board as Superintendent at Robstown ISD. We were approached by the board then, under the direction of actually Javier Gonzalez. You were there, I was going to say, you were the interim superintendent. And so the conversation started to utilize the old show barn for Robstown ISD because they didn't have a show barn themselves. And we had a building there that was just not being utilized. So we've been using pins that are out in the front, and we're going to do some work on that at a later point as well. But we came to the decision, and this court approved, that we allow and go into a lease to allow Robstown ISD to use this for their ag program, for their students who are preparing and taking care of animals throughout the year. And they've really fixed it up, Judge, in court. They put a lot of their own time and effort to clean up the facility because it was just an old abandoned building we had not used in years, pretty much ever since we moved over to the Richard Borchard Fairgrounds. But with all of this going on, with all the improvements they've made, it's still a very old building. And one of the things that was noticed, especially when we would have rain events, was that there's some gaps, pretty sizable gaps. I'm sure Juan could give us a bit more description about those gaps, but actually roof that was no longer even touching, right? So you have huge gaps where rain and the elements are able to get in, and you can see where they've kind of spaced the animals so that they're not where the rainwater will fall. But this is something that we felt and believed that could be fixed in pretty quick, in short order. So we took a tour right around the holidays, I believe it was December of 2021, Juan, Jerry, Dr. Moreno, myself. And so we got to see really firsthand what was needed. And so I had asked Juan to help me with this, right? What are some solutions that we could find, some areas that are quick fix that kind of spruce up the area, match with the effort that's being put to really fix this up. But also, I'm going to ask that at some point that we can get a longer-term agreement with the school district because I want to put money into this, and hopefully if the court approves today, this is my money actually, I'm using out of my own funds, but if the court does approve today, we want to protect our investment. So maybe perhaps something, Jenny, long-term, like a 20 or 30-year lease that we could go into with Robstown ISD, just to show our commitment, right? Because I'm giving my commitment. We have a document we had approved previously, but that could only go so far. So if we can commit something that could potentially outlast all of us, I think that would be great for the community and for the students. So, Juan, if you want to talk to us a little bit about the specifics, and then Dr. Moreno and Board President, if you all want to talk as well.
Judge, Commissioners, good morning. Commissioner, you're correct. Back in December, we took a tour of the facility. The roof needs some improvements. You do have some holes on the roof that need to be repaired, and also to do a seal on it. So we went out and requested some informal bids from some contractors, and and got a proposal for that. And then also, Commissioner, you were talking about, the sunlight going through the building on top of the roof, the eaves and the flashing is not there, and some of the structural interior components need to be sandblasted or pressure washed, paint. And so we got a proposal also for that. And then also for the windows need to get resealed, and some of the windows need to get replaced. And also some of the interior, the restrooms also need to be cleaned up. So that's part of the proposal that we got. There's three proposals. One's for the roof, one's for the interior, and the other one's for the windows. The interior includes the repairs to some of the structural components, and then and it also includes doing some upgrades to the restrooms that are in dire need. So we're recommending the proposals, Judge and Commissioners, because it does need to be done.
So could you please just tell us, first for the record, the amounts? And then please, and then I believe it's coming Commissioner Precinct 3, but just again for the record, there's a number that's associated with it, like number 01.
1388.
Thank you, 1388 for the record.
Yes, ma'am. For the roof, it's for $40,000 to $65,000, and that's to repair the hose on top of the roof. For the interior, it's $35,553, and that's for the restrooms and the structural components. And then the windows is $19,735. As Commissioner said, in order to minimize any further damage, it is an emergency fix that needs to be done, Judge. So that way, to minimize any more damage inside the facility.
Okay. So I imagine you'll want to make the motion, Commissioner?
Yes, and just
And
for
I'll
the record,
second.
I did ask Juan to break this down, right? If it was the court's will not to maybe commit that much to it, right? Because we want to get at least secured, and there's some parts that still are kind of floating around, but I feel confident we will support. But even if there wasn't, I still wanted at least the roof threshold to be below the $50,000 threshold, but still wanted that to come before the court. But of course, the entire price tag is closer to $100,000, but obviously that's why we wanted court approval. But even if we just approve court approval, just receive court approval today on the roof, we could at least get started on that part, then come back, put out another bid if we needed to for the interior, for the windows. But I feel confident in the two bids that we received. Pretty close, but the one's obviously a lot, I think, better bargain for us. And like I said, it comes from funds 1388. Thank you, Teresa. And so I have available funds for that. But my motion would be to support the total price tag for roof, interior, and window.
How do you flag it?
Okay, hold on. We have to get.
For the three items for
go tell her.
95,553.
Commissioner, I think that we probably could do all of them because it says discuss and consider approval of repairs. It doesn't say just the roof.
Right.
So I mean, I'll just do the whole thing. So I'll second that if you want to do the whole thing.
Okay.
And then I know Dr. Moreno's been here
Yeah,
waiting.
Dr. Moreno wants to say something.
And I'm the board president
Laura's
as
got
well.
that.
So
What was his total?
95,553.
Honorable Judge Canales and County Commissioners, I want to thank you so much for having this agenda item on your agenda. Again, Ms. Garza, our board president, is here and representing our school board, but I'm speaking on behalf of our students. As a superintendent, I want to thank you so much for always working in partnership with us. It truly takes a village to raise one child. And ultimately, when we work in partnership like this, it's a perfect example of how kids benefit as a whole. This is a growing program, and I think that it's also sends a strong message of being able to revitalize current buildings that are in the community and really just everybody putting a little something to it. You as a county, and of course, knowing that potentially we have a longer lease agreement, we will continue investing ourselves as a school district. So again, two entities coming together, making change for kids. What more do we want for the education of our children? So thank you very much for your support.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Judge, Commissioner, honest? I just want to ask, is this building, did it have any hurricane damage, or is it insurance? Is it covered by insurance?
I don't think we ever. I don't know. I can't recall if we assessed it or not on.
I don't think it
any.
I'm just saying,
type
if
of
the roof was damaged, maybe the insurance could cover it, or we have insurance on it.
I'm not sure. That was not something that I discussed with Juan or we ever heard from risk management. But
Okey-doke.
now that we know, yeah. Okay.
Okay.
And Ms.
Okay.
Good morning. Commissioner Matas, thank you so much for making the time for our kids. I know you're very passionate about Robstown, and I appreciate it, being a Robstown lifelong resident. But as Todd Hunter said, when two entities work together, great things happen. So I send my sincere thankful to you guys. I wasn't prepared to speak, but thank you, Dr. Moreno. I was just here to support him. I don't want anybody to know him because they're going to take him from us. So I want to keep him in the background. But thank you all for everything you do, and I appreciate you, and I speak on behalf of the school board and our students. Thank you.
Thank you. And like I said, Mr. Gonzalez is here, and he was the interim, and he helped us get this project going. If you remember, he described the big old fans. There's another word for them, but there are really big fans that this court approved back a few years ago. So, yeah, it is. Yeah, we won't go into it, but yes, they have a very unique colloquial name for their fans and the size of fans. But
Juan's going to come back, and we also have Teresa who wants to talk about dollars, I'm guessing.
Judge, I just want to make sure that the total amount is $95,553. The total dollar amount.
Okay, and that's for everything. That's the roof, the interior. That's really the whole thing. And just let's ask Teresa. She may want to have one correction or one comment. Teresa?
Yes, Judge. Commissioner, those funds are available in your 2016 COs, your 1921 project for reallocation.
Okay, so not 1388 then?
Then let's
correct.
Let's
so
get rid
thank
of the
you
old
for,
bonds. Thank you.
if you don't mind, yeah. Okay, so Kara, did you catch that? 2016, and I believe that's a different number. So.
And Juan, if we can, maybe before, I want this documented to show the community what we're really doing. But if you give us a chance for a walkthrough, I've been there through before, but I'd love to go by again. But the judge or any of the other commissioners court or member of our staff that like to go and see what's there now. I mean, it's really exciting to see, you know, how everything was set up. By just giving it over to the school district. And we're replacing a need that they had that they were not able to complete and meet the funding requirement for their original ag farm that they had planned years ago. And so that's really where this conversation came from. And so if at some point we get a chance to review it, either before, or at least especially afterwards, and Juan, what is the time frame you think that this can all be completed?
Commissioner, we'll probably get started here in the next couple of weeks with the contractors. So yeah, we can do a walkthrough prior to performing any type of improvements on the project, and then after also.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. I think we have at least everything documented the way I think it should be for the record. And so at this time, I'll just ask all those in favor to signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, great. Well, look, we did a very good job of taking care of our political jurisdictions. We know that it's difficult for them to leave their duties and to come over here, but I think in the interest of our greater community, we've done very good work here this morning. And I don't know if PW has Instagram the way Inland Parks does, but that's a great idea that Commissioner Modis has. Go ahead and take a video, do a before and after. It's a fantastic experience. If you have not seen Nueces County's Inland Parks Instagram, it's not only fabulous, it's highly entertaining. And you should get to see the work that's being done. So when we do good work, let's be sure and message that. So thank you, Dr. Moreno. Ms. Garza, thank you so much.
Excuse me, Juan. I just want to ask, is it on city utilities, or do we have a septic tank there?
You know what, Commissioner, that's a good question. I think it's on city service, water and sewer. It's
All
on
right.
city. Yes, sir.
So I used to work there too, and I just don't remember if it was city or septic tank.
Yes, sir, it's on city.
Okay, thank you, Juan.
Okay, thank you. All right, now going back into, just to kind of give a little bit of guidance here for those of you that are here, my intention is at this time to call for the convening of the Nueces County Housing Finance Corporation, finish that agenda item, and then I'm going to call the game room item right afterwards. That way, those of you that have been waiting will move to the front of the line there. So at this time.
Which one right now? Sorry. What item number?
I'm going to go back as if we were in normal order.
Okay.
So go to G. Go to just big letter G. This is a convening of the Nueces County Housing Finance Corporation. We have one item. It's discuss and consider the affordable workhouse housing proposal from Ascenda Capital. It was noticed to go into executive session. And Belinda?
And just for the matter of order, Judge, I want to point out we do still have 4 resolutions, and we do have individuals in the courtroom and outside waiting for those resolutions.
Waiting for those too. I know. This is one of those days where I'm not sure how to bounce, but I'll make certain that I work swiftly through.
Judge, I can make a
Ascenda.
motion to move the resolutions ahead of the housing so that we can get those folks out of here, if that would be appropriate.
My only concern, Commissioner, is we have lawyers waiting.
They can wait like everybody else.
Yeah, we're not paying them.
Well, I think
they're
that,
charging us, right?
I think the issue was that you all had a situation last court that you did not want that due to the charges that are,
Those lawyers are charging us for a presentation by another housing corporation?
no, sir.
Well then, okay.
It's, if you'd like me to go into it, we do have our own counsel on the line, and I did let him know, and he let us know that we gave him a time so as to reduce those costs. We do have Bracewell, our public finance counsel, on the line.
Well, let's just let her
Let
get
me
off
just-
the
let
line,
me
do
just-
the resolutions, and we'll get her back on the line when we need to. Because if we're paying her, then we can tell her to get off the
Well,
line.
I think the problem is we've worked it out with their schedule. I'm going to follow the regular order. I don't think this is going to be quick.
I
I
made
mean,
a
I don't
motion.
think it'll be anything but very quick at all.
I did make a motion, it was second for the record.
Well, if you'd like to, I need to at least please text Mr. Plummer and find out if he's available. It's going to be, I gave him the 10-minute rule, not rule, but I gave him the 10-minute warning. And now I've got, at least 30 minutes more if I take up these resolutions. Again, I think the expectation is that we were going to do the Housing Finance Corporation before.
Judge, we go
any
out of order all the
proclamations.
time. I made a motion and a second. I would just like to vote on the motion in a second. We go out of order in this
Commissioner-
courts all the time.
Commissioner Chesney, I'm just trying to make
I'm just
certain that we're
responding.
courteous.
Yeah, we can take a vote.
I hear both of you. I would like to be courteous and let the court manager just let him know that that's taking place.
Okay, just take a vote.
As soon as she finishes her text. Okay, I don't think there's any need to take a vote. We're happy to do the proclamations in advance if that's going to be the will of the court. I just wanted to make sure our lawyers know that so they can make their arrangements. They may have had hearings, they may have had other issues. We gave them a time frame, and we just want to make sure out of courtesy that they know what our situation is. At number 4 is in recognition of the month.
There's a motion on the floor.
I'm already moving towards the
I
proclamation.
know, but we need to, what's going to happen with the motions on the floor?
Well, as the presiding officer, I'm the one that gets to put forth the agenda. So I'm going to go ahead and do item number
I didn't
4
ask anything about the agenda.
in recognition.
I just asked about the motion. Either we do it,
Where-
voted for it, or we don't.
There's no need
or
for the
make a
motion.
to dissolve the motion.
Well,
One or two.
There's no need for it. We're going to move on to, you're spending more time on it than necessary. Let's go ahead and ask the Sexual Assault Awareness and Prevention Month advocates to come forward, and we'll move towards that.
Wow. You need to know what happens when there's a motion on the floor.
Well, I think if the court has moved on to those things, the vote is moved.
So, no, not the vote on mute. So what do we do? Do we dissolve the motion or what?
The motion could be withdrawn.
Well, I mean, it's up to the person to make the motion.
I made my motion. I'm ready to, I made my motion. I'm not withdrawing it. I mean, let's just, whatever she wants to do, she can do, apparently, presiding officer.
I think that's correct.
Well, it's not, but that was a little tongue-in-cheek, but go ahead.
In recognition of the month of April 2022 as Sexual Assault Awareness and Prevention Month.
Whereas sexual violence impacts women, children, and men of every age, background, sexual orientation, and belief. Whereas in 2015, 6.3 million Texans have experienced some form of sexual assault in their lifetime. Whereas in 2015, 80% of Texas victims were sexually assaulted by someone they knew, and whereas in 2015, 91% of sexual assault victims in Texas did not report to law enforcement, and whereas only 3% of sexual assault predators ever spend a single day in jail, And whereas concerns about how the justice system will handle the incident and harmful misconceptions about sexual assault are among the reasons that sexual violence is generally not reported. And whereas research in 2020 by Harvard Medical School found that rates of sexual violence have increased during the COVID-19 pandemic, and social distancing has reduced victims' access to safely report or connect to resources. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Commissioners Court of Nueces County that the month of April 2022 is hereby proclaimed Sexual Assault Awareness and Prevention Month, and further, the Court encourages the citizens of Nueces County to lose the ribbon because prevention is action, to be a voice for those who have been silenced, and to get involved by following the Purple Door on Facebook and Instagram at Purple Door TX. Duly adopted by the Court.
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. We have advocates here this morning. We welcome you. Would you like to make some comments?
Good morning. Thank you to the Commissioners Court for allowing us the time to discuss this proclamation and allowing us to discuss who we are as an organization. My name is Taylor Pilgrim. I'm the Sexual Assault Services Coordinator at the Purple Door. The Purple Door is a nonprofit organization whose mission is to empower... Sorry?
The speaker.
Sorry. Hi.
You can bring it down.
Just tilt it up at the top. There you go. Sorry about that. The Purple Door is a nonprofit organization whose mission is to empower the community and those affected by domestic violence and sexual assault to support and transition to a safe and healthy environment. Our vision is to end domestic violence and sexual assault in the Coastal Bend region. As the Sexual Assault Service Coordinator, one of my many roles is the privilege of leading our Sexual Assault Response Team volunteers. Our Sexual Assault Response Team collaborates with sexual assault nurse examiners, law enforcement, and other community partners to provide support and assistance to victims of sexual assault. I want to take a moment to recognize those collaboration members and to thank them. As advocates, our role during the forensic exam and onward is to support and educate the survivor of their options and what can be expected. After the exam is complete, we offer supplies including a bear, which signifies the survivor's first choice after their choice was taken away. In the same fashion, after the survivor has returned home or has been taken to our confidential shelter, myself or the sexual assault victims advocate will reach out to survivors to provide the option of receiving further assistance, which is included but not limited to counseling, assistance with protective orders, assistance with crime victims compensation, accompaniment to medical facilities, law enforcement, and/or judicial proceedings, and referrals to other community resources. I now want to take a moment to address survivors of domestic violence and sexual assault. We see you. We are here for you, regardless of your gender, sexual orientation, race, religion, occupation. We are here when you are ready. When you are ready, our 24-hour hotline number is 800-580-4878. Lastly, I want you to know that it is not your fault, and you are not alone. Thank you again to the Commissioners Court for allowing the time to discuss this proclamation and for allowing us to send our message.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's a very powerful message. Would any, ladies, would you like to, you're here in just support? Okay, understood. Is there a motion at this time? We already did our motion. We've got a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Pose same sign. Okay, we have the actual proclamation for you and would love the opportunity to do that same messaging. In fact, I hope that you wrote those tips down because I think that that's something we should mimic and message during this month. Is there an opportunity to come forward and take a photo for the website? And okay, we'll do that at this time. And do you all have the proclamation? Kara, do you happen to have it? We'll just pass that to Ide. We'll come down.
Oh, they need to sign it.
Come up here. Yeah, you can come up here.
Get and sign it?
Yes, we're next.
No, it was just one. They didn't pass it on. Where's the cover? Yeah. Okay, but for the picture, we're going to sign for you right now. Hopefully no one will notice it.
One, two, just one.
No, wait just a moment. I'll sign. Thank you.
Oh.
Deputy, next we're going to have, while we finish signing, we'll prep for our Child Abuse Prevention and Awareness Month as well.
What's that one?
We need to just take it to the clerk, and then she's right here. Linda, you may proceed.
Whereas in federal fiscal year 2021, the Texas Department of Family and Protective Services confirmed 75,338 cases of child abuse or neglect in Texas, and confirmed 2,174 cases of abuse or neglect in the 12 counties served by the Children's Advocacy Center of the Coastal Bend. Our children are our most valuable resources and will shape the future of Texas. And whereas child abuse can have long-term adverse psychological, emotional, and physical effects that can have lifelong consequences for victims of abuse. Effective child abuse prevention activities succeed because of the meaningful connections and partnerships created between child welfare, education, health, community and faith-based organizations, business and law enforcement agencies, and whereas we acknowledge that we must work together as a community to increase awareness about child abuse and contribute to promote the social and emotional well-being of children and families in a safe, stable, nurturing environment. Prevention remains the best defense for our children and families, and intervention through therapeutic recovery services helps to decrease the likelihood of long-term effects of child abuse. And whereas the Children's Advocacy Center of the Coastal Bend, Child Protective Services, Child Advocacy Centers, foster parents, teachers, and others work to ensure that children in our community have the opportunity to grow up in safe, loving, permanent homes. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Commissioners Court of Nueces County that the month of April 2022 is hereby proclaimed Child Abuse Prevention and Awareness Month in the Coastal Bend, and further, the court encourages all citizens to recognize this month by dedicating themselves to the task of improving the quality of life for all children and families.
Thank you. Would you like to say a few words?
Yes, ma'am. Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Clarissa Mora. I'm the Executive Director with the Children's Advocacy Center. On behalf of our Board of Directors, our staff, and all the children that we serve every year, thank you for dedicating April to Child Abuse Prevention and Awareness Month. Last year alone, we served more than 1,800 children, with the majority of those kids living right here in Nueces County. All of the services that we provide are absolutely free of charge, and we know that we could not do that without the support of our community and entities like yourself. So thank you for believing in our mission and the work that we do, and for helping us make Nueces County a safer and better community.
Thank you. Thank you for all your work. Is there a motion? I'll take this as a motion, and this is a second. And we can't say enough for what it is that you do. And We know that after COVID-19, we've seen almost every bad statistic exacerbate. So I hope that you will come to us and let us know how we can do more, because I think that we're going to need it in order to make certain that we mitigate and truly recover. At this time, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
We would love the opportunity to at least promote the awareness of this month for your organization and for all those that advocate for children. Would you like to join us on the dais for a quick photo? Thank you.
How you doing, ladies? Doing good? Good.
Thank you all very much.
We're going to get settled and move on, just to let them know that their next National Library Week is Ida in the room. There she is. Crystal. Ida, we welcome you and your team. It's National Library Week, the week of April 3rd through the 9th, and we have a recognition for you.
Whereas libraries are accessible and inclusive places that foster a sense of connection and build community. Whereas libraries connect people to technology, providing access to broadband internet, computers, and training that are critical for accessing education and employment opportunities. Whereas today's libraries and their services extend far beyond the four walls of a building, and everyone is welcome to use their resources. Whereas in times of crisis, libraries and library professionals play an invaluable role in supporting the communities both in person and virtually. Whereas libraries strive to develop and maintain programs and collections that are as diverse as the populations they serve and ensure equity of access for all. Whereas to adapt to our changing world, libraries are expanding their resources and continuing to meet the needs of their patrons. Whereas libraries have long served as a trusted and treasured institutions for all members of the community, regardless of race, ethnicity, creed, ability, sexual orientation, gender identity, or socioeconomic status. Whereas libraries are cornerstones of democracy, promoting the free exchange of information and ideas for all. Whereas libraries, librarians, and library workers are joining library supporters and advocates across the nation to celebrate National Library Week. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Commissioners Court of Nueces County does hereby proclaim the week of April 3rd through the 9th, 2022, as National Library Week, and further encourages all residents to connect with their library by visiting online or in person to access resources and services.
Thank you. Our libraries are really just huge resource centers for our families. They do so much more than provide the most wonderful thing they do, which are books, but they turn out to be early childhood educational forums. They turn out to be STEM central locations for our children, and most importantly, after hours, they are our internet providers, our technology resources. Ida, you do so much for Nueces County. I'm glad this is your week.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Commissioners, Judge. We're very happy to be here. And if Crystal and Jeannie can step up to the podium or to the front, they've got some handouts for our Library Week activities that we'll be having at both libraries.
Great.
And they've also made some little buttons that's promoting our Library Week. And Thank you very much. I know our staff has been going through so much the past few years with COVID, which is something that libraries were not used to, and they've done so much. But this coming week will be Library Week, and we have several activities. And Jeannie at the Law Library as well has done such a great job now that we've moved up and stepped up to the podium and have a new law library that everybody has been utilizing. And we have a lot of STEM technology. Our children's family place is also growing. People are coming back to the libraries at both Bishop and at the Keach Library. So we thank you very much for the recognition, and we will be back probably in the next second or third Commissioners Court coming up to do a presentation for our yearly accreditation report.
Thank you, and thank you for all the grant writing that you guys have been doing as well. From the coast to the country, you've just done an amazing job in bringing, dollars to our libraries that we've never had before because of grants. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
And I'll just go ahead and take the second as I heard it, which was Chesney as the second and Modis as the first motion. And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Jeannie, Crystal, again, our thanks.
Thank you, Judge.
We'll move on to Safe Digging Month, and I'm sorry. Aye. Thank you. You're right. I forgot to say it. So we have LEPC here in force. I just heard from Chief Rocha. He was not able to be with us here this morning, but it looks like he sent us everybody else.
Everybody else.
In recognition of April 2022 as Safe Digging Month, intriguingly, we heard earlier about a high-pressure line and its depth, and obviously that turns out to be a very important issue, is how to dig safely in our community with so many lines. And so Belinda has an important resolution in recognition of this awareness.
Whereas thousands of times each year, the underground infrastructure in Texas is damaged by those who do not have underground lines located prior to digging. This results in service interruption, environmental damage, and a threat to public safety. And whereas in 2005, the Federal Communications Commission designated 811 to provide contractors and homeowners a simple number to contact utility operators to request the location of underground lines at the intended dig site. And whereas the Gulf Coast Damage Prevention Council, along with the City of Corpus Christi, Nueces County Local Emergency Planning Committee, are dedicated to the prevention of damage to underground utilities in the City of Corpus Christi and Nueces County. All three entities promote the National 811 notification system in an effort to reduce these damages. And whereas damage prevention is a shared responsibility, by using safe digging practices, the contractors and homeowners of Nueces County can save time and money and help keep our infrastructure safe and connected. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Commissioners Court of Nueces County that Nueces County proclaims on behalf of the Pipeline Damage Prevention Subcommittee of the City of Corpus Christi, Nueces County Local Emergency Planning Committee, and the Gulf Coast Damage Prevention Council, the month of April 22, as Nueces County Safe Digging Month, and encourages contractors and homeowners throughout Nueces County to always dial 811 before digging. Safe excavation is no accident.
That's right. Welcome, members of LEPC, and who would like to give us a few words?
I was voted to speak, so I'm the coordinator for the City of Corpus Christi, Nueces County Local Emergency Planning Committee. My name is Joanne Salgi, and so happy to have some of our members and supporters with us today. We have from a variety of different industry partners and from the port, from OSHA, from the fire department, volunteers. So we have a very active group, and it is our goal to make sure that that Nueces County is free of damage and injury, to both property and person. So April is our Safe Digging Month. We do put utility inserts in, reminding everyone, both for the city and county. And also on April 29th, we'll be doing a workshop with the Railroad Commission, Texas 811, OSHA, the National Weather Service. We're going to do a workshop for local excavators, contractors, reminding them of, safety first, and also that 811 is not an option, it's a law. So thank you so much for having us.
Very good message. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We also have, I'm going to pass this. We missed getting Ida, a picture with Ida, but they're already gone, correct? Okay. We'll get this resolution to them if you'll please go ahead and pass it. But for those of you, in order to promote, we'd love to take a photo with you. Just give us a chance to sign the resolution. But first, a little housekeeping. Do I have a motion to pass?
Second.
Motion from Gonzalez and a second from Hernandez. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Welcome. Why don't you come forward and we will get this on our emergency management portfolio, our website, Facebook. The work of the LEPC is critical. A reverse alert was issued this morning, as a matter of fact. It wasn't on digging, but it was still something that comes out of LEPC, and we value your partnership. And just give them a chance to sign everything. Kara needs to attest. I've got to get Commissioner, you need to sign this too. In just a minute, you don't have to do it. Well, actually, we'll just, how about if I hand this to you guys? Yeah, we have a glaring gap right there. Sure. I'm coming in.
This one's all signed.
Sorry, Priscilla, I'm going to sneak in here. This will look better though.
One more. 1, 2, 3. Awesome. Thanks, guys.
For your work. Thank you so much. Don't you? Sorry, we missed you.
Sorry.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate you. Thank you for everything you do.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Item number 8 has been asked by the court administrators to be tabled so that we can accommodate a family member at another court. Is there a motion to table item number 8?
So moved.
And
Second.
I'll take the motion in a second. All those in favor, second was Hernandez. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, that concludes all of the proclamations and resolutions that I have. And
Judge, can I ask just a couple of housekeeping before you get back into it? I was just going to make some motions to table.
recognize Commissioner Chesney for some housekeeping.
Thank you. Due to the need to not have these on today and the length of the meeting, I would move to, sorry, I can't talk. I would move to table regular agenda items 1, 2, and 15. And based on Ms. Guerra's email to us, also HR item number 1. And
hold on one second. I'm sorry, 15.
1, 2, 15 on regular agenda.
But was there another one you said? No?
1, 2, 15, and then HR 1.
HR 1, that's
Yes,
what I
ma'am.
missed.
Sorry, Human Resource Agenda 1.
HR 1, okay. I know you have a table, I know you have a motion and a second, but I am going to call for discussion.
HR 1?
I'm sorry?
Or it's
It's F1.
Human Resources?
Yeah, that was the one where,
Did I say it wrong? I apologize.
Just the way.
Human
Commissioner
Resources,
Chesney.
number one.
Yeah, it's F1.
F1.
F1, okay, sorry, I just.
Right.
That threw me off
So,
too.
I'll,
Yeah, my bad.
my request is that, can we consider, at least, taking them up later in the day if we have time. We could move past them right now, but the truth is, we have interim charges that have already been levied by our a speaker for the House of Representatives. Hearings are being scheduled. I would really love to be able to have the opportunity for Nueces County to have our legislative team. There are so many important issues, and particularly those, Commissioner, that affect the coast. I would really appreciate if we could have our team in place every I think we've postponed this 3 times. I would just ask that if you're looking for time savings, could we at least consider it at the end of the hour? And if there's no time, there's no time. But there's really no reason to delay. It's a very quick.
I'll wait and see how it goes, Judge, but if it comes to it and we're still kind of not moving along, then I will, but I'll make a motion to amend just the HR, what was it, G1?
F1.
Since that one, F1, sorry, since that one's not, there's nothing to do on that today since we're all supposed to pick our top, and then that's going to be on the 13th, so I'll make that motion.
Okay, so why don't we do the table for F1, okay? You want to do them all in one motion?
About 15.
Yeah, we can do 15, F1 and 15.
Okay, F1 and 15, motion to table, and I think I heard a second, Kara, from Commissioner Gonzalez. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. And then in the afternoon, let's see what happens, and if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. I'm even happy to table till the afternoon. Or you could always withdraw, bring it back if you want to table it right now.
There's a motion on that there's a motion in a second, right?
Yeah, I'm just going to wait and see, because we just have this.
I know,
Got to get a handle on this agenda,
ominous.
because this is just, so I'll just.
Okay.
Those two, I think.
All right, those two.
And motions and second. and
All
then
right,
those two.
motion second. I think we voted. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 That's right. We're just F1, which is an HR, item number 15, and then we may get another table here in a few hours, but we're going to hold for now. Okay? So just in the interest of time, there's sets of minutes for Miss Clerk, listen to me, Miss Sands, March 15th and March 16th. It's item J1. Is there a motion to approve the minutes from those 2 meetings, March 15th and March 16th?
So moved.
And a second, please.
Second.
And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, so at this time, I am going to go, I've got to do that Housing Finance Corporation. The expectation has been set by the order of the agenda, if nothing else. And I believe that we have those folks on.
Yes, ma'am, we're on.
Okay. And how would you, do we want to go into executive session at this time to hear everything? Yes?
Do we?
Yes.
Why do we need executive session?
Nothing unless you have something from Blakely.
I think they do. I think they want to
You
share.
ask Blakely if she's got something for executive session?
I believe she does. Blakely,
And then we'd have to actually, Judge, recess this meeting and.
That's
convene.
correct.
So we probably need to do that.
That's
before we
correct.
discuss it.
You're absolutely right. I have not convened it. I'm just trying to get the order of the business. Blakely, are you going to recommend for this particular item for us to go into executive session to discuss it?
Yes, Judge, we'd like to very quickly.
Oh, Jim, I'm sorry. I'm just looking
That's
at.
all right.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. So look, at this time, the time is 10:53 a.m., and we are going to convene, we're going to recess for just a moment our regular court agenda and convene a meeting of the Nueces County Housing Finance Corporation. For those of you that don't know, we all 5 of us sit on that Housing Finance Corporation, and that's why we're sort of recessing one and entering another. It's a matter of the court's records. In this case, I am giving notice that we are electing to go into executive session during the meeting, which we're doing now, and we do so under Open Meetings Act, Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code. And we do so in accordance with the authority of Vernon's Texas Code, Sections 551, 071, 2, 73, 74, 76, 86, and 87. We're going to consult with our attorneys on certain matters that are all listed in the agenda. These relate to potentially, but not including, litigation, real property, prospective gifts, personnel matters, termination, county advisory bodies, security devices, and economic development negotiations, and any other matter that may be discussed in executive session. Upon completion of such executive session, the Commissioners Court will come back in open session and take such action as needed. My prediction for the clerk is this will not be too lengthy. For the audience, what that means for you is, I'm sorry, but for the interest of technology, we'll have to ask you, we need to have you clear the courtroom. We do this in private, but again, it's a small break, and we'll have you back as soon as possible. Ida, before we all go, why don't we take this opportunity for you and your team to come forward, and we'll take our photo with you. And then everybody else will take the mics off, ask everybody to clear the courtroom, and the time for you is 10:55. Okay, here we go, back on the record. 11:35 a.m. We are still convened as a Housing Finance Corporation. And so coming out of executive session, there is an item that relates to it, and I'll yield to Commissioner Modis. It's item G1A.
Yeah, Judge. Make a motion to table this item.
Second.
And then if we could have some discussion.
Absolutely.
I just want to share that, I appreciate Matt and Ascenda Capital bringing this item, or bringing this forward, and of course with Ascenda Capital on the proposal itself. I think that this is something that we definitely as a county are interested in or looking forward to. Know that the city of Corpus Christi has that opportunity many times, and we have, as a county, haven't. So I think this is an important tool for affordable housing. I don't know if this is necessarily the project, but that's why, we could table and give us more time to discuss. But I'd also like more information and some policy direction that we can get from staff that will help guide us so we can agree on the percentages also that were proposed in this original presentation. Were probably higher than maybe what we expect, but I think that we need to set some definitive amounts, a window perhaps that we feel comfortable in supporting. So that's what I would ask for us to have the discussion at a later date. But Judge, you and all of us always say we're open for business and we want to support more growth and development, and we know that there's just so much interest in our community and throughout the country right now for further growth and building. So my concerns on this one were obviously the age of the rehab was one of those areas. And like I said, some of the concerns were not addressed yet. But overall, I do think that this is something that we look forward to as a tool to use as economic development, and that we can perhaps continue to discuss this item, or at least, like I said, set some directive to staff and just to the community and to the world, the business world out there, developers that are looking, that once they're ready to come and present for future items similar to this, that they know kind of what our threshold is in that support. What particular areas we may want growth or development. Like I said, what kind of percentage buy-in is there. But I think that this is a great tool and resources for us to utilize. I just at this moment want to table it to allow staff to work through it some more and come back and present to us at a later date.
Okay, there's a motion and a second, and sounds like a good direction to give to not so much staff, but as well, I'm certain you, Blakely and Jim, and as they say, et al., to really guide us so that we can find our way to an opportunity as long as we have the right parameters that the court believes is the best policy direction. Okay, super. Motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Post same sign. Okay, I'm going to postpone my G1 reports for right now, other than to please just note that I'll bring it back at the end of the evening or the end of the afternoon when we get a chance. That has to do with all of the emergency management, disaster preparedness and responses, other than to say that as soon as we can finish a few more, if Louis, here's Louis. Okay, great. With regards to the drainage, what I'm going to suggest is please take these two gentlemen, Mr. Chestnut, Mr. Firkin, go use my office and see. I'll call you guys back here in a minute, but they need more, and we've got to be able to respond to that. So I don't know how we can keep giving the same direction, and they keep coming back here every week, but there's got to be more that we can do for them. Of course, I personally think it has to do with ARPA, and ARPA's not on the calendar today on our agenda, but maybe you can continue to work with them and PW and see if we can move the needle, and we'll bring you back here in just a little bit. But for the remainder, I just want everyone to know it's a reverse alert day. So critical wildfire is been designated for almost all of South Texas. So I need everyone to stay vigilant. We'll get more from Louis here later. To keep us moving, the board appointments is K1, South Texas Water Authority Board of Directors. We have two folks that are reapplying. In other words, they're there. Ms. Rogers, I believe, and is it Mr. Morales? Can someone confirm? Okay, I will confirm. Hold on one second. Let me flip to my board book, but that's what I recall. Was it Patsy Rogers and Mr. Morales, both of whom are currently serving and have submitted the appropriate letters of intent to serve again? And I'm looking for a motion for their reappointment at this time. Again, this is K1. Okay, I did not give you a time. All right, so that's going to be 11:40 a.m. closing finance and 11:41 reopening our regular session.
So, Judge, are we just reappointing those two individuals?
What I see here. I was trying to get some confirmation, but that is what I had in
Morales
mind.
and Rogers, that's correct, Judge.
Okay, and Mr. Joe, is it Morales from my memory?
Joe Morales from Bishop and Ms. Rogers from Agua
All right,
Dulce.
I'm looking for a motion.
Motion to reappoint.
A motion and a second. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, and then let me just signal to Commissioner Modis that we're good. And I'll ask at this time, please review the consent agenda. All ready. All good. After reviewing the consent agenda items A through O, are there any to pull out? And if not, could I have a motion for their approval?
Pull out E and F.
E and F are pulled.
And K.
And K is pulled. Is there a motion for anything else?
So moved for the passage of the rest of them.
I'll second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Let's hear the fiscal report from the EDC and authorize the contract it's not here, forgive me, the word is accept. Accept the report and authorize the contract. Commissioner Gonzalez, do you have a question?
Both of them. Do we get a verbal report or do we get just a written report? Or, I haven't seen either one of them, but I thought normally they come by and give us a verbal report of what's going on.
Are they? He's looking for a presentation.
Either whatever they do.
Yes, Commissioner, I can send you the presentation. We just put it for timing to have it in this just on the consent agenda this time.
So they're coming back later on?
Yes, they will.
The presentation? Okay.
And then also just to approve the contract for this 21-22 as well.
Both of them, contract? And what's the amount of the contract for the?
It's already a budget.
Robstown?
Yes.
50,000.
Correct.
The Robstown, 50,000?
No, 50,000 for
EDC.
EDC for Corpus Christi, and then 12,000 for Robstown.
I thought we were going up on the Robstown, though.
You did. That was up because we went to a general fund allocation amount. It used to be you just
5,000.
Yeah, you just gave something, or John did, or somebody.
Yeah,
but
I
then
usually
it got
give money to.
right. It just got, but it did get put in the
I think
budget.
we probably need to put that one back in the agenda later on. We need to give them some more money.
All right, so for right now, do you
So go
want
ahead,
to
I'll move.
move on item E, which is to authorize the 21-22 contract for the CCREDC first? There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. And then on okay, and then on item F, on the RADC for $12,000, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, and then item number K, item K.
I don't know. I'd like to have an explanation what that is because we're ratifying the hiring of Tanya Weber. Why are we ratifying? It's already hired her. I know we hired her one time, so what, are we hiring her again? Or?
Ms. Dorsey?
Yes, Commissioner, we addressed this last time, and I believe the court asked us to go back and change some paperwork, and that is what we've brought back.
This is housekeeping for the last executive session.
I think there was, I know that we talked about it at the last court meeting.
Yes.
And when we're in executive session, I know the judge was asking Ms. Vela to change some things in the letter.
Yes, and that's what this
And I wasn't too specific of what were the wording we changed on the letter. But, I mean, is this, again, I know we hired Ms. Weber for 3 different things, right? We hired her do the investigation on the audit department and do
And
the investigation.
and Commissioner, if you're going to get into too much detail on the details
not.
of it, I'd ask to pull it into executive.
No, I'm not. I'm just, and also we did the health department.
Yes.
And also there was another one that we approved for her to do.
Yes.
And so where are we? I mean, are those things already completed? All three of those things completed?
No, they're ongoing. Some of them are ongoing. The health department, I don't know. That's an ongoing issue this first year.
That's my question. I don't know. I don't think we ever gave her. I don't remember we ever giving her a blanket authorization to continue from one case to another case to another case. I mean, I think my opinion is that I think we need to. If it's a different case, we just need to go back and hire, as case by case basis. So I don't know. How do we go back and say you terminate? Here's your last.
Well, I believe, and Melissa Vela's.
But, Ms. Dorsey, this particular agenda item is just ministerial, and it's based on the direction that our court gave to you last time. If we're going to have another agenda item, another discussion, happy to talk about it in executive. But to get us to be clear, what this item is you acted upon our direction to change some wording. The wording was changed, and now this basically indicates that this letter is here before us again.
It wasn't my direction, but I'm going to go ahead. I mean, I'm not going to vote for this. I'm no for this. But if we have to take a motion, I'm not going to make a motion either. Somebody wants to make a motion, they can.
Okay.
So can I ask a question, Jenny? So my remembrance on that was that it was only for things that there might be a conflict in your office with or something like that.
Either a conflict or something where she had an expertise that we did not have. These were special to employment issues.
And so I'm looking at the changes. The difference between the letter are the date, the addresses, signature blocks, and one sentence stating that Julie Guerra would be the point of contact. Note that the discussion during court on the 17th makes it seems that the engagement was limited to the Board of Judges' request for an investigation of one of their employees, but the intention behind the letter is to have the engagement to be open to various investigations as signed by county attorney. So I think, well, I can understand the concern of kind of a open kind of situation. So what I would be willing to support on this would be with prior knowledge by the court and some sort of approval, because I don't know exactly where we're going with this either. It's a little open-ended, and I know we did talk about, like, if you had a conflict with something or your office had a conflict that you needed some help, that's okay. To me, this is still just a little open-ended, maybe. So if we could tighten up the language to where it says with prior notice to the court, so that we just know what's going on, and the ability for the court to weigh in. And I get that you can pick any counsel you want and we can ratify, but since you're bringing this here, it does just feel a little open-ended. So that, to me, and maybe that's, I don't know what Commissioner Gonzalez's concerns are. That may not be his, but so I just like to tighten the language up to where there's some like prior knowledge to the court. Because again, I get you can hire whoever you want to hire, but when you bring it in for ratification, to avoid those questions on something like this, if you could just put prior, if the court's okay with that, with prior approval and notice to the court on what those investigations are in executive session, right? I don't mean it's not. I get it. They're not public, but we just write. I mean, we still have a right to know about those things in an executive session setting if those happen.
I'm happy to bring updates to the court, and in a situation where time might not allow for an actual court hearing, how would you like for me to bring that to the court for prior knowledge?
I think you've done a pretty good job of sending us in the way that you felt was appropriate to notify us if you couldn't get us to a meeting.
Okay.
You don't send it to all of us. You send it just to each of us. And as long as you're comfortable with that way and that knowledge, I'm comfortable with that. I mean, I get that there's going to be others that come up like this that happen that you may not be able to work on for some reason, or you just may not have that expertise for some reason. So I'm okay if we just tighten the language up a little bit, just with some notification to the court.
My last question would be, this letter or this things that we, on Tanya, was that a file or something that we're of record, or do we need to go back and change anything on record, or what?
I'm not sure what you're asking, Commissioner.
The agreement we had that we want to change now, different wording, is that, do we anywhere show that this agreement is part of the records, you know? It's got to be part of the record.
There was an agreement brought, and my understanding of the agreement, it allowed us to do what we have done. You questioned what we did, so the court instructed our office to bring back a specific letter with those changes, which we've done. So I believe that the prior engagement letters would suffice. I don't,
So why are we
but to
changing
make,
it?
because the court asked for a different draft.
Well, the court didn't ask, I think it was only one the judge asked.
No, sir.
No.
It came as a vote outside of executive. When we had executive session, we directed in open court action, and it was a cleanup. This is ministerial at best. This is a November 16th, 2021 engagement letter, and all we did was a little cleanup with regards to the date and to the item itself. And the court directed this, so really, again, I'm going to bring us back to, it's a ratification of the letter.
That just concerns me that we have to go back and change something. If you think, county attorney, that it was good enough, so why are we changing?
Well, and I think
I'm happy to have changed, I'm happy to have, to do either one, but this is what the county attorney's advice was at the time.
I think, too, just as recollection, we wanted to make sure that it was assigned by you, and it had this, that she had to be assigned by you to do something. So there was some question on the assignment of that, too. So this clearly articulates that you are the only one that can assign Ms. Weber to do something.
Okay. And that's been, I believe that's been the practice, that, to my knowledge.
That's exactly how it's been conducted since we've engaged her.
So we're good then?
So I think we're ready for a motion
Ginny,
to ratify.
I want to hear, I mean, are we good or not? I mean.
I just wanted to, if we can, I just wanted to add that
I
language.
I can bring that change back, or you can.
Just subject to.
Subject
Can we
to
do subject
tightening
to?
up the
I mean-
language in a satisfactory way?
No, I would just say subject, we can do it right now, I think, just subject to notice to the court.
Okay.
I'm just looking for a simple signature.
Jenny, I do have a question.
Okay, is that,
Is this the only attorney that, that you plan to hire, on different bases, or is there other attorneys that can do the work also?
well, we pick the attorney who meets a lot of different factors for each case. A lot of them have different expertises as needed. And so there are others depending on the need.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if it's labor, I've heard of other labor attorneys, I'm just asking if, you ever consider other labor attorneys?
If other labor attorneys would like to reach out to our office and describe their qualifications, we'll look at them.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so having some good discussion, we are now ready to ratify the hiring of Tanya Weber, and that is item number K, letter K, under consent. Is there a motion to ratify?
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Nay.
Opposed, same sign.
Nay.
All right. And that concludes our consent agenda. And as promised, I'll move into the regular agenda, and I'm going to advance item 7. And there are many people here that wanted to speak on item 7. That is discuss and consider conditions to be included in the game room regulations, such as operating hours, geographic locations, and maximum machine sites. We also have with us Fire Marshal Olivares, who's been working with the,
Bless
you.
Bless you. Whoever sneezed. Oh, sorry.
he's been working with law enforcement, been working with other counties, other entities who have already established regulations in order to provide some background. Again, this is in an effort to, as they say, move the needle. We've been round and round and round and round, and we really need to, move forward on some decision-making. So for me today, a way to get us started is just to talk about some basics. Operating hours, geographical location, maximum machine/sites, And I just want to set the table for the fire marshal. What I was looking for was opportunities to have some input from you based upon the research, and just tell the group you've been meeting collectively with law enforcement in order to bring us some information here today.
We have, and there was a preliminary ordinance that was written up, submitted to the county attorneys. We've met with, on a couple of occasions, with our sheriff's department, Chief Cook, and the sheriff to discuss and make sure that we're all in agreement with the ordinance. There are some particular items that we left, and we wanted to bring those to the court. And you just mentioned, as such, the operating hours, the geographical locations of exactly where we're thinking we want them or don't want them, more importantly, and the amount of machines that we want in each game room. I'll ask County Attorney Ms. Dorsey to
just an update on where we are, so that these fine folks that have been sitting here know where we are, because I know you're working really hard to draft an ordinance, so I'm trying to figure out where we are on all that too. That would be my.
Okay, as far as the county attorney's involvement, we have worked to draft and change from the regulations brought to us by the fire marshal. We have met with the sheriff. We've met with Chief Cook. We have distributed the current draft to CCPD. I believe we have a representative here who has said so far so good. There are issues that we are trying to be innovative given problems we've seen in other jurisdictions. I've talked with other prosecutors who are dealing with litigation because they've already gone this route. So we're gathering pleadings in anticipation of what will probably be litigation after the court passes an ordinance. As soon as the sheriff is satisfied with the draft, we have discussed having publishing the document for review by the community and having an open meeting for input.
And then did we find out, Jenny, what the opportunities are for the county if we so choose to charge and create a revenue source? Because that was a big concern on how we're going to actually afford to enforce it, because we don't have that money lying around. So were you able to find anything on that?
Nothing that would allow a charge above this nominal fee that's a part of the stamp, of a percentage of each stamp for each machine, which is going to be very small. And you have the $1,000 per
permit
year, or, I mean, you could potentially maybe make it a 6-month thing, but that still would only affect those $1,000 application fees. So as far as the statute allowing for a larger percentage, it's not allowed there that we've been able to find.
So at this point, what you're saying is there's not a way legally to come up with a substantial revenue source for us to, because we saw the numbers that they came in with and said, if you're going to really do this, then you're going to have to spend this, and that's not something we have, and
right.
So I don't know how we.
And we've met with members of the community who said they read it differently, but it's not supported. The idea, nobody has brought anything that is compelling
to you legally.
Right.
Sure, right. And that's I get it. Okay. Well, and it is, we'll just keep, we'll keep moving along. So when do you think, so that, again, these people don't have to keep coming and sitting and waiting and hoping that we'll have something? Because at some point, the court has indicated we want to pass an ordinance. Enforcement of it's going to be another issue. It's going to be difficult, but, you got to crawl before you can walk. So just to get an ordinance on the books would be something. So do you have any kind of time frame on that?
We've already met with various members of the community. I've gotten another group that wants to meet now. That's up to the sheriff as far as when he's to a timeline. We haven't established one.
Well, maybe just might be even easier.
Chief Cook is here.
I see he's here, or not sheriff, but to just say, hey, look, we would like your input to everybody, not just to everybody, and say, look, final input is due by a date certain, and we're going to put it on the agenda on a date certain, and, you know, that'll still allow for more input when we have the public meeting, because, yeah, we just need to, if you feel like you've drafted something that you can present to the court and is going to stand up to those legal challenges, because that's super important, and I want to make sure you're as comfortable with that as you can, then I think we just need to, if you're ready to go with it, then we need to give a little bit more time for input to just see if anything comes up that you didn't see, but we need to put it on the agenda and have the public discussion and vote it up or down.
Okay, is that?
I mean, that's just, to me, that's.
So we've got a few resources here in the room, but let me just try to help. Not that I have anything to say about what was just articulated, which was nothing except for we want to move forward. But I want to make sure that we actually talk about substance, which is, I want to make certain that the geographic locations are something, we're the policymakers. Sheriff Hooper has articulated to me, most recently yesterday, and Chief Cook's here so he can confirm or deny, is that he's a law enforcement man. He's a lawman. We're the policymakers. He will do his best to take our policy and enforce it with the resources that he has. So this idea that we don't have the money to do it is not true. Chief Merkel has called me and said they will enforce, as they should because they're lawmen, regulations that we pass. No extra dollars are needed to follow the law and to pursue the law. However, in order to have a regulatory office to receive the permits, we should anticipate that that there might be some additional staff that's needed. But as far as enforcement goes, I think his words were, for every action that's taken in law, it's our duty to go and, make certain those laws are enforced, and we'll do our best. I think that's what he said. We'll do our best.
And the conversation that Chief Green and I had earlier, that's exactly what he.
Right, and I've had that both articulated to me, so this is here so that we can move the needle, because this business of we're meeting and we're talking and we're talking and we're meeting isn't getting us anywhere. And what I really think.
That's why I suggested we go ahead and put it on the agenda.
Well, it's on the agenda today. That's what I want to do.
But there's no ordinance.
I understand, but I want to say that. Right, but let's give some direction. So here's something good to talk about. Something good to talk about is that a game room in operation shall not be located within 1,500 feet from a school or a place of worship. That's a good policy. It's a policy that's used in many different jurisdictions, and it's one that I wanted to discuss today with the court so that we could get a feel and those who are drafting can get our direction. So it's our policy, and they're the writers, they're the scriveners. And if both our law enforcement agencies are going to take our policy and enforce it, then the next court can just be about making certain that those parameters that are articulated in the policy are ones that we agree on. I know that the document started off being 32 pages long. It's now 24 pages long, as I've seen the draft that was provided to me by the county attorney to see where they are. Some of those are just basically, definitions. So let's call it a 20-page document, maybe. Most of which all of the affected stakeholders have seen because it's a lot of copy and paste from other regulations. But the ones that I thought we should have a real conversation and get input from this court so that the county attorney's office can draft with particularity is this idea of geographic location and restriction. And by the way, it also says, or residential neighborhood. But that one's really tricky because neighborhoods can butt up against by fence line to commercial centers. And so what I'm thinking is that this is a living document. This is a document that as you see how it applies inside your jurisdiction, you work with law enforcement and you work with your prosecutorial office to say, this isn't working for us because your geographic location left out something really important. But I think we should at least start with schools and places of worship. And I wanted to see how the court felt about that so that we could give direction. That's why I have it on here, because without it, you're going to bring us regulations. They're going to have so many different parameters that we're not going to be able to approve it without at least having some, at this point, modest discussion.
Well, I think the hard part, Judge, is you've seen the draft, and I haven't seen the draft. I don't know if anybody else has seen the draft. Maybe that draft we could have all seen. We might have had a little more input today.
I just asked Jenny for it, and she sent it to me. That's all.
I have a
understand.
concern.
I mean, good. I mean, that's great that you've seen it. So, I mean,
we didn't know what was going to be done on this, so I could have provided more information, but I was not,
yeah, it would have been nice to know what exactly we were going to do.
Well, I think the idea here is that we've been asking and asking and asking, and all I'm saying is let's give you some direction so that we can talk about some of these major parameters.
Well, and again, maybe
because right now what's happening is that our law enforcement are dealing with a double and triplicate of game rooms. So
Excuse me,
wherever
Judge, I have a
there's,
concern.
excuse me, as soon as I finish, I can call on you. The way it works is I call on commissioners.
Yeah,
Just give me one moment.
You've been talking all morning, Judge.
Okay, that's what we do. We're electeds, and just so we'll know is give me the opportunity to hear from some of the folks that are here in the room.
That'd be great.
But the nice thing is that the geographical restriction is something I think we can all have a discussion about to give you, hey, this is what they're thinking. So anyway, those are the three criteria: schools, places of worship, and whether or not there should be some inclusion, as in other regulations, on neighborhoods. Again, that makes it tricky when your neighborhoods or, strip centers are now inside neighborhoods or at least adjacent to.
But one of the main things to get a permit, right? I mean, you can't operate unless you got a permit. So is that should be number one thing?
So this regulation that we're talking about is within the permit. So if we were to do regulations, it would be to receive a permit, and the permit would have an attachment of parameters. So that's the idea.
So I would love to hear from these people who've been sitting here all day. I just would have liked to have something in the agenda so I knew what we were going to do today on this, because it's really hard to have this discussion to piecemeal it when it all may be in what Jenny's got. So I would love to hear from all the people that have been here. And then I'd love to get this on, like I said earlier, I'd like to get this on the next available agenda, and let's get this thing voted up or down. And that's exactly what the substance needs to be, because we can't do anything today but talk more. This is just
Well,
another
actually,
talk
there's an
session.
agenda item that says discuss and consider conditions to be included in the regulations. So the agenda item, Jenny, is really specific.
But it has
and
no
it just-
backup.
Excuse
Zero
me.
backup.
Excuse
Zero.
me. It's a discuss and consider operating hours, and I'm asking for input, and that's why there's people here to talk about operating hours. We're asking for geographical locations. I've just put forth the geographical location that I'm putting forth as a consideration. And then the final one is the maximum machine site. So the idea on this agenda item is literal. Just read it word for word. It's to consider conditions to be included in the regulations. So I concur that next agenda, we would love to see the regulations brought forth to be voted up or down, and we would like to see a time certain, if next agenda is not appropriate for you to have them ready. But today's agenda item is,
So what's the price of the
The
permit?
would you want to, okay. It's either one thing or the other. Either if it doesn't work, put it on the next agenda, or give us a date that would work. That's the option.
Can I express my
But
concern?
as soon as I finish.
Oh.
But the idea is that
Again.
those are the three things that we're going to establish here today. So I want to make sure that, Jenny, you understand there is an agenda item here to be able to have a motion that those are the three conditions that the court could vote on to provide you the information to be included in the game room. And I'm looking for your concurrence, because there's no need to have any backup if we're discussing what those hours are, to have them included, what those geographic restrictions are, or what those maximum sites are. 3 pieces of information to give to you to include. We're right here. Does that help?
Judge, if you have a motion, if there's discussion, great.
Right. But I just want to make sure that we're in agreement. There is an agenda item that we
no
could have a
backup.
motion
Make a
on.
motion that we set up a time
And I
frame for
can
the.
forward that document so that all the commissioners have
We've
it.
seen nothing. I'd love to
We've
see
been
the
working
document.
Yeah,
with
there's
various members of the community, so
We're gonna
I'd
go-
like to share the document that we have so that everybody knows
I'd like
what.
to make a motion that we get
Commissioner.
a copy of the document before we go any further with this discussion.
Okay,
I still
that's,
want to express my concern.
I'm going to call on you. Commissioner Hernandez?
No?
Commissioner Hernandez?
Okay. My concern is that Chief or Marshal, have you been certified? This ordinance that you want to make, is it legal?
That's
Okay,
not
Jenny.
noticed.
Jenny.
That's not a part of the,
Well, he's making
The notice
an
item.
ordinance though.
it has nothing to do with fire.
I understand, but if he can still make it the ordinance, is it legal for him to do it? I just don't want to go back and be in the same situation that we are now, okay?
Okay, well, that's not part of the,
Because
that's not part of the.
you did say it was going to be litigated, okay? So if it is litigated, they might bring that up.
Okay, I'm happy to address his concern in executive session when we get there, because it's not germane to this information or this agenda item. Let's go ahead and move towards the roll. Again, the agenda item is very specific, 3 items. I'll first call on Betty Sheets. I'm just taking it in the order that you guys were, unless you want to change any order. Absolutely, Kathleen White. Absolutely. Kathleen.
Well, as y'all well know, we started this I had meetings with Sheriff Hooper about 3 years ago, and it first came to this court about 2.5 years ago. And we're real excited that y'all are talking about it now and looking at specifics, and hopefully going to have an ordinance on the books real soon. You know, like at the next meeting, we're going to start discussing the specifics of it. I was also so elated to find that CCPD and the county attorney have started taking action on closing down some of the illegal game rooms in the area. And, you know, in one of them, they got a $2 million plus fine. Hope they'll get to keep all that money at CCPD level to help fight crime in our area. But we as a group have been trying to be very patient. We've tried to be helpful. We've tried to educate on the areas that we know something about. We've brought numerous ordinances to y'all. Anything we've asked to help with, we've tried to do that on a timely basis. Recently, we're asked to go through the Bell County ordinance and mark those things that we think are important and to have in the Nueces County ordinance. And everyone on the team circulated it, that we had a lot of discussion about it, and we presented to the county attorney assistant, one of the gentlemen they assigned to work with me. We have the highlighted Bell County ordinance. Many of the provisions that Judge Gonzalez is talking about right now are included in that. That 1,500 feet is part of the Bell County. The 50 machines limitation is part of the Bell County ordinance. And the hours of operation from 8 to 9 is part of the Bell County ordinances. And we understand that has worked well in Bell County. It's one of the reasons why we brought the Bell County ordinance here some time back, was because we were researching all the different counties, and we knew that Bell County had had some real success with it.
Is that 8 a.m. to 9 p.m.?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I'm a little apprehensive about waiting on the sheriff for anything, because that's what we've been doing for 3 years. And as y'all well know, not many meetings ago, he came up here and said, we don't need an ordinance. He kind of flip-flopped after 2.5 years. So it concerns me. We don't want to be at the mercy of the sheriff changing his mind. I mean, he's already changed his mind, but obviously CCPD has not. The county attorney's office, who's prosecuting those, has not. So I would ask that y'all proceed with some promptness, because it has been so long, and give us a time certain when we can expect to see a draft that we could then comment on specifically. Thank you for all your time on this, and it's very meaningful to us.
Okay, thank you. Next, I've got, is it Eddie Hunnemeyer? You'll yield? Okay, thank you. Okay. Margaret Baldwin? You're good. Okay. Susie Luna Saldana?
Susie Luna Saldana. I too am hoping that you get this on the agenda quickly and that we find some parameters to what you're talking about. Geographic location. When it comes to time, I'm one of those people that loves to gamble, so I'm telling you that I'm talking from experience. If I want to be able to go to gamble, you can put it in from 9 o'clock till 2 o'clock in the morning. Okay? Those would be my preferred times. If you are looking at the other agenda items that you're looking at, the regulations are important. The county attorney has said that there's only a certain amount of money that you can generate from the fees of a permit, but you can also regulate the machines that are there. I think if you set it up to 50 machines, you're not going to have much of a thing going. I would look forward to having a place where I could go and there's at least 150 machines or 200 machines. That's what I look for as a person that's involved in loving to go to casinos and gamble, okay? So I'm looking forward to you all coming up with some solutions and actually coming up with a date to do it in. I think there you have a financial review source that you can tag into it. I think that you can charge per machine. I think that you can charge the fees that they're telling you that you can. And I think you can generate enough finance for the game rooms to be monitored. I think they can come up with the sources of money that you can have to monitor them, and you can hire the people that you need to hire. It's also essential that you take a look at what best suits the county and the city. You need to limit the number of permits that you put out. I'm in favor of that. We shouldn't have game rooms all over the place. We should have a limited number of permits that you give out. Okay? Whether you make it 75 or 100, there shouldn't be more than that. I don't want to see a game room in every corner, but I do want to see a game room where I can go play and play safety. I think, I know I met with the county attorney. I shared some of the things that we want to see happen in those game rooms, because there are some game rooms that can operate safely, and there are some that you need to shut down. Okay? So I'm asking you to really consider this, because if you consider things like that and you put your ordinance in the permits, and I know you're only looking at 3 issues right now, but I think that before you issue a permit, you need to make sure that you don't issue it to anyone that has a felony on. I think that's important, that you keep people that are going to do operate a game room and they don't have a felony, that you're able to keep up the criminal element from those game rooms. And let me tell you, I'm talking from experience. I had 3 game rooms across from my office. They all got close, and thank God they did, because they were operating something that wasn't supposed to be happening. But I want to see those that are safe, where I can go play as a player and feel safe about going there. So I wish that you would consider that. I appreciate you setting a timeline and getting this over with. It has been a long time that we're waiting for this to happen. And I don't want to worry if I go gamble that the place is going to be raided. Okay? So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. I'm going to go through it again just to make sure I got everybody. Betty, did you want to speak next? All right, Miss Betty Sheets. And I think that's it on game rooms, but I will look. Is there anybody else? Just raise your hand. Okay, Ms. Sheets will be our last speaker for this on public comment, and then we'll go back into the agenda item.
Thank you, Judge, and thank you, Commissioners. It's very seldom can I get my feathers ruffled because I'm not a duck, but I'm going to tell you something. This really ruffled me, the location. I totally agree something has to be done. I would like to see you drive down Saratoga anytime from 10 o'clock this morning till I don't know what hours of the night. That game room over there, prime time is what it's called, it's got cars down to the school, the science and technology. They fill a parking lot. They fill the doctor's office next door. There is science and technology. There is Most Precious Blood Church, Most Precious Blood School, Bishop Garriga School, John Paul, and now you've got Carroll going up. These Carroll kids are old enough that they're going to be in that game room. And something's going to happen. Mark my words. Something's going to happen. Now, what I got up here for to say was, Judge, Commissioners, God has blessed us because, like the ladies, like Kathleen said, we have been to the city many times and got nothing. We came to you all, and you have done something for us and for our charities. We're going to be able to help our people that we were helping, and we thank you, Judge and Commissioners, for all your consideration toward our charities. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Thank you. Again, I want to make sure that I give, I don't know if law enforcement's here just to listen, observe, always welcome to say something or make comment. I know Commissioner and I were just saying we don't want to leave you out of the discussion. My purpose here was, I know everyone is restless and we have been going over it. I do feel very comfortable that law enforcement is being very supportive. They're saying, policymakers, pass it, and we're going to do everything we can to do what we do every single day on the streets, right? That's what's great about you guys. Is you don't pick and choose which crimes. You make certain that all these laws are enforced. But we're happy to hear from you. If you'd like to say something, one of the things I thought was interesting is the maximum sites. I don't know if there is a log on how many there are in our community, but I think a good statement to make is we want no more than are here today. In other words, if 100 is what we have, we don't want to have more than 100. But again, I'm looking for 75. I mean, I'm looking for a number so that I can know what recommendation I'm going to make a motion here. Chief Cook.
Chief Cook, Nueces County SO. I do want to say that if you're talking about geographic locations, another geographic location
Yes, sir.
you may want to consider
Yes.
as a court is that you can limit the number of game rooms per precinct. So
Okay.
that is something you can certainly look at, and that will limit. And it's not in the draft ordinance that you're going to receive. We have written into that ordinance how close they can be to a school, how close they can be to a church.
Mm-hmm.
I think we put in the neighborhood. You talked about a concern for that, so the Commissioners Court can certainly discuss that, determine whether they want that in the ordinance. But you can also determine how many you want per precinct. You could restrict them, if you choose to unincorporated areas only. But one thing I would like to make clear is that I have fielded so many phone calls in the last couple of weeks. There are people out there that are under the impression that once we have an ordinance in place and we have issued permits, that these game rooms are going to be perfectly legal. And what I make clear to each and every person that calls me, if those game rooms are continuing to make payouts in excess of $5, that's illegal gambling. And the Texas legislature is the one that controls that. The city of Corpus Christi doesn't. Nueces County SO doesn't. And those game rooms are going to continue to be rated if cases are made on those locations. So that's important for everybody to understand.
Very good information. Very good information.
But I look forward to having a meeting with the public on this when we're able to do that and set that up so that we can get public input into this issue. It's
Right.
going to be important.
So to move us along, if there's any other questions, don't hesitate. Go ahead.
I want to call him Captain Green, Commander Green, because that's how I knew him, but now he's chief.
Yes,
one of the
Chief
assistant
Green.
chiefs. Anything, like as mentioned, law enforcement's been doing a lot lately, especially the CCPD on these illegal game rooms, and that's, I think Chief Cook really hit the nail on the head, where just because we may authorize something at a later date doesn't mean it's the Wild West and everyone can do it. There's still limits that must be followed by state law, and I think that's what y'all have been enforcing over the last few days and last week or so.
Yes, Commissioner, thank you. Todd Green, Assistant Chief, Corpus Christi Police Department, Investigations Bureau. And that's exactly correct. Even if this ordinance is passed, and we're hopeful that it is, because it will give the city police, us, one more tool to go enforce illegal gambling that we believe is occurring in many of these game rooms. So it'll give us one more tool. It'll be much simpler for us to enforce. It won't take as big of a investigation or resources as it does now to try to prove illegal gambling. The mere fact that they don't have a permit, or that they're violating the permit, or of the many regulations that are within the permit, it'll make it much easier for us to enforce, quite frankly. It'll be easier for our officers to go in to one of these places and see whether they're operating under the county ordinance. Does that mean there'll be no illegal gambling? No. We believe that that will continue, and we'll continue to enforce that, just like what we're doing right now. Just last week, we made a case on a local game room that we believed was engaging in illegal gambling, and we made a case. We worked very closely with the district attorney's office prior to that investigation to make sure that what we were doing was solid, and that they would have a very strong case to go to court with. So we worked with them prior to the operation. We obtained a search warrant, we served the search warrant, and we made several arrests, seized a large amount of cash and machines, and we intend to continue that operation. But as far as the ordinance, we're hopeful that it will pass, and it'll give us one more, like I said, one more tool that we can use to expedite the enforcement of these rooms. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jenny, I just had a couple questions for Jenny. I'm looking at this real quick, and it looks like there's already suggestions for operating hours, geographical locations as far as how they can be, and that kind of thing. It looks like this stuff's already in here. Did you address the maximum machine sites?
Yes, so far the discussion that we've had with the sheriff has, I believe the discussion has been no more than 175 or 200 games per location. If I'm wrong, I know that's in there, but.
And so, so it sounds like you've covered a lot of the things that are on this.
We do have proposals, if that's what's agreeable.
I mean, I'd like to be able to read this draft, because it sounds like you've spent a lot of time and effort and energy on it, and I don't know if the folks here have had a chance to see it. I'd like them to be able to see it, and then I'd like to put it on the next agenda and vote the whole thing up or down whenever we can, and just let's go, because to piecemeal this doesn't really make a lot of sense when there's already a bunch of suggestions in here that we haven't had a chance to read. So if we, I'm ready to put it on the next agenda. If we can put it on with the ordinance, that ought to give everybody a good couple of weeks in the room, because y'all haven't seen this draft ordinance either, I'm assuming.
So they gave us the regulations.
No, this draft ordinance that Jenny did, the one that we just got 5 minutes ago. So I'd like them to be able to see it and have them to have some public input before, and then public input when we come back, and then we vote it up or down at the next meeting, instead of trying to piecemeal something together today that is already in here. I mean, good idea. I mean, that just, so I would just move that we put this on the April 13th agenda, vote this thing up or down, get everybody this draft agenda, look at it hard and fast, because we're coming. We're going to do it. We're not going to piecemeal it with something today. We're going to get you an ordinance one way or the other on the 13th of April. I mean, that would be my motion.
In discussion with that, I mean, I feel very strongly that we do need to set a date specific so that the public knows. I believe that once this document is made public, there'll be a chance for everyone to be able to scrutinize it, the layperson, those that will be directly and indirectly involved, and just the community in general. We're getting our group that's been interested and has been dedicated to be here time after time, those that could potentially be impacted, like the bingo halls and others that have been here, those that may live close to an area where there's already a legal game room and maybe it plans to become a legal one day, what have you. My concern is how do we screen this? Because to be honest with you, I think we may get a very big response, which is fine. I mean, that's government in action, but almost to the point where we'll get an entire day, perhaps. Maybe I'm overly optimistic on that type of input. We'll definitely be getting a lot more phone calls and emails than we have in the past. Is there any way to further scrutinize this before we get it to a commissioner's court meeting, or does the court feel confident, or Jenny, you feel confident that if we get 50, 100 people here, then that's good enough and we'll go through it? I mean, I don't mind doing the work. I'm not saying that, but my concern is how effectively can we do that, right? Should we, if we have 100 people here, we're going to have probably 100 variations. Everyone may not agree totally, and so we're going to go through that, and that's fine. But then we got to take that all in real time and then make a decision. And there may be some points that were very valid that we don't get in some what-if scenarios that we never considered that are going to be presented right to us. And, I mean, we can work on the fly. We do a lot of times when we do motions, but this is such an important item, and I agree with the judge. This is going to be a work in progress, and there will be times where there will be adjustments that will need to be made. But is there a better way to go about this? Do we have recommendation from IDA, court administration, or on the legal side of how to go about this? I mean, do we just place it as a simple agenda item? Because, I mean, it is pretty easy to read through. It's very specific. It's trying to write down as many of the ideas that were given earlier on suggestions with hours and machine limits and all that. That's all listed here. But I just want to make sure that we dedicate enough time to it. And these agendas have been so full. And we've had so many other additional items, drainage and other things that are huge as well, that I want to be able to focus solely on this. So, I mean, I'm just open just to hear. I mean, I hate throwing out the problem, not having an answer, but I'm just really perplexed on how do we handle this, because we got to do it the right way. We got to be able to give direction to our law enforcement so they know, for our district attorney's office and everyone else involved, business owners and the such, so that we know from that point forward, whenever it goes into effect, these are the rules. But, it took 4 hours maybe to get through it or more. I mean, I anticipate a lot of input. I really do. Maybe, like I said, maybe that doesn't happen, but this is really our one and only chance to kind of get it right. There'll be tweaks we can make, but this is our first dive in, and once we get into it, it's going to be like that probably for some time, even if it takes us several months to maybe figure out this is not working or that's not working, hours or whatever. It's still going to take us some time to absorb all that. So that's just my concern of how do we handle moving forward. But I do agree, we do need to set a date. We do. I mean, this is very, even though we were just given it, I mean, it's pretty easy to follow each section. There's a lot of counties that have done work that we've been able to grab from, so that's helpful. But I just want to make sure that we give enough time and attention to it, because this is very important. I like the idea of, do we limit by location, geography, by precinct? That's something to consider. That if it's not in here, we definitely need to spend some time maybe talking about that. So that's another item that we could chew on for several hours if we get to that point by the 13th. So I want to make sure we as a court do all our homework we can beforehand, and then the community can contact us and let us know their suggestions, just so that we can try to put as much of it together as possible on the 13th. Because I think it's going to be a long day, even if we make it time specific, maybe starting at 5 o'clock to give those who are working after hours to come in, and we know that any other business we may have, we drop everything by that point, by 5 p.m. until whenever. It's just kind of like similar to what we did with the redistricting efforts that we did back in November. I think this is on that type of level of importance. So if we can just try to work through that with administration, the judge's office, and our legal, I feel confident we can come up with something. But that's my biggest concern.
John, if you're saying like a special meeting for this
workshop.
Well, I mean, I don't want workshops.
No.
The workshops are, no. I think we got to have a meeting, because meeting we can take action on it. It doesn't need to be labeled other than a meeting. If it's a special meeting, let's do it. Let's do it at a day, like an evening, like I said, 5 o'clock maybe, 5:30. I know I don't like them either, but hey, we did that for redistricting, and we got some good response from people to show up. And if it's only a handful, it's only a handful. But this juggling around the agendas because we have to, I think that the judge and the court is doing all we can to be respectful of people's time. But if we say, this is the date, 5 p.m., no 10 o'clock, because there's people that are interested that are not going to be able to show up. And that's the reality. So
like something like maybe like 3 o'clock stop?
I still think 5 o'clock. I think anything after business, after close of business day, the typical business day for most people,
you can go past
will
5,
give them a chance to come out here.
Jenny, how much time do you? I mean, that's fair because John makes some good points. How much time do you need? Because it's a good point. Because what we don't want is this thing to be so nitpicked to the point. You know, I think everybody wants to get something in place, right? That's good, but we don't want to nitpick it to death and have 100 different people calling you, and you have to check with us on 100 different points. Or so what's your recommendation?
What we had hoped.
We all want to get it done.
What we had hoped, commissioners, was as I described before, if we could post this, and if I would like to make sure that what we post is agreeable first to the law enforcement. I know Assistant Chief Green has green-lighted what we have. I need to make sure that the sheriff is green-lighted what we have. And then if, I know these are professional people, if they could submit their arguments or changes or needs in writing to us beforehand, then we could present that to the court as this is legal, this is not, these are options available.
I am confused. You're going to give the advice and counsel on whether something's legal, not law enforcement, correct?
Absolutely. However, we were tasked with working with law enforcement to make sure that it was something that they could work with.
So I'm going to ask Chief Cook, not to put him on the hot seat here, but I spoke with Sheriff Hooper yesterday. He reiterated exactly what he told this court, and that is he does not have an opinion upon these policies. He said we are the policymakers, and it is his duty to enforce that which we bring. So I'm afraid if we're on a disconnect there, we need to rectify that. He reaffirmed that to me yesterday because, of course, I invited him here today, and he does not want to be a policymaker, and so it's fine to give him a copy of it so he has an awareness. But if you're looking for an input, he's already told this court he does not want to give input. My thought in concurring with what Commissioner Modis has just said is that is the very reason I put this agenda item on. It is not a foreseeable, I would say it this way, it's not a strong expectation of you're going to achieve a game room regulation policy if you don't give some direction as to the guts of it. You know, there's so much of it that is what I call administrative that you can nitpick, but it's not going to most likely change. It's something we could take up during an agenda. But for example, whether or not we think an application fee that's non-refundable $1,000, we ought to be able to say, let's take action on that, give you that direction so you can write that in. Another principal factor is how many maximum sites there are. This court should tell you right now whether or not what we have now is the status quo, and we don't want any more. Or they could say, why don't we do a reduction of 25%, go from 100 to 75?
But why? But I mean, Judge, where do we stop? If we're gonna
You
start
stop
on
at the
that.
3 that I posted.
But we haven't even. Like
You
I said,
only
but
stop at, you only do the 3 that are
out there.
posted.
But again, nobody gave us anything to look at until right this
I
minute.
think that's really disingenuous, Commissioner.
It is not disingenuous.
It
I
is,
got
because
5
we've had-
minutes ago. 10 now.
Commissioner, we've
10.
had months and months and months to review all of the regulations
So
that
let's
are
put it on
all so
the agenda
similar.
and vote it. That's what we're saying. Let's vote the whole thing. Why piecemeal it?
I
Let's
agree
do the
with
whole
you,
thing.
Commissioner.
Let's do the whole thing.
I agree with you, Commissioner.
Let's do the special meeting.
It's
that
about
Commissioner
giving
Modis asked
direction
for
to,
and
it's
go.
about giving
But I
direction
want
to the
direction. I
scrivener.
want more input from the public before I give direct. I want to hear.
More input from the public? They've been shouting at you for about 6 months now, and nobody
That's why I'm
seems
trying to get it on the agenda so we can vote it instead of just sitting here arguing about stuff for
We're
3
not-
little items that
It's
had no
not 3
background,
little
and it
items.
never had
It's
any
to give
background. It
direction.
wasn't done right.
Well, anyway, I'm going to make a motion to have geographical restrictions
I think
included.
I made a motion already that's on the floor that
Motion on the
has
floor.
already been seconded to put it on for the 13th. So
I hear
make-
you.
So I'd like
Okay.
to, I'd like to do that one first if we can.
Okay, that's
But I would
fine.
like
I
to
don't have
go-
a problem with that. All those in favor of
Well,
making certain?
I have more discussion on that one because based
Well,
on,
but you have the motion.
and it's my motion, so I have discussion. Can I have discussion?
Okay, but that's what we've been doing.
No, but Commissioner Maras has raised an interesting point that I may want to amend my motion based on his recommendation.
go ahead.
He's asked to do this in a special meeting. I'm therefore willing to do it in the vein that Commissioner Maras had suggested and ask the court if there is a date that works for everybody that we can set that now and vote for the whole thing on that special meeting at that special time. So does anybody have a suggestion on dates on that?
I would
John?
suggest that we look at our calendar and sometime this afternoon before we conclude, but we're not going to be able to do that right this second. But we can do that before the meeting is out tonight to come up with a date that's acceptable to the court
Okay, well then,
members.
let's make the motion that way, that the motion would be that we set this for a special meeting at a time certain, and that we all look at our calendars today and come up with that time certain before the end of the meeting, so that the public will know when we're going to do it, and that'll give everybody a time frame on when all the input needs to be done. So I'll make that motion, and we'll just have to
And would you
decide that by
consider
the end.
making, given that it was your own concept, to make certain there was a time certain, so not to exceed April 30th? Because if you tried to get everybody's,
By the second meeting of
Absolutely.
April.
so I think you need to include that. Because
Absolutely.
that's,
Absolutely.
go ahead, I'll let you.
No, absolutely. I'm agreeing, yes. The motion would be that we would, before the end of the meeting today,
Hang on.
I'm sorry.
Just maybe, you're making a motion on the item, sorry, Judge, you're making
I
a motion
know.
on the item to come back then. How about just hold off?
No,
And
I
then
want
come
everybody
back
to
to
know we're going to do this. I want to put it on the record because these people have sat here all day. I don't want them to sit here all day. It's a good suggestion, but I appreciate that. But I'm going to make a motion that by the end of this meeting, that everybody on the court looks at their calendar, finds a date that we can all agree on prior to April 30th of 2022, and that be established before the end of this meeting today, and that be announced at the end of this meeting today, if not before. And then
So you're talking
that would be
about
my
a special
motion.
meeting in addition to the second meeting in April?
No, right. It would be a special meeting at 5 o'clock is what John suggested, at a time certain before April 30th, 2022, announced by the end of this meeting today.
There's a motion. Is there a second? I'll second.
Second.
And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Now, on my motion, I would like to have a motion on item number 7, this is for the clerk, to consider the condition that maximum sites be no more than, it could be that she devises a policy after talking to the working group that would be less than, but that would be no more than 100 sites, which is what the estimated, I got that, Chief, from Chief Merkel. I don't know if there's a scientific, but that's a guesstimate, I think, is that we're all sort of operating under, that there be no more than exists today. That's a condition that will be refined at this special meeting, but I don't want to see any more than what exists today. And in fact, it might be the will of this court to go in a reduction, but no more than exists today. And that is my motion. And again, I'm taking it individual to make certain that we.
How many exist today? You don't know?
Anybody know how many? Yeah, that's what I was going to ask. Do we even know what that number is?
100 was the number I was given. But that is an unscientific report.
But so we're, okay, what, I want to make sure. So we're now going to pass potentially an ordinance that would make these have to follow the law, and then what I haven't heard from these people is if they're legal and law abiding, that's not the problem. It's when they're illegal and they don't abide by the law. So I don't know that I want to limit legal law abiding things. I don't know that I don't, but that's why I'm saying I'm a little uncomfortable doing this piecemeal today because
Again, it's just a motion. You get to choose how you want to vote, but 100 was the number I was given by a reputable law enforcement agent. And Chief, I'm happy to have, if you think I'm way off.
No, Judge, that's an estimate. Because there is no requirement to register as a game room.
Correct.
We're
going to put a limit.
That's an estimate that we.
Right. That means there will be no more than 100 permits given if we put this maximum. That's how I see it. It's It's a ceiling, and I think it's important that we at least give some direction. Again, the exact number, you're going to get it in your next special meeting. But I would like to make certain that we leave here with some sense of responsibility, that that is what we believe there will be no more than.
You want to, so I'm making sure, you want to limit.
Maximum sites.
You want to limit maximum sites to legally operating businesses. You want to limit.
Maximum sites that are permitted. It's not I'm 3 branches of government. It's going to be the law enforcement, DA, and eventually a jury that figures out whether it's legal or illegal. This is maximum sites. Keep it simple.
Is that even
What
legal?
Chief Merkel is looking for is simplicity so they can do their job. And I'm sure, Chief Cook, you'd probably agree with that. Simplicity is going to work here. Do not complicate it with our interpretation of the law. Maximum sites. We're looking for maximum sites. If that number is estimated at 100, that there be no more than 100. If your recommendation in 2 weeks is 80, then we'll get a chance to vote on that up or down. But my motion is to give you some general direction. That's what has been noticed, and that's what we were here for. I want to make certain that we get somewhere. Same goes true to some of the other things, but at least know that we're signaling to the whole world that we're going to have a limit on permitting. That's the motion. And it's up to, it doesn't, it's up to you all to want to give that direction or not. But I'll look for a second. And again, it'd be maximum sites to be no more than 100 in this policy to be drafted.
I'll second. I'll go into discussion on that. I don't have a problem with setting a limit for now. I think that this is fluid, and it just kind of gives us direction today, and leads us to that special meeting that we will have. So I have no problem setting a limit. We got to have a threshold. We have to have a discussion. I think that will help us perhaps solve a lot of our discussions on this as we reach out to the community, and community reaches back out to us. So I'll second that motion.
Okay, thank you. All right. All those in favor signify by saying.
Judge,
Yes.
has Ender's discussion.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I spoke to the fire marshal in Bell County.
Yes, ma'am.
About a month and a half, 2 months ago. And they've had theirs since August, I believe. And they only, when I talked to them at the time, only had 10 or 11 permits. I think that by permitting, you're going to regulate it, and those that are going to do it the correct way are going to get permits, and if they're operating illegally, they're not. I think the discussion, I understand, but I think the permitting will take care of the number.
That's the hope.
That's the hope, but I'm just, an example is Bell County. When I talked to him, we had a discussion. He said that they had only had 10 or 11 come forward to actually go through the process and actually get the permit.
That's good, very good. Thank you, ma'am.
I can't answer that.
Yes, they are. They're a little bit bigger, actually, I think now.
Excuse me, Ginny. Do we know how many machines will be permitted in one building?
Well, that I think is what is.
Coming next.
There are various sizes that exist in the county, and I believe that the judge is asking to provide that guidance as to what the limit should be.
Because I hear advertisement on the radio with this casino or places dealing, and they're saying they have over 100 machines.
I believe a lot of them have well over 100 machines.
That's correct.
Okay, that's a lot of customers.
I'm just not comfortable today. I might be comfortable the next time because I don't, going on a feeling, we usually go on a little more than that, and I just don't know what the right number is. I don't know what to do because we have had to do it. I'm ready to pass an ordinance and whatever comes forward, if that's what's in the ordinance and that's what we come up with at that point. But at this point, I'm just not comfortable voting on a piecemeal ordinance. So I'm not going to vote today on this, not because I may or may not vote for it later, but because I don't think it's right to vote on piecemeal ordinances. We're going to vote on this in 2 weeks or 3 weeks, or we're going to get the whole thing done, and this could change. This is guidance. Our guidance could change in 3 weeks when we get all the public input. And I agree with the lady in the back. The permitting process is going to take care of this. I don't think we're going to have 100. I think we're going to end up with 10 or 15. So I don't know why we're having an argument over this. Let's just get to the ordinance.
I think maybe that's, and not to speak for the judge, but the way I take it is that's maybe why we're trying to set a threshold. Just let's all agree that these are kind of our thresholds, and then we'll hear. Because what's going to happen is we're going to come and we're going to get plenty of input, but then no matter what we decide, there's still going to be the boo birds, the Monday morning quarterbacks, whoever else, however you want to call them, they're going to come and be critical that we added too many, didn't have enough, the hours are messed up, the locations are. So I agree with not wanting a piecemeal, but if we can kind of set maybe some standards, that maybe helps. But maybe we can do that all in that special meeting. I want to make sure this document gets out to the public as soon as possible. I'm sure the community that is here sitting for these past 4 or 5 hours now would love to be able to start reviewing it. So whatever gets us to that point fastest, let's go ahead.
Gets us there. Let them see what they.
Okay, all those in. Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Mars, I agree with you, but if we set a limit on the machines today, then why, let's change it. But at least today, it will take care of some of this problem. Right. If you say 50 today, and next week you say 100, that's fine. Exactly. But let's stop it now. Let's cut them down now. Yeah. And then they'll show up with their problems.
No, I agree.
Well, don't give them 100. Let's cut them.
I get what you're saying. So let's do it low. Let's do it lower. I get you.
She said,
I get you.
Hers was on permits, not machines.
Right.
Yeah. No, I get you. I get you.
She's talking permits, not machines.
Yeah. That's correct, Commissioner Chesney. Go ahead and take this only because it records better.
I'm sorry. If you look at all of the ordinances, if I'm not mistaken, all of them suggest only 50 machines that we presented.
Say that one more time.
On the ordinances that we presented as examples, they say no more than 50 machines per location.
Right, and correct. That's correct. And what we were talking about was permits, the actual sites, right? Not the machines inside. But I hear you on what you're saying is. That's also my reading of it. Yes, ma'am.
And I'm looking at, if you're looking at the county.
The county, ma'am.
Looking at the whole county.
Yes.
Then there are areas where we can do it. And 100 would be a threshold. And if it's true that the permits will take care of it, then you've already got a threshold of 100 and no more than.
That's right.
Okay? No more than. And then the permits are going to handle you having less. So do the 100. Then that's your starting point of no more than. Mm-hmm. That's what I'm looking at.
Yeah. Okay. Again, democracy is a great thing. You got to be able to just try, right? So we're going to move forward here. All those in favor signify by saying aye. The motion, to remind everybody, is no more than 100 sites countywide would be the directive to be included in the game room regulations. Again, we're going to have a final say-so next time, but this is a directive. It's a signal to the whole population. We're not putting any more than already exists in our community. It's a signal. It's a perception, which is reality. And I vote aye. All those in favor?
No.
Okay. I've got
Nay.
2 nays, 3 nays.
I'm going to abstain.
Okay.
I just don't think
one
it's the
abstain,
right thing to.
and it's a push. Okay, we're going to move forward. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for, push means nothing happens. But, not to use a gambling term, but it is on my brain right now.
Roll the dice.
Okay, so at any rate, there you have America at its best. So we were going to do this. We're going to go back into regular agenda, trying to take things in order, except for that part of my job is to, kind of gauge who's in the audience, who's here waiting, who needs to be in other areas. And I always try to accommodate the judiciary, electeds. We did that this morning, political jurisdictions. We've done all of that. And so we can kind of go back into regular order, except for that yesterday, the Carlisle group did ask us if they could be at 10 o'clock in the morning. I said, sure. So here's my 10 a.m. This is, well, we aim to please here. So I am going to advance the Carlisle. It's under, let me give it just 1 second. I have it with a star, but it's not coming up here. 5. Item number 5. I'm sorry, 4. Yeah, 5. Under 3A5. And again, we're holding on 1 and 2. And I'm putting the cooperatives on Power Pool and TASB next, okay? So if you want to give them a text to say I know they're here with us as well, but I'm going to ask Timothy to help us tee this up for the risk management, Timothy Everest of Risk Management.
Hey, good afternoon, Judge, Commissioner. Before the court today is discuss and consider selection of AccuSure LLC, Carlisle Insurance as a sole broker to record under Section 262. 036 of the Texas Local Government Code and related matters, authorized a professional service agreement. Our current agreement expires at the 30th of this year. The new contract will take effect May 1st for a period of 18 months. In that 18 months, we will have 2 renewal cycles, and we are currently in the 2022-23 renewal cycle right now, which began back in February, so it is a long, arduous process. So we're looking for the court's authorization to continue with this agreement, and therefore we can get the county insured.
All right.
Motion.
Motion and a second.
Second.
All right. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Go get us insured, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. And Tommy, may I just, and I mean, is it, if you wouldn't mind, just answer one quick question. We always talk about markets being soft and hard with regards to, where we are. And sometimes it's not as intuitive as one would think. For example, after Hurricane Harvey, the market went soft, even though we had just come through a hurricane, because it took us so long to get the hardening of the market. How would you characterize it, just in a couple of words, just so that I can prepare myself mentally?
Okay, I will tell you. This year is probably the toughest property cat market there's been in 30 years.
Okay.
I will tell you that. We are working harder. Many companies are taking less of the risk because it isn't because of our hurricanes. We were a pimple. It's worldwide catastrophes. It's fires. So we'll even share with you the statistics of the insurance company. I think it was, what year? They paid $120 billion, Chase, was it 2 years ago, and they expected 40. So what's happening is people are taking less. When you have less participants, other people come in and said, we'll play, but it's going to be at a little bigger price. So it's a lot more work, but it is the hardest market. I've been doing this for 45 years. This is probably the hardest to put together. And so we're working harder for what we get.
Well, I wanted to have the court hear that because I read an article just recently, I think in The Economist, about this. And I just wanted to make certain that we were all prepping ourselves because it's not us per se, it's the global.
It's the global.
And I just needed for the folks to hear that.
And I will say this, it makes insurance brokers figure out a better way to do it.
Okay.
That's what we're spending our time. So I can assure you we're working very hard for you. Thank you all very much for your confidence.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. All right, we'll move back to the way the agenda showcases, which is the presentation, item number 3 from Texas Association of School Boards, their energy cooperative regarding electricity program. Item number 3. And this is a presentation.
It's actually, hello?
Yes.
Can you hear me all right?
Yes. You could, there you go.
All right. The way my presentation is supposed to start is me saying good morning, but that's not the case. That's an old man corny joke, okay? My name is Javier Gonzalez. I represent TASB. On Zoom, we have Jennifer Ludwig. She represents Direct Energy. And we're here just to ask for, we want to highlight the term best value. What we do, we provide services to governmental entities. TASB has been a nonprofit since 1949. As you heard earlier, we provide some services to schools that we do not provide to cities and counties. I was the interim superintendent at Robstown a few years ago simply because they needed, Dr. Vidari took off to Sharyland and they need somebody for a few months, and I live in Flower Bluff. But with that being said, he had a presentation there, and I can cover what we'd like to ask of you all is we'd like to have a letter of authority so that we can go out and get information from your current provider and put together information with regard to your most recent bills and give you a quote. There's no obligation to the county but for TASB to give you all a quote. But this will define best value for you. You all currently are with P3. And there's nothing against them, but what I'm saying, we do the same type of work. We have in the surrounding area, we have GP, we have Alice, we have Jim Wells County, we have Coastal Bend College. We have different entities around this area, and they all run independently. And for us to give you a quote, it's not an obligation on the county, but we need that information. And all that information is open records. So a letter of authorization plus a couple of months' bills, so we can, come back to you and give you a quote at a date that you desire. But that's really what we're here for. In terms of the products that we offer, our electricity, we have unlimited swing. We are in a situation also where, you add meters, delete meters. There's no charge for that. This horrible storm this past year, some entities passed through some charges. We did not pass through any charges to anyone. All we want to do is for you to be able to define that you got best value, whether you choose P3 or Direct Energy and TASB. We need that information. If you would direct staff to give us the information that we need, sign that form and give us a couple of months' bills, and then we'll just go from there. And you just let us know by when is your renewal. That is one thing we don't have that information on right now, so we can give you a pricing at about the same time. Questions, comments?
Questions, folks?
This is no obligation to the county?
No, sir. As a matter of fact, what we will do, I use the term best value. That way, whichever direction you choose to go, you know that you got something that is the best value for Nueces County. We have unlimited swing. We have add, delete meters, all that kind of information. But the fact is, there's no obligation on your part until you sign a contract, and we'll bring you that in. And if you just sign it, that's great. Thank you. If not, we help you make a better choice.
So today it says receive presentation only, so I'm not sure really how to proceed here, other than, I'm always happy to have information sent to us. I don't have a problem with that. The court manager, you could work that out with the court manager, and then she could decide whether or not it's in our best interest to, send it our way. But the way it was noticed was just presentation only. So I guess I'm looking for a little guidance. I have a few questions, but go ahead, Jenny.
Well, and then you have the next item, which is relevant to any decision you might make on this item.
Right.
And we're not asking for anything but that is open records. We just want a copy of your bills, listen information from where the meters are and so forth, and we will provide you a quote. It's that is all we want to do, is to get the information so we can provide you a quote at a date that you determine is appropriate. But without that information, we can't provide you a quote. And when we provide you a quote, you can compare it to what you get from P3 and make a decision as to which way you want to go. It's your call.
Can I interject as well? This is Jennifer Leverick.
Sure. Hi, Jennifer. Go ahead.
Hi. Nice to meet you guys. Just to kind of add a little bit. So we did present the LOA, which is the letter of authorization, in our documents, but we were told that after this, then you guys would decide if you would agree to sign it. So you should have that form. I'm not sure why it didn't actually make it into the agenda, but we were just told that would not be signed until after we gave the presentation. But as Javier did mention, it is purely just a form that allows us to pull your usage from the utility. So it just gives us your real data point so that we can accurately give you a price.
Okay.
And I think you said you had some more questions. We'd be happy to answer any more about our program or whatever else you might be wondering about the market in general.
So how far do you guys go out when you do your proposals? Do you do a 3, 5, 7, 10? What do you guys do?
10, 12 years. We'll go out.
Yeah, so that's one of the key differences, honestly, in our two programs. I know you're probably very familiar with the one you're currently in, but the TASB Energy program, we do not have a limit. So you guys can choose what's best for your county, whether that's a 12-month deal or a 10-year deal. And I would say because of the market conditions, more than 80% of our customers, our members, are locked in beyond 2027, and many of them out to 2031. But you have the ability to choose what's the best term for you. So you don't have to go with just what everybody else has decided.
And we'll bring you a quote that has all the months, the options that you have.
Mm-hmm. So yes, you can see the various prices depending on the term, and then you guys can decide, I think this, this rate is significantly lower. If you're able to go out, the longer you can go out, the lower the price is. It's pretty simple right now. So if you have that ability, that's what we are suggesting to most of our members, to lock in early and to lock in as long as you can, because we don't know how long that savings will be out there.
Okay, and whereas P3 is a nonprofit that's owned by members, how are you all managed? I mean, Direct Energy is a for-profit company, correct?
We are a nonprofit company. One of the county is currently a member of Buy Board, which is another one of our areas, and Michael Robinson is on our board as a decision maker. And thank you, Michael, for doing that for us.
Okay.
So TASB Energy Cooperative, as he mentioned, is nonprofit, and they actually went out and ran an RFP where all the different providers, such as Direct Energy, could participate. And Direct Energy was the one that, after an extensive, I think it was almost 6 months long process, we were awarded that business, so to be their preferred supplier. So we have to meet certain standards and strict guidelines that have been set out by TASB. So it's definitely a different contract than you would see if you were working with Direct Energy separately.
Okay. It's just so different, Jennifer, because under P3 right now, and we're about to have that presentation, but I'm certain you're familiar, we get the benefit of really shopping it to the whole marketplace. Here, they've already shopped it, and then if we went with TASB, they would just have you as the only source for those rates. I mean, it's just so different. And what about your aggregation fee?
So that is another difference. So we do not have a line item that has an aggregation fee. We look at it based on, as a whole, Direct Energy and TASB have a marketing partnership, that there is a certain cost associated with that, but it is not broken out by customer. There's no additional line fee. So the price that you see will be your final price. There's no adders onto that. So that's a little bit different, as well as, to your point about the different market rates. I mean, if it's really important for you to see two different numbers from two different companies, you can still do that. You can absolutely get another quote alongside the Direct Energy TASB quote. Honestly, the market is what the market is. That number really, no matter who you get a quote from, should be, I would say, fairly similar. They're very competitive rates. Everybody in the market should have almost identical prices. It really comes down to your contract. That's where it's really important to know what's in those details. That's really the difference, because everybody knows the electricity price market. So it would be hard to have a lot of adders in there. We definitely don't want to have any surprises or any hidden fees for our members.
And how many members do you have right now, Jennifer?
We have over 200 plus cities, counties, and I think that's almost 5,500 meters if you look at specifically by the Easy ID.
How many counties do you have? How many counties do you have as your client?
I don't have the breakdown of exactly the number of counties. I could definitely find that out for you. But I just have it as a whole for all the government entities. Like, we have colleges, universities, cities, counties, schools. But specifically counties, I could find out.
Okay. Questions, commissioners? I'll tell you what I think would be a good thing to do is, why don't we pass on any direction until we hear the P3, and then we could always come back to it.
Okay.
All right?
Perfect. Thank you.
And we can always, you can always I'll reserve the right for you guys to come back and answer any further questions, if you just wouldn't mind staying put.
Fair enough, no.
Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. And in fact, I'm going to ask you a question about optimization here in a little bit. I knew I had something, but I'll do it in just a minute. We'll hear now from, we're just going to pass on that item for the moment and move on to item number 4 for the clerk. It's received the presentation from David Quinn, and it's he represents Public Power Pool, otherwise known as P3. We do have our current electricity contract with him, and just so the commission is aware, there are basically a consideration to take some action, including particularly on renewables. And David will tell us more about options to have renewables in our portfolio, if that's a desire of the court, as well as opting out. Okay.
Thank you, Judge. Thank
Welcome.
you, Commissioners. Appreciate the opportunity to present to you today. My name is David Quinn. I am the Program Manager for Public Power Pool. P3, by way of background, is a 501c4 political subdivision corporation. We were created by Texas counties back in 2002 with the express intention of negotiating lower electricity rates by purchasing in bulk at the same time, and using the size of the group to leverage better contracts in the marketplace and provide full contract service to our members. There's an insert inside that folder on the right-hand side. Currently, our combined annual load is over 1 million megawatt hours. We have $66 million worth of electricity we purchase a year, about 5,500 accounts. And as you see on page 2 of that presentation from our membership list, you can see there our list of members right now is over 100 members, including 51 Texas counties. Several of your neighbors are members of P3. About 20 cities, 25 municipal utility districts, 3 hospital districts, and a variety of governmental entities, appraisal districts, councils of governments are members of this group. Our record since the program began in 2002 is that we have saved members $160.5 million on the next page. And for Nueces County, our calculation of savings achieved to date is just over $3 million. That is comparing the fixed price of electricity that we have negotiated in each of our 8 contracts and comparing that to the settling price for electricity every day since 2002 to give you an idea of what the net savings have been for the group as a whole. Now, when we conduct a procurement, we send an RFP out to every registered retail electric provider in the state. The last time we did this in 2017, there were over 150. We are not trying to send this contract to one provider. We are not indicating any preference or favoritism to one provider. We want to make sure that every retailer in the state has an opportunity to bid on this contract in the belief that competition is good and that competition will deliver the lowest possible price. And we do see that the retailers really cut each other up on the pricing when we go through indicative and then executable pricing rounds. And there are significant differences in terms of the rates that are offered for the group as a whole. In 2017, when we did our last procurement, we achieved a record low rate for the county of 3.47 cents for 2020 through 2022. The rate for this year, 2022, is 3.53 cents. And we break down those costs in the 4 budget reports that you can see on the next page. Now, in order to try to defend the rate and continue this record of savings, we wanted to start a new procurement for a new contract beginning in 2023. And the P3 board, which comprises judges and commissioners, had given us the authority to do that about 1.5 years ago. We were in the final stages of negotiating final contract templates with each of our shortlisted providers. And we have gone through several rounds of indicative pricing. We're getting ready to move into executable mode and lock in a deal. And then, of course, the winter storm hit last February and threw markets into total disarray. Whereupon the board told us, let's hold off on executing a price right now. Let's wait for the markets to stabilize a little bit, and then we will re-enter the marketplace. And that is where we are now. We are back in procurement mode. We have sent out revised procurement proposals with rates reflecting what we think we will be able to achieve and attain under this procurement proposal. We are considering a variety of term lengths. The board has given us authority to look at pricing from everything from 18 months all the way up to 10 years. We want to be able to compare what the term rates are and make a recommendation to members that we should move with what we consider to be the optimum term length. Now, our intention is, if possible, as we have in the past, to keep the group together, because that way we have purchasing power, and that way we're able to negotiate a better quality contract, and that way we have leverage in the marketplace and are really able to drive that price down to close to wholesale pricing. In the past, all members have stayed with us for our recommended term length. But for example, if the group as a whole wanted to go with a 7-year deal, but Nueces County expressed a preference for only 5 years, then we would do a 5-year contract for Nueces County if that was your policy directive. With the understanding that at the end of that 5 years, we would be back out in the marketplace procuring just for Nueces County, and therefore losing that bulk purchase advantage when we take the entire group out to the marketplace. So just to summarize, the main significant differences between the P3 and the TASB programs are that, first of all, our RFP is open to every retail electric provider in the state. And in fact, one of our contracted counterparties right now is Reliant NRG, which now owns Direct Energy. So if you were to see pricing from Direct Energy, then it would certainly be no higher than what we would be receiving from Reliant as their parent company when we do a procurement. And we'll be looking at that price and comparing it to several other large retail electric providers that can handle a load of this size and that have the credit rating that we need to be able to award a contract for this group. Secondly, again, we're leveraging the best possible price by taking the entire group load out to the marketplace at one time. We are not trying to add members willy-nilly, individually, by themselves, and pricing them individually. We want to make sure that we're maximizing the purchasing power of the group and taking the entire load out at one time. And that is something that makes us very different to what TASB is doing. Third, we're very transparent about our aggregation fee. It shows up as a line item on the bill. It's 53.9 cents per kilowatt hour. Per megawatt hour. We usually find that the brokers are charging $3 to $5 per megawatt hour. Most brokers don't reveal their rates, their commissions. So we're not quite sure exactly what TASB's rate is. Presumably it's hidden in the commodity costs. So again, we're a fully transparent organization. We want to make sure that you get the best information possible. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
So not so much questions on what you just went over, but just because it was noticed this way, and I know that we had some discussion about it in conference, is renewables. And so just tell the court what options are available to them if they made a decision to, be more mindful of renewables. Why don't you take us down that lead, and then I'll give TASB a chance to also answer that question, given the forecast on renewables and obviously the predicted decline by EIA on natural gas and coal.
Right. So in the past and with this procurement, we are not purchasing any specific amount of any one commodity type. Every retail electric provider that we have contracts with will have their own fuel mix. Some are more green, some are heavier on coal, some have more natural gas, some have nuclear, and so on. So there's a different variety of commodity mixes that we are purchasing, and we're blind to what that composition is. Now, we do have a provision in this an option within this procurement proposal whereby if an individual member wants to purchase 100% renewable, then we can go out and we will purchase 100% green for that one member, or several members if we have several that have opted into that option. And with the understanding that to give us some flexibility and some cushion in that marketplace, we're saying that we will procure green for any member that wants to purchase green at up to 110% of the cost of conventional, so that we have that cushion in case we can't get there, in which case we would just purchase conventional power. Because there could potentially be a price premium to be paid for purchasing green. But we don't want to tie anybody's hands. If that is something that the county is interested in doing, then this gives us the flexibility to be able to do that.
At a premium of 10%.
At a premium of 10%.
Above, yeah.
Correct.
Just wanted the court to know that, because that was an interesting, optionality. And
Yep.
Okay, well, let me just open it up back to questions for David. Court? We lost Commissioner Chesney. I didn't even, okay.
Let me ask you, didn't you, last time you went, what, we went 5 years with you, or was it 3 years?
3 years.
3 years.
Mm-hmm.
And you're saying that you can go another 3?
Indicative pricing from a variety of retailers for a variety of different terms. The board has given us the authority to get pricing for up to 10 years. So the way we look at it right now is we will get pricing for 3, 5, 7, and 10 years.
Okay.
And then we would make a recommendation to the members about what we would think would be the optimum term length. We're not going to go out straight ahead on the front end and say we should do a 10-year deal right now. We don't know that until we have all that indicative pricing returned to us by competing providers.
Regardless if 5 or 10, the amount stays the same, the pricing stays the same?
Right.
No.
The pricing stays the same?
Commissioner, the further out you go right now, the cheaper it gets. The forward pricing curve would show that 2023, 2024, and 2025 are the most expensive years. When you get out to 26, 27, 28, 29, that forward pricing curve begins to become more shallow and makes the long-term pricing a little more attractive.
Okay. Thank you.
So typically, because we learned this the last go-round, if we wanted to stay with P3, we do nothing because it's an opt-out type of provision. We don't vote affirmatively. We just don't vote to opt out, just to make sure the court understands what the process is.
That is correct, Judge.
Okay.
Yep.
And so, again, affirmatively, we would want to, we don't know the mix. I guess you somewhere know the mix in order to get those prices, but I wish we had something other than all renewables or, nothing, because I think that there should be, or is that an option, a hybrid?
It is essentially the opposite. By default, we would be purchasing future energy supply from a retailer that has a significant part of its portfolio coming from renewables already.
Right.
That's just the nature of the market. Every retailer out there is going to have a significant portion of their portfolio invested in green.
And of course, you don't have a crystal ball, but neither does EIA, and they seem to make pretty interesting predictions. What is your prediction on the market? We were just talking about the insurance market, and how do you see U.S. electric power in that sector? Obviously, we have a lot of dynamics going on, but do you want to just make some general comments to?
I can. Judge, there's a lot in the air right now, especially with the fog of war. But combined with increasing population trends in Texas, inflation, certainly factors that are driving up demand. At the same time, we are seeing more and more domestic production of liquid natural gas, and we're beginning to export that. So there are a lot of variables at play, and it really is, I wouldn't like to go out on a limb and say that we know exactly where the market is going to be in even a few weeks or a few months. But there is more stability in the marketplace now than that allows us to think that maybe it would be a good time to procure before the summer.
I just thought it was interesting, obviously I enjoy watching the market, but it was actually lower this February than last. And of course, all these extreme cold events are just frightening because of all the things you just said. Demand on the marketplace, but demand in Texas is really what I'm looking at. Just such amazing growth in Texas population-wise puts a strain on us. And I did not like to see that our generation was 1.3% lower than last Feb 21, when clearly we're all trying to ramp up. Anyway, just food for thought there. But so look, I I'd like to get some input here from commissioners, or Ide, you're welcome to chime in, but again, I thought it was very interesting. We didn't go over it too much, but you really should assess the weather event from last February. David has included it in the presentation. You should know that overall, we had enough built in savings to insulate us, but it's not like there wasn't a hit. You should know that we would have been, what, the luckiest people on earth had there been no hit, but our insulation kept us from any serious ramifications, and that can be found on page 10. That was of interest to me, David.
Yeah.
I don't know if you want to touch on that.
I mean, had we not fixed the cost of ancillaries, then I wouldn't be here talking to you today because it wouldn't be a P3. But the one item that there was some exposure on was on the line loss. And there are two ways of handling the line loss charges. One is to actually pay a premium to fix that cost, and the other is to float it at market. P3 has always floated that at market, and there's a reason for that, because to fix that cost across the group would essentially create a situation where there could be cross-subsidization between members. And that is something that the P3 board has told us we should not do, that we should not allow a situation where one member is benefiting at the expense of another. So in order to be true to each member's line loss profile, we have floated that cost at market since 2009. Now, the benefit of doing that is apparent. You've saved $304,000 from that policy of floating that cost rather than fixing it at market since 2009. In February of last year, your exposure was $117,000. So I think you can see there that over the long run, since 2009, you're still $186,000 to the good from that policy of floating rather than fixing that cost.
Mm-hmm.
Now, nobody likes surprises, and we were as upset as everyone about the fact that that was allowed to happen. We believe that the P3 model is designed to act rationally, and that it was the market and the way the market was being regulated that acted irrationally last year. We saw some bad weather this February. We didn't see the same kind of fallout by any scale because of the bad weather this February. So we think that situation was unusual, and we certainly hope it doesn't happen again. But our recommendation is still to this day that the cost of line losses should be floated rather than fixed.
Commissioners? You're not getting a lot of takers here right now, David. Must be lunchtime. But let me just ask you, finally, we have been asked to provide some time so that another proposal can be given. Can you inform the court, were you asking the court today to, as they say, not act in order to act? Or would you, do you have any opposition to that waiting game?
Judge, I mean, our position is by April the 15th, we would like to know what our committed load is.
Right. And that
for the entire group, so that we can take that out to the marketplace and shop that and start getting indicative pricing on a committed load that the retailers know is going to be there, so that they can start working their numbers and crunching their numbers and figuring out what kind of pricing is going to be available.
And therein lies our problem, because we have a scheduled court on the next day, on the 16th. So,
13?
oh, on the 13th. Oh, okay, we do. We do. Okay, super. Okay, great. Sorry, I was thinking the 16th. So we could make that decision.
Judge, in terms of an LOA for TASB, we can't take a position on that. That's going to be your decision to make. But I would just add that because Direct Energy is their sole source and is owned by Reliant, and Reliant is one of our current counterparties, that we wouldn't expect you to receive any kind of pricing that is significantly different to what we would be getting from Reliant.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I should have phrased better. I was really just suggesting, I wanted to know what you were asking this court to approve today, and whether or not there was a time frame that would be acceptable to at least cater to the idea of full disclosure, transparency in receiving a proposal. And it sounds like we could do it. and it would give people a chance to really study this, even though it was provided. It's an important, opportunity
Judge, I'd make
to
a
look
motion
through
to
it.
table to April 13th.
Okay. All right. Motion and.
I have a question.
Of course. So let me go ahead and get the second, and then go ahead.
What you do, is it concerning what we as the county use it? Is the use?
Correct.
But are you talking about the county courthouse or? Nueces County?
All of the accounts that the county has, everything from the courthouse to your office buildings, to the precinct bonds, to your street lights, to any jail facilities, any medical facilities, everything that the county pays a bill for, we currently have under contract on your behalf, along with 5,500 other accounts from other members around the state.
If the usage around the county that draws a lot of electricity, would it affect how you all do things here in Nueces County? I'm saying, because I just heard yesterday that Bitcoin is coming in, and it's going to use an awful lot of electricity. It's going to use more electricity than 2 refineries, which is probably Citgo or Flint Hills, something like that. Would that have any effect?
Well, the Bitcoin guys are going to have to negotiate their own contract.
Okay.
And it wouldn't be part or parcel of what we've already negotiated for the county on your behalf. And I would add that if, for example, over time your consumption changes up or down, there is no penalty for the county. We negotiate a fixed rate for the commodity on your behalf, and that is not going to change regardless of how your consumption changes. But in terms of other industries moving in and out of the county, they're going to have to negotiate their own electricity contracts.
All
So
right.
it would not be part of P3 at all.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Okay, David, thank you so much. And I guess I'm going to ask Tasby the same question. I already know because you've presented it before in court, but you'll just confirm for the court that optimization is provided. There's a mechanism to have optimization by the county, if we so choose to, with P3, with regards to our generators and, being able to sell back to the grid on, marginal pricing.
And that is correct, Judge. I mean, we know that some reliability issues are a big, important part of your expectations from your electricity contract. Resiliency is a big factor. We've had a big factor. We've had a conversation about how that will be managed within the P3 contract. We will be able to design that contract specifically for the county to take account of those kind of demand-side initiatives and any resiliency measures that you're planning on putting into operation, as I understand, by the end of the year.
Appreciate that. Okay, great. I'm going to ask you, motion in a second. No other discussion? I'll ask for those in favor to vote by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Okay, David, so look forward for the final decision on April 13th, and be happy to revisit the previous item for TASB, which is item number 5?
Thank you, Judge.
3,
Thank you,
sorry. Item number 3. Thank you, David.
Appreciate it.
And just wanted you to have some awareness. I'm happy to make a motion to direct the court manager to work with you to receive the proposal, just in the interest of public interest, good public policy, good government, to receive whatever information that you would want to share with us after receiving the data points that you need. And I would look for a second.
If they require any info from information,
Wait, I don't think-
Can we release that to them?
I think it was only posted as a presentation on his items, so I don't think we can.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean,
It's open records. All you got to do is just to ask administration to provide us the information that we need.
I would just say that
Yeah.
you're hearing a directive.
yeah.
Just work with the court manager, and she can help you.
We'll give you, I mean, yeah.
I think that's the best way to do
I
it.
don't know if we can do a
You can read the
motion.
tea leaves. She'll work with you, so that you can, get what you need.
I'm in favor of giving him what he wants to get for information. How about that?
That's what we.
And I greatly appreciate that. So basically, what we're looking at is, do you want like a price what it would be right now when we get that what do you want a price what we would give you in January? And that's something to be for consideration. Well,
I
we
would
can give you
just,
both.
I would just say that a good opportunity would be to present all options. And that way you can give the court that opportunity to look at it. But I mean, our contract doesn't end till November, right? So if I were you, I would choose January because that makes sense, right? I mean, we have a current contract.
November 30th, is that correct?
I believe that's correct.
The current contract expires with the first meter reading in January.
Okay, right. So first meter reading in January, so.
December 31st.
So I mean, I wouldn't do it today because it wouldn't be even relevant today. But January makes sense. The other question I had for you was this, it's really more of an awareness because it would be unfair to not tell you this, but we're in the process of working on resiliency for our courthouse in extreme events. And so in that fashion, we have natural gas generators that have been ordered and natural gas lines that are coming in. And so when we did our specs for RFP, we designed for installation, including optimization, in case that would be available to us. So just as an opportunity for you to know that that's something that we.
It'll change your load and things of that
That's
sort.
right. If there was,
And so the next question, the quick answer to that is we have unlimited swing, so there's not an issue with regard to that. But what we're doing, I'm walking away from this perspective, our goal is for you to get best value, whether it's us or P3. Give us the information that we need to give you a pricing, and we will do so, and we'll do it solely we'll give you multiple terms, and you all make a decision at that point in time as to which way you want to go.
Fair enough. Thank you, sir. Okay, we'll move on. And item number 6 is discuss and consider approval of the Second Amendment to Work Authorization number 1 with Lockwood, Andrews, and Newnham. And this is providing for reallocation of previously committed funds. It's item number 6. And I don't know if we need someone from, you're going to call him? Okay, let me skip it for just a moment so we can have the right people in the room. We've already done item number 7. Let's move to 8. It's an approval of amendment number 1, interlocal agreement regarding West Haven Park between Nueces County and City of Corpus Christi. And this amendment, I believe, is in order.
Second.
Motion and a second. Is there any cost associated with this amendment that wants to be revealed?
The call's already been done already. I think we talked about the call.
Right, so just say no cost then. There's the no cost amendment.
This time, no, it's already been discussed.
Okay, so Jenny, everything's in order here. We're ready to proceed? This is on the West Haven, item 8. Okay.
Good to go.
Good to go. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, thank you. And then item number 9 is discussing, I believe this is is this an executive session item? Hold on.
Yeah, it
Yes,
probably
it's
does.
also
It is,
Yes.
so I'll just go ahead and take this to exec. Moving on to item number 10, I'll note that Scott Cross is online. This is discuss and consider the additional construction items needed to complete the recovery of IB McGee Park Office. Scott, welcome. I think you've prepared for us an outline of items that do need to be addressed and a funding source provided. And I think we've got one. So do you want to take it away on IB McGee?
Yeah, so you've got the little spreadsheet there I put together for the commissioner. I ground truthed some of these numbers yesterday with Scott Mears and Mako Contracting when we went through here. Item number 8 was nothing that I was considering, but Scott Mears had advised us that under the general conditions of the contractor, they are experiencing some a cost with being on the site while waiting on project delivery, like the roof system that's going to cover the roof, the flat and the slope roof. That's 6 months out before it gets here. This is that 84 grand you see there. That's a worst case scenario, but I went ahead and planned for it just in case. And we think that we can cut that cost down some by once we get everything dried in, to be able to have the contractor demobilize and not with no remobilization costs, so they're not setting out there with overhead while we're waiting on products to come in. But I was a bit surprised on the office furniture and the cabinets The cabinets include the actual stand-up storage cabinets and for product and stuff we have up there. The countertops, the furniture estimate that we got working through purchasing and Romeo and Michael with the vendor was I think it was $219, somewhere around there, and then it was $25,000 to fix the countertop and the cabinets underneath the countertop where the clerk space is. That's not part of the Mako's original scope of work. We'll have to do that on our own with a cabinet vendor. The thing here that on the contingency, the contingency is built on items 1 through 8. The contingency is, in my opinion, it's a little elevated, but I'm personally not that concerned with it right now because I think we're going to come in under some of these numbers. These are just what I could gather up from the last time we met at Commissioner Cheshy's direction, and I think they're good numbers. I wouldn't mess with them right now. You're going to get some money back. So, I mean, what we don't use is not going to anything else. And as I told y'all last time, my only concern with these insurance proceeds is to fix exactly what was broke with Harvey, and whatever y'all do after that makes me no difference.
Okay, Scott. So we have item descriptions, and for those that are listening online, they include air barrier testing, new flat roof and paver system, hollow core plank repair, delete the pergola and add gutters, office furniture, cabinets, countertops, IT, communication, and then there's a line item for manufacturing delivery regarding the material availability. In addition to engineering and inspection. Bless you. And so what we are looking at here is a total of $1,002,500. And one of the opportunities I thought of, Dale, is that in our CO 21, we had $500,000 attributable to our 0.5% share of the CDBG MIT grant. And because of the way the process has changed, now that goes to our local COG. The competition is not, we're not in competition with other tier 1. It's just to our COG. So in other words, we don't anticipate that we'll need the match anymore when we submit later this summer, early fall. So that $500,000 could be released to focus on this IB McGee Park office as one source of the funding. And I wanted to bring that up for our consideration today.
So which is the real one then, the 506,000 or the 1 million?
Scott, Commissioner.
I couldn't hear his question.
Yeah, what is the, I got one here for 1 million, 1,200,500. Then I got one for 506,000. So which one is what are we going with, or what?
He's comparing the two, the 500,000, the 506 to the 1,000,2,500.
I'm not familiar with the 500,000.
Yeah, that was the original one that you sent that I said I asked Peyton to send back to double check to make sure, because there were some things that I thought, like the furniture and the fixtures and things like that were on there. You sent an original tally. And then I think, let me see it. I think that's what it was.
He just wants to know, is the $1 million more accurate?
Yeah, I mean, that's as accurate as I can get. I think I can come in, I'm positive I can come in underneath that. For instance, on the furniture quote, that was just, re-outfitting the spaces with the same like furniture we had. There's nothing fancy in here.
I was just asking, Scott, which one we're going with? I guess we're going with the 1,250,000.
Right. That's your safest bet, because again, as I go through this, Commissioner Gonzalez, as we tackle each one of these line items, I'm going to be bringing this to y'all for y'all's approval at court. We're just earmarking the funding, so I don't have to come ask y'all for anything more. And I was just basing this off of what we got insurance from for the storm.
And
I don't really know the mitigation stuff, Judge, and I don't know if that could be used for another project. It would seem to me that, and that's not a bad idea by any means, but it would seem also that it would be good for some of, the money that we're using, because I know we're looking at other things for the Harvey settlement money, but I think it would be good for some of the settlement money to be spent for something that was a direct impact. And so I was
Agreed.
just going to suggest.
I was just going to say 50-50.
Well, and I don't know how the mitigation stuff works, and I don't know if Dale can give us that number for sure and do that, or we could, is there another, what I was thinking is there might be another project we could use in mitigation that's not a Harvey settlement related. I don't know. I mean, I don't know how that.
Well, I'm happy to ask Dale, but I'd love to have Teresa come in here too, because that CO21 is, so just to make sure we all kind of go backwards in time here, you'll recall that the court approved a grant application for CDBG mitigation. That's a HUD program through the GLO. There's 2 rounds. We're going to submit our project in the second round, but in the first round, you get 2 bites at the apple, basically. But in the first round, there was a 1% match that we split 50-50 with our joint applicant. And so our $500,000 was kind of being held in reserve. What I'm saying to you is the process has changed. We won't need that 0.5% match anymore, but it's still being held, if you will. Just think of it as like a bank account. And I'm saying, let's release those dollars
But
and put it forward.
Could we release that towards the
Anything.
Bob Hall? Maybe?
Anything.
So I mean,
It all kind of half one dozen of another.
no, I get it. I would just maybe hold that one for Bob Hall and use settlement
That's
money
fine.
for this one, if that's okay, just
I'm
because.
fine with
again,
that too.
we
Just
would-
all an effort to get the dollars
Right, I
appropriated.
appreciate that. So I would just make a motion that we approve this amount from the Harvey settlement funds for the
That's-
amount of $1,002,500.
I will second that motion.
Am I good?
Oh, well, give us a second. All those, is there any other discussion? Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. My only, just tell us a little bit about the process. Maybe Michael's here in court. Do you think that you can get going on some of this contracting, Scott, pretty quickly?
Yeah, I really do. I was working with Michael yesterday as far as this, what we're using these insurance monies to deal with only Harvey-related items that were damaged. We're going to be able to do, like the commissioner amended his motion last time to do job order contracting for the Padre office and get that going immediately. On these things here, the only delay we're dealing with are material supply delays. So they're going to be able to finish waterproofing the building next week. All the windows are in. And so, half of them are in. The rest of them are going to be here next week. They'll get all the windows in. We'll essentially be able to get everything waterproofed except for the delay on the roofing materials. That's going to take some time. But there might be a path forward to where we can get occupancy of the building while we're still waiting on some rooftop items and get the building back put in place. But I got to get that elevator in there, or else I don't have my ADA access. So we talked about that whole process at IB McGee yesterday, and I do think I'm going to get you some cost savings off this number. I don't know how much, but I'm going to get you there. And but the office furniture, they said it was 8 to 10 weeks for the office furniture. Well, I didn't think it would come that fast. That's incredible. But I can't get it right now. I have no place to store it until I get into the building, and so. We're going to start making some progress real fast here with a lot of these items, especially once they get everything dried in, and they can move to the inside and finish out the inside. So I think we're really gearing up here. It's getting a lot better than what it had been in the past. And when I was talking with Scott Mears, just for instance, he asked me about the numbers that I got from the engineer on the office I'm in now, Padre Bay. He asked me, he said, when'd you get those numbers? I said, last week. He said, you better hurry. He said, those numbers aren't going to hold for very long. So that's the kind of market we're in right now, which is scary.
Okay. Thank you, Scott. All right,
Okay.
stick around. We've got some more coastal parks items. And in fact, you want to go back because Juan is here now.
We try to contact kayak railing as well, Judge.
Okay, never mind. I'll hold. You let me know, are they? Okay, let me know. Number 11 is discuss and consider allocating appropriate portion of Hurricane Harvey insurance settlement funds to rebuild Bob Hall Pier and related matters. And I'd like to make a motion to appropriate significant dollars from our Hurricane Harvey insurance settlement funds towards Bob Hall Pier, and in an effort to really help us understand why, if you'll go we'll refer back to Scott Cross again, but there are some basics that need to be established. And in order to do that, our best estimate is you at least need $28 million, bare bones minimum. And that probably doesn't even have all the contingencies, but at $28 million, you get your old pier, you get your restrooms, along with your concession and bait, you get a better width for safety and maintenance, and you get one of the mid-angular structures, the one that's at the end, which is geometrically designed to obviously be incredibly resilient for these extreme weather events, including surge.
Judge, could I ask a favor? I apologize. This is totally on me. This was supposed to have been printed and provided. I had a kind of a detailed proposal that I worked on. I was going to let everybody look at. Could we just hold this one until I get that and get it out to everybody and let everybody digest it? It's real simple. It's a one-sheet thing that I just wanted to start the discussion to justify the numbers that you're talking about. Can we go to one other item? And I apologize. I thought that was in the book, and it's not.
You're going to
and that's
go
on me.
get it copied?
She's working on it right now,
Okay.
and I need to make. Yeah, that's.
Okay.
I thought that was printed.
Would
That's
you just
totally
share?
my fault.
No problem.
And I'm
Would
going to
you
give it
just
to everybody.
Would you just share with us? I mean, I think somewhere between, $5 and $7.5 million is in the realm. Do you have a number higher than that?
No, I just need to. Because what Teresa had told me. Well, the difference is Teresa had told me that we set aside 18 million, and that was 18 million. So to get to your number, it's a little higher number, and so I wanted to put it.
I have a few.
Right, and so I just wanted to get something
Okay,
going
well,
with it.
let's
And if you'll
just
give
skip
me a
it
few
for
minutes,
just
and
right
again,
now.
Totally on me. It's a one-page deal. It's real easy to read, and if people
How
don't
about
want
if
to
we
do
just
it, I
hold?
completely understand. But if you'll just give me a little time, then I think I can get you information that we can
No,
start talking about.
quite the opposite. We'll hold.
Well, let me, Commissioner Chesney, I've got an actual spreadsheet with the cost that Land did, our program
Yeah,
manager,
I've
on
got
this.
that too,
If that's
Scott.
what you're talking about.
Yeah, I've got that, and then I did my own that I wanted to start the discussion with.
Oh, okay,
yeah.
never mind, I'm
But
sorry.
it would be good to send that
No, I'm
to
gonna get
Connie
everybody. Yeah.
so that we can get it on the screen. Scott, go ahead and send that to Scotty. And then Connie, if you could do a split screen in a minute when you get
I'm doing that
Commissioner
right now.
Chesney's. No?
That'd be-
Okay, that's fine.
It really should not.
Okay. Well, we need to see what all the items, are listed as. We can hand them out. Okay, so let's move to, so item 13 is an executive session item. Item 14 is, we have legal concerns, and that needs to be executive session. 15's been
Why is
tabled.
13 executive session? If it's just only for the wetlands and,
Yeah,
I don't
that was
understand
just
what would be executive session.
I think that I've spoken to our litigation counsel, Ms. Vella, and we need to have that in exexitive session so
Well,
that we can
what do I
discuss it,
understand?
because it's a legal document and it has an effect on our current.
Judge, I really don't agree with that.
The document we just got, I agree with you on, but we just got this like about an hour
Right,
ago.
it needs to go
But
to
my
executive.
questions, because I put this on, my questions were more in the line of the process that are not legal. They're just, I want to know, I'm not getting into the legal, I just want to know where we got off track, because we hired these people a long time ago, and we're just now getting this, and so I need to ask
2
those
years ago.
questions out here, and then I agree with you that
Okay,
part of
that-
this needs to be
I
legal.
just want to make sure we're not
I'm
going to be
I'm not.
discussing this
No, I'm
document
not.
because
the
it's a legal
process.
document that needs to be
I haven't
gone
even-
over.
I haven't even read the legal document because I just got it about an hour ago or whenever it was sent to me. But I agree that does. I just have some questions on the process and how this kind of, in my opinion,
Okay,
got a little off
in that
track.
case, hang on for a second while I get to Kara. I'm going to do 16, 17, and 18, Kara. I know you're waiting on that. The adoption of order of special election for the state constitutional amendment election on Saturday, May 7th, 2022 is item 16. I do move that we adopt this order of special election. I'll take Commissioner Gonzalez as a second on Saturday, May the 7th. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. And then Kara Sands, County Clerk, has provided us an early voting polling locations for the May 7th election. This is a joint constitutional election, and it's item 17. There is one change, and I'm sorry, it's not early voting. We don't have to worry about that change. Okay, this is only the early voting polling locations. She's provided you, and she's also told us that she's done some good diligence in checking with everybody, and there are no opposition or objection to these early voting polling locations. Are there any questions? All right, I've got a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, and then we now go to the election day voting centers. It's item 18, still for our joint constitutional election, still May 7th. You've been provided with one change, which was the Yorktown. And we've removed it, but just to let everybody know, she let us know that this morning. So no Yorktown, and there is a motion and a second for those election day vote centers. All those in favor signify by saying aye. 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 Okay. And Connie?
I have two documents, one from Scott Cross and Commissioner Chesney's. Which would you like to have up?
Commissioner Chesney's.
Okay, yeah, I need that one. That's the one I didn't have printed. So did y'all had, I'm not sure.
I just got it sent to me from Peyton.
Okay.
Go ahead and put it up. We'll go back to item number 11. But we got 16, 17, and 18 done.
And so if I can kind of walk everybody through this a little bit, if you don't mind. This is the projection from Jacobs that we started with. Hold on. Yeah, it's okay. I can look through it because I've looked at it 100 times. This is the projection. This is the high and the low. And when we've had conversations with Jacobs on this, they believe, based on where we are now, that we really need to be looking at the high. Okay, and so if you, Connie, I don't know if you can get it all on one screen at the same time because I need to be able to go up and down a little bit. Yeah, that'd be better. So up here is the replacement in kind. Okay, and that is basically, putting it back the way it is, basically, right? Now, if you look at that, it comes down to the $17,921,000, and then it's got all, as the judge referred to, the soft costs that are in there, and these soft costs estimate, if you take the high, show us just as an in kind to in the whole of about $4 million, and then if you take the additives, because one of the ones that I agree 100% on with the judge is that the increase in the pier width needs to happen. If you add that back in there, then you have that to add back in, and then if you in this, and I don't know where everybody else is on this, but if you look at the one where it's bump outs in additional area to form diamond shape at the T-head, that's $3.2 million. Okay, well, the input that I've gotten is we don't need two of the three insets. We just need the one at the end of the T-head. And again, this is my opinion now. I'm not sure where the judge is or anybody else on this, so I'm not trying to start an argument. I'm just kind of...
You know exactly where I am. I support that 100%.
Okay, and I just didn't know how you were on the insets because I hadn't heard on that yet from you. So I didn't want to be attempting to put words in your mouth. Okay, so what I did then is so this is the total, right? So if you took the high and you took everything that's on this list, of which I am not proposing, it would be somewhere in the 22 plus, it'd be like 40 million, right? Well, I'm not, that's not.
Sorry, the 22, got it. Okay.
Right, the 22.2 total, and then if you add all the additives, which again, not proposing that would be where it is. So what I tried to start with was, okay, how can we get it to a point where it's in kind plus a little, and meaning still, it's still going to be a struggle to figure out where to find the money, I get, but still trying to add some things back that I felt were important to add back the width of the pier, as well as the hold on, as well as the one bump out. And one of those bump outs is 1.7. And so basically, that's the number that, make sure I got this right. Yeah, okay, right, with the ones up top. So that equals out to that 27 number, which is about what the judge was talking about. My opinion, my understanding is that we have 18. Now, to me, the parking lot is an item of discussion because we're talking about a parking lot not on the beach, but behind the dunes. And do I think that's necessary eventually, or do I think that's, yes. Do I think it has to be done in this round? Me personally, no. That may not be what everybody else thinks, but I'm trying to figure out how to get this in a reasonable cost for now, based on what we've got. And so I'm just looking at ways that we can still put an epic pier out there, but within reason. So the area of discussion that I think would be a potential to say we could do this later would be that parking lot, and then that number, that 27.7 would come down to about 26. So again, knowing we've only allocated 18, then that still is a pretty large number. Now, I asked Teresa on that because there was a discrepancy. I think there was some thinking that it might be 20 that we'd set aside. I have always thought 18. I think it's 18.
You're right. You're correct, Commissioners.
Okay.
18.
And that includes demo, and that includes all those things. And so,
Originally, Commissioner, we talked about Road District 4 as being an opportunity to have funding for our parking lot, and there's currently an additional $1.1 million in Road District number 4. And so that was where some of those discussions came from on the how close you get to 20, but 18 came from the CO 21s.
Right, and so that was all I was discussing today, was that's all we had set aside was 18. I think we could very easily hold off on that parking lot for now, and possibly maybe Road District 4 would be a good way of looking at it later. But that number still comes in about 26, which is still 8 million short. So that's kind of where, you know, that's kind of where the start is to open this discussion. Is
if you get $6 million from the insurance, that's almost 24.
Right. So that was my motion is.
And then we
to be able to say we need to. I don't think it's hard to find the dollars. In fact, it's very rare that we get a chance to say there are so many opportunities for dollars. We could do $7 million from insurance. You could pull an additional $2 million from CO 21. You could pull a couple of. You could put at least $1 million from Road District 4 again for the parking lot if you wanted to. And then there's also, when we get to the ARPA discussion, there's an ARPA opportunity there. But what I definitely think is that we need to make a decision as to what insurance funds should be appropriated. And the other thing is, it makes no sense not to include the portable water line or the reestablish the sewage line that was broken during the hurricane. That's $550,000, and I would submit to you guys that that is a high priority when you're building a new pier. Let's go ahead and get the right water line and the right sewage line in there. You'll see those as alternates way down at the bottom.
Yeah, and I didn't put that in only because I didn't understand why it was in an alternate, because, and that's that's a good point, and I forgot to mention that.
I think it's just because it didn't meet the criteria of, was it there before?
Well, if it was broken during, you would think that would.
I know. I don't know why, but it needs to be you can rearrange it. I think it should be up top.
And I really was just going to ask Jacobs that as to why it was down there and what I was missing on that, or maybe Scott knows, or whatever the case may be. But
just let me know when you're ready for me to chime in. I can clean some of this up for you.
Okay.
Go ahead if you want to jump in, if that's okay with the judge.
Okay. So if Connie brings up my spreadsheet is more up to date than the one you're using right now, and it's the same format. We did move the what you're talking about, the water line and the 550,000. We moved it up into the top and plugged it into the high and lows. Another thing about your highs, commissioners, that you need to consider is your highs have contingency built in. Your lows do not have any contingency built in, and I don't think you want to take on a project this size without contingency. And so. And so if you look at the one that I just sent,
Yes.
Connie, it has the numbers are a little bit more updated. Like we're at just in kind, we're at 18,537 versus the 17 number you were looking at, Commissioner, by moving some of this stuff up here. Because you got to have water and you got to have sewer line. I mean, you can't do anything without it. And I don't know why they put it down there either. I thought that was kind of funny. I backed out the engineering for the parking lot because it's already been funded and it's already been paid for out of Road District 4. I don't know if y'all remember that, but the commissioner agreed to fund that out of Road District 4 funds. And I kind of see, Commissioner, where you're going with the parking lot, but here's something to consider. And Lan and myself had a good meeting with the GLO last week on this situation here. GLO is not going to let us go back out on that beach with any kind of impervious surface. That's their position. Well, we had the meeting with them. I'm like, guys, look, I cannot accomplish ADA access to that pier ramp where it ends now, where it's going to end in the future, right where it's at. We can't afford the bridge over the beach. That was one of the gold-plated ideas, which would have solved a lot of problems. So got to have a paved, hardened surface that's going to fit my ADA access to that pier. And the only way to get there is to build off of the current existing asphalt behind the dunes and in between the dune where we have that little break. And so I was pressing them last week when we were talking with them. I'm like, look, guys, we've made a considerable consideration at getting rid of that parking lot out there, and we're going to repurpose this one behind us if we can. And we want you to consider that and let us bridge that gap right there, and that solves my ADA. And the next thing it does, it also helps with all my delivery truck traffic, service traffic, because if you don't have some kind of hardened surface to get to, right now is a great case in point. It is so dry out here, and that sand is so fluffy. People will be getting stuck all day long. Delivery trucks will never make it up there.
But Scott, tell me how the parking lot behind the dunes will satisfy an ADA requirement of a pier entrance that's 200 yards away?
Because the accessible route from your parking, it's not based on length, it's based on cross slope. Then you've got some existing pavement that goes through that dune area right there that used to connect to the parking lot. It's gone. And so now you have your hard surface. Just like at our RV park at IB McGee, you have various ADA accessible RV slots that are all throughout the park. And so your road becomes your accessible route. And so parking in the parking lot behind the dunes with that paved area that goes through the dune to the ramp, that would be your accessible route. And it can be, and on that, at ground level, you can go 1 foot of rise or 1 foot of drop per every 2 foot, as long as you don't have more than 2% cross slope. Now, here's the beauty. We can look at asking for a variance now that we're out of the DOJ situation. Land is looking into that to see if we could get some kind of variance. And we may be able to get there with a variance, since we can have variances now that we're out of the DOJ settlement.
But
I don't want to get too stuck on talking too much about the parking lot, because you're right, Judge, there is additional funding that if we pulled this out and looked at it somewhere else, because that's why we paid for the parking lot professional services out of it, because we felt it qualified. So what I think for this discussion, we could pull that out.
Agreed.
And say,
Why
and
don't
so
we just save it
get
for another day?
Yeah, get to the number, Scott, that you think minus the parking lot is going to do the things that I just put forward. I think our numbers are going to be about the same.
If you'll see
give or
his
take.
variance down there, you can take that number and subtract the parking lot, okay? But I want to point out to you.
Well, then you got to add back in the
You've
other.
got to add back in the bump out. It's not the bump out. Forget what I just said. It's the diamond shape. We call it the mid-angular structure at did you say 1.6, Scott?
1.7, I think.
1.7?
I believe so.
So it's almost a swap, Commissioner, for the parking lot number for the mid-angular, just for purposes of this discussion.
Right.
Oh, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think what's going to happen is that at the end of the day, Scott's numbers minus the parking lot are going to be about 26 million, like what I believe mine were, unless I'm not adding something right. And I'm doing this real quick. I
Well,
haven't seen Scott's
I
stuff.
had 28 million, but I see that the reason I had that is because, and I think I need your other,
Oh, you do if you had the parking lot.
you add the parking lot, right. So I'm happy with continuing our discussion about the parking lot, and just for the record, I'm not in favor of any variance, because the reason we got that complete release from the DOJ is because we made a decision to be a progressive county.
Yeah, and I want people to be
And
able
so
to
I'm
access it.
cool with that. But having said that, we can talk about the parking lot in another funding source. I think what the purpose of today is can we make some real decisions about Hurricane Harvey insurance proceeds, because you can see that you need at least $5 million, and that does not include my estimation, you need 10 million total to get us where you need to go. And that does not get you everything. It doesn't get you all the wonderful things that we should have, and that there is another path to get there. But I agree that we need to make decisions so that we can move forward.
But we make decisions, I'd like to just kind of give a little briefing of what I have, and I think, I know McGee, McGee needs $1.2 million.
No, 1 million.
1 million, what is that?
We just did, the one we just
The
did.
one we just did, $1,002,500.
Okay.
Right.
So it's even better.
And then Padre
Now,
Valley was.
I was just saying the Hilltop gets 4 million. The Bob Hall Pier, I had it at 6, but even if we give it $5 million, it comes out to 3 million. And we can always find a 3 million somewhere else to give you 26 million. And I'm sure that the road, kind of road 4, actually you can't do it for the road, but.
Make that motion.
And then 1 million would be for the Calderon building and 1 million for the inland park. So I think that by that, everybody would get.
Commissioner, forgive me, did you say 6 million?
But then
I said 5.
Yeah, changed it.
Didn't you want to say 6?
Well,
He did say 6.
No.
He did, and then he
I don't
changed
mind
his
saying-
mind.
I don't mind saying
6, and then 4 for Hilltop,
Right, one
and
for
1.
Calderon.
Make that motion.
Well, that's my motion.
That's my second.
Wait, discuss, sir, you
Because
doing all of it, or
Commissioner,
just
every once
for, or
in a
just for
while, you
Bob
should
Hall?
just say, call the
No,
question.
but and we only did for Bob Hall today.
Right.
So you're saying for Bob Hall 6?
I'm gonna make for everything today.
He wants to
Oh.
do everything.
Everything.
Did I not post it that way?
Yeah.
I only put on Bob Hall. I don't know what anybody else put on.
Hold on 1 second,
I'm
Commissioner.
sorry.
I thought we had come up with.
Hold on, I think you may be right. Hold on 1 second.
But I'm agreeing with him. I just don't know if we posted it.
No, and I said, and related matters.
Yeah.
And related matters. I think we're
That's what I was
okay.
looking at.
I'm
that
okay
one.
if everybody else is okay.
Okay, so Commissioner, I know you, okay, thank you.
If you ask me, I'm all right too.
That's where I'm headed.
Wait,
Looking-
okay, so wait,
looking
what are
right
you
at
saying? What is he saying now? 6 for
6
Bob Hall, 4
for
what?
Hilltop, and
One for
1,
Calderon and 1 for the inland parks.
oh, I'm sorry, there's
I'm
not
sorry,
that
not inland
much.
park, but 1 for the McGee.
Wait, we're out of
Yeah, I was
money.
gonna- wait,
Wait, because
Well,
we've already spent
Let me just say, 1 for
1.6.
McGee, Hilltop 4, Bob Hall 6, Calderon 1.
Okay, if there is, can I ask Teresa to
Yes.
please do I will find you your other million, but I don't know if there is enough for that. Just, can you do the math on it?
We spent
We spent
689,000
Oh, yeah.
last week, or 2 weeks ago.
think we're
So
out.
on Padre Valley. We did $1 million today, so I'm going to say 1.7 of the, what is it, 12.6 that we have net? Teresa, or somebody? I think.
Around 11 million.
No, I'm saying the total was 12.6, right?
Well, we got 20 million, we spent out 9, so I think we have 11 million left.
Right, but what did we have to spend? We had 12 point something, because I'm going back to the top.
Yeah.
We had 12.6
Are you
or
talking the insurance dollars?
Yes.
It's 11.
11 million.
But like flat 11?
Well, it was around 11 because we got in 20, we sent out the insurance, the proceeds to the attorneys that were working on it was around 9 million something. So I think Teresa right is around 11 million.
Okay.
Total
That was
remaining
from the
left.
public, with the public, okay.
Okay.
So let's say we have 11, okay, so we'll say it's, I thought it was 12, but if it's 11, so be it. So we've already spent 1.7 today and 2 weeks ago. So if it's 11, then we have to, I thought it was 12, but if
It's
it's.
11,917,556.
So it is almost 12 million.
11,917,556.
Okay, so I thought it was, okay, it was close to 12. Okay, so 11.9, we've already spent 1.7. That means we have roughly 10.2 Now, if you want to do your calculations, it's on 10-2, because that's what we haven't done yet. Okay?
Look, Teresa, I think
maybe
what
three,
Commissioner Gonzalez wants to see what the residual left is. If you did 6 to Bob Hall, 4 to Hilltop, and then add the 2 things that we did today, 1 today and 1 last time for IB McGee.
And he had 1 for Calderon, I think, too.
Well, that's what we're looking for, the residual. I don't know if we have enough.
Well, I think if you went, and if you went 631, you'd be, we have 10.2.
Fine with that, but
10.2.
but-
It's pretty close, 6.4.
It's almost 12.
The 6 and 4 is
11.
already 10.
You're only 800,000 short. You're 800,000 short if you do 641, right? So, based on my very fast math, and I get that needs to be checked, but 11.9 minus 1.7 is 10.2.
And that's okay, because
Yeah.
even if we do the 8 for the Calderon, we can find the other 2 we have to.
Right, there's other source,
I'm not gonna worry about this.
there's other sources.
Yeah, I know.
The idea here is just do the math. It should take literally 2 minutes. Just go to your office and do it quietly without us chiming in. But the idea is what is the residual if you were to do 641?
Yeah.
Taking into consideration, we've already appropriated 2 times for IB McGee.
Okay.
And bring that back.
Well, 1 for Padre Ballet, 1 for IB McGee,
I'm sorry. That's correct.
for the damage, the actual damage.
She's got it.
Okay.
Give her a second. All right, let me head back into the realm of, that is going to take us through,
So assuming.
Scott.
I'm sorry.
no, I was going to say, Scott, is there any other item that you need to weigh in
No,
on?
I ran the numbers using my calculator and the updated spreadsheet. And basically, for what you're trying to accomplish right now, I backed out the parking lot. But if you add in the width and you add in the 33.2 million for bump outs and diamond shaped T at the end.
No, Scott, we're not doing all the bump outs. We're taking out.
I know you're not. I just don't have the breakdown of that.
It's 1.7 for the end one is what I know. 1.7 is what I was told yesterday by Jacobs, that the end bump out is 1.7, so not 3.2.
But what's the diamond T shape? You got to get that cost.
He told me 1.7 when Peyton called yesterday and asked him what it was, because
Yeah,
I was doing the
that's
physical
correct.
back out. 1.7.
3.2 represents all 3 of them.
Correct.
But if you just take that end one, Scott, it's 1.7.
Okay. All right. So you're actually wow, you're a lot better off then, because with that, if you added that whole 3.2, you're at 26,416 if using the high end. So you're actually going to be a lot better. You're going to be at 24 something.
Well, again, let's
We'll
just
do the math, but
why don't you do a cleanup of the spreadsheet and get it back to us? But and I want to
I
and
can
I want
do
you,
that. That's what I need to know from
Right.
y'all. I need direction. Okay, what are we going to prioritize here
Right.
above and beyond getting everything back basic? Once I get that from y'all, I can go clean up the spreadsheet and it'll be so much easier.
and I think we did it, right,
Yeah,
Commissioner?
I think we did too. So what we did was, Scott, was the in-kind high, plus the portable, or plus the water line, plus the width, and plus the 1.7 for the 1 diamond bump out. That's it for now. And then we'll talk about the parking lot later, because I do want to physically go out there with you too on that parking lot, because I'm not understanding how this is going to really truly be like not just sort of ADA accessible, but I'm with the judge on that. I don't want a variance. I want people that have handicaps to be able to use this thing fully.
And can you go back to your spreadsheet here for just a second? I just want to double check, because this is important to put on the record, that this number included the amazing restroom facilities, concession, bait stand that you see in number right there, concession structure 50 by 58.
Oh, wait, you know what, hold on.
Is that part of the new one or not? Because if it's not, I'm concerned that you've left out.
That's the one that's left out.
That's the one that was left out.
That
needs to be
that's
put
in mine. That's in mine, but that's why you're thinking we're better, Scott. You got to add in that 1.4.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
And again, what does this not include? Okay, what it does not include is that overpass. That's that 3.3 million. We're not doing that one, and it does not include any two fantastic features that on another day, not today, I would like to outline, like next time, how I think that can happen in the very, very near future. But for now, what I'm looking for is getting Jacobs started.
Yep.
So that they know what we're building and how we're going to be funding it. That's really important. And, but we just only noticed it this way, Commissioner, so I'm not ready I don't think it's appropriate to do anything but this.
I think we can certainly make a motion to.
Can I just say something to Scott real quick?
Yeah.
Hey, Scott.
Yes, sir.
I'm just asking to make sure, and we heard this, all of us today, we don't ever want to do anything in variance, okay? Because we have committed ourselves to do the right thing. And that's why they forgave us, so we need to do the right thing. So.
Okay, yes, sir. I understand. I just was making y'all aware that it could be if you wanted to.
No.
So, yeah, so Judge, I would make the motion to allocate the $6 million from the Harvey Insurance Fund from Bob Hall Pier, and then once she comes back with the other, I'll let him we'll do the rest of it as a separate motion, if that's okay.
I'll second.
Thank you.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Judge, real quick, Commissioner, could I request of Peyton in your office to get the spreadsheet that I have and have her mark up that what I need to clean up and get off here?
You betcha. Absolutely. Y'all can. We've done what we need to do today, Scott, and I think y'all can keep working on it. That'll be great.
You're next. Yeah.
Okay.
Scott, hang with me. Michael is signaling, and it's a good idea. That way we can excuse you. We've got one more item, well, really two more, but one important one that Michael's got under purchasing that we can take care of. It's discuss and consider for the clerk, IFB number 3194-22, Bob Hall Fishing Pier, marine debris removal, demolition, and reef placement. Michael.
Thank you, Judge. So on this one, we put out the bids. We received 3 responses. There was no selection committee. This is just a low bid. And I understand from Scott Cross that the Army Corps of Engineers has issued us a permit to be able to build the reef. And so with that understanding, we are recommending award to J.M. Davidson, Ltd., for the base bid amount of $2,681,151 and additive bid number 1, salvage of trusses, for $10,000.
All right. Is there a motion to approve this low bid?
And I have Jacobs Engineering, Lewis Klesmeyer provided an engineering recommendation to support this award, and I believe Scott's on the line and he can speak to.
Forgive me, but is that amount less? Did you happen to look at that spreadsheet? Is it less than what's on there? Because that might be another $100,000 savings. Scott, could you comment?
Is the demo on this spreadsheet?
Yes, sir. The demo was on the spreadsheet a second ago. I saw it.
Okay, let me look here.
Yes, absolutely.
There it is on that
spreadsheet. Absolutely.
And so that number is less than what's on this spreadsheet.
A little. Well, the number on the spreadsheet on mine was 2.971, and I believe with the additives that it came into a total of what, Michael? What was it again?
If you want to add them both together with the one additive, it's going to be $2,691,151.
So all those, I thought the base bid was 2.6, and then there was
the base bid is $2,681,151, and the additive for the salvage of trusses is $10,000.
So you're saving.
So what I'm saying to you, Commissioner, is if Peyton's going to make some, that's already a savings of $400,000.
Right, and we're going to need it because we don't, even with this.
I'm going to make that suggestion that we put that towards the safety features that the subcommittee created.
We're still short, Judge. We have 18 million. We only allocated 6. That's 24. It's going to cost 26 million. We're still 2 million short on the pier.
But I just didn't have the right agenda item, but I know that the CO 21s have lots of room. We're about to get to an agenda item in a minute where you'll see that.
And so
the reallocation.
I said I would just ask before you do that we figure out, because I don't know where that 2 million is coming from yet. I'm all for those safe features. I'm 100% on board.
I'm with you. I'm just telling you, you just saved $400,000.
I'm in on that. I just want to make sure that those COs and that the court's okay with that, because we still have to get the court.
I'm with you. We got to just keep on moving through it, but you're a lot closer than you were. We're a lot closer than we were this morning.
Right. If there's savings here, then it should go to lessen what we have to ask from the court for the rest first, I think. And then I can work with, maybe you and I can work together on ourselves on those safety features, because I've got some money that I was going to put towards it.
You'll
So
also,
I don't-
you'll also want to leave a little bit of money to cover in case we have any turtle days. That's a small amount. And also if there's any contingencies.
Maybe you can make that recommendation for us, Michael, so that that number, because we are going to change these numbers.
Yeah.
Well,
He's saying the turtle days have a cost
right,
on it.
right.
So let's
And
just make a guesstimate of turtle days. But you know what? You're not going to have turtle days because
I think we're not.
we're outside of turtle season. We're going to start this project in outside turtle nesting
Laying the
season.
eggs right now.
Right. But, you know, the law permits change orders up to 25%. So
I thought that's what you said, Scott, that this was going to start out, turtle season starts tomorrow, and I thought we were going to do this outside turtle season.
Well, I wasn't real sure on what the court wanted. So what we did was when they went out and rebid this, they bid this with contingencies on how to protect those species if they're operating inside that window, just to get it started as fast as possible.
Okay.
Right. And if the court makes a selection today, we'll come back on either the 13th or the 27th to execute the contract at that point.
All right.
And then Scott can start his notice to proceed.
Okay, I'm with you. All right, so either way, just get us the right number with the right
Yeah, 'cause
projected contingencies.
Yeah, if we could just work on those numbers, because then we'll know how much to ask for, but.
The next piece of
But
it.
any savings we can get would be awesome, because that means we can ask the court for less for COs.
Well, keep in mind, court, a judge and court commissioners, that I am going to be applying to the GLO for the Project of Special Merit Grant, which has no match, to try to either address funding gaps or either address some of the additives that you may want on this pier.
And that's
that
available to us starting to April, tomorrow.
Yep. Yep. And we could have an award as early as August of this same year.
Yeah, but we just don't want to.
No. I'm just saying, just keep that in
we
mind.
we want all the awards we can get, but we want to move this thing forward. I know you want to too.
No, I don't think I don't think anything we're doing hurts us on anything else that we're doing, and we'll just have to bring that back to you guys on another agenda item.
Michael, where's that? I cannot find that bid, because I thought there were some other additives on there that added up to more yesterday when I was looking at it, and I've got so many papers here.
It's attached on the agenda itself.
And what item number?
This is item number 4D1.
That's why, okay, I couldn't find.
Or 3D1.
Wait, 3D1?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. Give me 1 second.
And the numbers that you're looking for on the bottom is the temporary construction halt for turtle activity. Hourly rate is $2,800 per hour, and the daily rate that was bid is $28,000 per day.
And then what about this upland disposal site?
So the upland disposal is a moot point. Once we got permission to build the reef, that bid option was in case we didn't get permission, we would have to use that instead of the base bid.
Okay, and I'm sorry, what did you say on the 28,000? You're saying that probably doesn't.
That's it. If we have a turtle day, that's what it will cost us per day.
Okay, so the salvage of the trusses is 10, and depending on where we are in turtle, it could be 28. But you're saying that was the number. I knew there was another number. So that 64 is moot now because of what you just explained.
Yes.
Okay, okay. I knew there was another number because I looked at this thing yesterday and I.
Correct. So what we're recommending is award to J.M. Davidson. I'm sorry, conditional selection to J.M. Davidson Limited for the base bid amount of $2,681,151, and the additive bid number 1, salvage of trusses, for $10,000, with the note on the unit prices for the temporary construction halt for turtle activity hourly at $2,800 per hour, and the temporary construction halt for turtle activity daily at $28,000 per day.
And I make that motion. I just have one point of discussion.
I'll second.
I just, again, 100%, we're clear on this, everybody in the room, county attorney, everyone, that this absolutely includes moving this stuff to the reefs and making the reefs that we've all wanted to make sure we got.
Yes, the reef was part of the base bid that was put out. That number, the $2,681,151, includes depositing the materials to build the reef. And according to Scott, we received the permission from the
Army Corps of Engineers to deposit materials at that reef location.
Please.
And I forwarded the commissioner and the judge a copy of that permit that we got.
I got that. I'm just wanting all this on the record. I like on the record. So we're good. It's in there. Make sure it's in the contract, please, Jenny, because that's an important part of this demo is the amazing ecological importance and the opportunity we have to do some good things. And this is truly kind of making lemonade out of lemons, because this is a lemon, but we have done the best we can and made some great lemonade out of this with all of this. So thanks to the court for everything. Y'all have been
Commissioner, I'm going to go ahead and just suggest that we leave the budget that Scott has, because when I actually looked at turtle days, if you put 10 turtle days, that's another 280,000. So I think we'd just be better off just leaving that number the way it is. Yeah. Okay? So I didn't.
And if we get
y'all have any questions? Y'all have any questions about the truss demo? The trusses.
As long as this is what everybody's talked about, Scott, with the GCA and the CCA and the basin estuaries and all these environmental groups, as long as this covers what they have been looking for, I don't have any questions unless you have something.
So I visited with Texas Parks and Wildlife executive staff on Monday in Austin, and everybody is, concluded that the Corps of Engineers has given us the correct letter. The maps all indicate there's plenty of room in the 160-acre, call it reserve, and everybody has signed off on it. And it is a collaboration with SEA and Texas Parks and Wildlife.
Michael, I have a question. Is JM, was this the same company that they got the low bid the first time? Or is this round two now that we redid it again?
So the court had rejected all bids on the last go-around.
Who got the original bid? We went back and.
Nobody got it because y'all rejected all bids.
No, there was somebody that got it. Don't tell me nobody got it. There was somebody who was selected. And then we went back and did,
So there was a procedure where the committee recommended the low bid on that project, and that low bid came from Russell Marine at that time. And that did not, there was a question about the reef placement, and we didn't have permission at that time. And so that recommendation was made to the court. The court chose to make an award to J.M. Davidson, who was not the low bidder on that project.
Right.
And a finding was that.
Okay, I just want to make sure. I just want to make sure, because I know I voted no last time. I want to make sure I'm still voting the way I'm supposed to vote. Okay.
Yeah. So today you can confidently know that the lowest bidder that provided the lowest price for the work that we're doing is the one that's being recommended to the court.
Okay. All right.
All right. Having said that, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Nay.
Okay.
I'm a no.
Can I go?
Sure.
Okay, thank you all.
Okay. So are we, Kara, I'm sorry to bother you, but are we good there? Yeah. Did you hear everybody? Because I couldn't hear.
Yeah, it was 3-2.
Okay, thank you. All right, and so now we're going to go to, I know you've been waiting, so let me do item number 19. Discuss and consider approval of termination of the tissue bank acknowledgement waiver, release and indemnity agreement for access and use of Nueces County Medical Examiners facilities with South Texas Life Share, LLC, and authorize execution of order terminating said agreement. Let's have the predicate be laid a little bit, and then I know I've got Ms. Gail Glover, who also wishes to speak on this issue. Jenny, do you want to just tell us? It's okay, Ms. Glover. Yes, go ahead. Go ahead and get ready, and then let Ms. Dorsey remind us where we are on this document, and then we'd like to hear from you. Go ahead.
What number is the item?
Sure. This is item 19.
19. Okay. I believe these have traditionally been one-year contracts, and that the person in charge of, or the person in the medical examiner's office who was representing this current contract has been terminated.
Okay.
And so it would, that is in line with this motion.
Right. So this is an order to terminate, do we have an option? I realize it's not posted, but if there were to be an agenda item, do we have an option to come back and reinstitute an agreement with this company if that person is
I believe that there would be a bidding process.
a bidding process? Okay, fair enough. A procurement process. Michael, could you confirm? Yes. Would you mind? This is like so funny. There's like a fly right here. Could you confirm that that's what would happen if the court chose to accept this termination, if the court chose to authorize the execution of this order, would the next process be we would go out for RFP?
More than likely, yes. And I'll come back to court with an order to that effect, and if it's going to be slightly changed, we'll notify you at that time. But
Okay, just a little bit of background. Now, Ms. Glover, would you like to share with us some of your comments?
Yes, so this is my first time at Commissioner's Court.
Okay.
And I didn't find out about this until late last night. So I come to you with a lot of questions. I don't understand why we're up for termination.
Okay.
We haven't been presented with that we've done anything wrong. I know there's a lot going on at the ME's office. We started South Texas Life Share in 2019. We did not do our first donor until 2020, summer of 2020. We've had a lot of challenges due to COVID and stuff. And now we're having this challenge. The reason that we did start our company was because we're the only local company here in South Texas. Everybody else is from out of town that does tissue recovery. Well, and then organ recovery, of course, is governed by our other government entities. So that's really not a choice. But as far as tissue recovery, we felt that there was a need, and we had a lot of local support, a lot of community support. We did not do this on our own. We had support with consultants because there's just a lot of FDA guidelines and AATB guidelines to follow. AATB is American Association of Tissue Banks. We are not a member of them right now. We're too young in our company. We've talked to the president of AATB. They said wait because it's very expensive to be a member of them, but we follow every guideline. We've worked very hard to make this happen in our community. We hire local people, and we are looking for growth. I am asking that we could possibly table this decision.
Ma'am, I'm going to ask a question, if you don't mind.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Yes, sir.
First to Jeannie. Jeannie, I thought, didn't we go through this? We discussed this, right?
Yes, Commissioner, I believe, and I could be mistaken, but I believe the court voted but did not sign the actual order terminating, and that's what this is for, is to clean that up.
I don't think we discussed for terminating, did we?
We did, but I was, and this might help you with some background information. I just thought that it was a contract that had already passed its time, and we needed to either reauthorize it, but this one was no longer in full force and effect. Is that not the case?
Well, this was not actually, my understanding is that this was not brought to court originally.
I'm sorry, that's right.
And so it's not even a contract that the commissioners have voted on.
And it was a contract, I believe, with an employee or an employer, former employee of the ME's office, which.
So, Ms. Glover, it may be a process.
Too.
It may just be a process deficiency. Do you have any light to shed on that? So how the contract got initiated?
Yes. So I have worked with the medical examiner's office all of my career in the tissue industry, which has been almost 30 years. And it's not a contract from what I understand. It's a designation.
Okay.
Which I don't really understand that
Do
contract designation wording.
Do you pay membership or something to somebody or what?
Excuse me?
Do you pay a membership to somebody to be part of a
No.
tissue group?
So I think what they're saying, ma'am, is there's a question on whether or not the contract ever went through the proper procurement process in the county, because that's what the county attorney's saying, is whether that process, in what the judge, I think, was asking was, Can you shed any light on that? How did this contract come about?
I signed the designation with Minerva Rios at the medical examiner's office.
Right, but how did the contract come into play? Did it come before the commissioner's court? Do you remember?
No, I don't know about that.
Okay,
I know
and
that
that's
this
what
is
we're
my first time at commissioner's court.
So I think maybe what the best thing to do is we could table it and have you work with the county attorney's office and our administrator's office. Here's what I think we know. We know that the service you provide is incredibly valuable. I've learned today that you're the only local, designee of this important tissue recovery. We know that you could only work with a medical examiner in order to do this work, and we only have one medical examiner for many, many counties. So I think that the idea here is just that we have a contract and that we learn more about the process and the employees. There was some concern about maybe a potential conflict, that there was somebody who was representing your company who also worked at the office. Maybe it's not even a conflict. I think what we need to do is just work with you and have you be the representative of, is it South Texas? South Texas Life Share. And because I think that's the desire, as I recall the conversation was, this is a wonderful opportunity to have this designation. We just need to make sure it's papered correctly and that we know who we're working with, and that's really the bottom line, I think.
Can we move to table it, Judge, and bring it back?
Yeah, I'm happy to do that, but I think what Jenny was wanting was just the clean break so that she can start brand new.
Right.
And I don't know if that would hurt your business at all if you were, because you're saying it's not a contract, you're saying I'm just the designee, we're the recipient.
I have it in writing. The designation is in writing.
Yes, the designation has been provided to the court. I believe it is a one-page copy of a copy of a copy. It does not have any terms of,
So here's the thing, we meet again on April 13th. It's just 2 weeks from now. I think that if you will work with our county attorney's office, and if there's any other, you said you're a part, I know you're a young company, but you said there's an association. What we need here is just the clarity and the,
I can provide who we work with, who supports
all
us.
that's great.
The Lions Eye Bank of Baylor College of Medicine in Houston, they support us. We've had just a tremendous outpouring of help because our community needed this so badly.
Sure.
Yeah,
all we need to do is just paper it and document it correctly.
Okay.
So what we can do is terminate what's in existence right now with the promise, making it subject to the direction that you, in 2 weeks, will be back here with a contract that we can approve, at least have the court consider approval, so that we can continue this good work. I would suggest those reference letters would be great. It's just to make everybody feel good that this is in accordance with the best practices.
Yes, no, I totally agree, and I'm proud to present all of the support that we've had.
Wonderful. I think that's great, and we'll make certain, even though she's busy right now, her first assistant is sitting right here. His name is Mr. Zamora. He can exchange information with you.
Okay.
And that would be my directive, is that I'll make a motion to do the ministerial part of the authorization to execute the order, and with subject to, please work with her to bring back a document that would facilitate this tissue bank existing with our ME for our future, but in a way that the document would be in accordance with our policies.
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
No,
I
no,
really
go
hope
ahead.
this works out. We've been working with families. We've been doing education. We were at the college last night with Joe Hayen. He's an investigator at the ME's office, and he also works at the college. So we've been really working. I have families that call me, moms that call me that have had their sons or daughters be donors. So we've really been working to build these relationships. It's one of the reasons that we started. So I do appreciate the opportunity.
Absolutely.
move forward.
And also, Michael, I might ask that you provide a little bit of guidance too. I mean, if they're the only tissue bank in our community, would that be considered a sole source? You know, would that meet the levels of, I mean, again, by working with the county attorney, we can figure this out, I know, in no time at all.
Right.
And we thank you for your patience and for being with us today to provide your public comment.
Thank you for allowing me. Thank
Okay.
you all.
With that caveat and that directive, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Pose same sign.
Second?
Yeah, and I'll just
Wait a second. Was there a motion?
I motioned it.
Well, I'll second. There was no second, but I'll second it.
Second. Yeah.
I'll just reiterate, Judge, I'm happy to work with them
Could you-
also and find out whatever the best avenue is. If it's a medical service that's exempt, I'll come back with that in the order. If it's something we need to provide as a sole source, I'll work with her to get the sole source documentation.
And it does, I believe it would meet the qualification of medical services, so.
I believe it would, too.
Yeah. But, so, Ms. Glover, this is Michael Robinson. He takes care of contracts through the purchasing department, so you all can also work together once he understands more background.
Judge,
Okay,
could I
yes,
ask
sir.
real quick? We have like two really expensive lawyers sitting in and been sitting here for
Yes.
a while that we're paying. Is there anything, I don't know exactly what we're doing on all
Well,
that, but could we?
I'm ready. What we're doing is going through the agenda, and I'm ready to get there. As you know, we went back to Bob Hall Pier, and I have to be honest with you, I'm ready to do it, but I would really like to take a 15-minute bathroom break. None of us have eaten. None of us have had any bathroom break at all.
Can I just ask before we do, I'm totally,
He's
that's
not
fine.
on your ticket. I've already asked him today.
Who?
Mr. Watry is not billing you.
But Ms. Weber is, so what are we doing with
I want to get
her?
to executive session with her. If you'd like, we can
On-
recess into executive session. If that's amenable, then we take care of everybody.
Yeah, right, and.
What item? Okay, she's
the
here
shaker.
on the medical examiner's items.
So, and.
So that is item number, give me a second.
and I
It's
know
coming
Mr. Gale's
up.
been here too, but
It's
are we gonna
item
have-
20.
Are we going to really have time to do 20? I mean, I got to ask that one because that could go forever, like ever, potentially. 'cause
Well,
I
I'll
know-
tell you
I'm
what,
just asking
how
while we're
about
gonna-
if I recess us into executive session? It's a nice break right moment. Then that way, we can take that break, but be productive while we're in the break.
So can I just ask while I'm here, I didn't put this one on, but
I did not either.
I know, so I'm asking, is there a way that we could, I mean, that's going to take hours if we go into it now.
I want to table that. too.
Okay, so that,
All right, well, let's table it. You saved us maybe an hour.
no more than that.
Is there a motion, is there a second to that motion?
Is that your motion?
This is item
I'll make a motion to table that.
Point of clarification, item
20.
20.
Motion, is there a second?
Okay, we're gonna wait. We table it for now, or if we're tabling it for next meeting, or what?
I mean, this, yeah.
We'll table it for now.
Yeah,
Or
but
to-
if we're-
I'm sorry. We are going to have another meeting, right?
April 13th?
I'll table it till.
April 13th,
I'll
okay.
table it till
I'll
then.
second it. All
Right.
those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. April 13th for the clerk.
Nay.
All right, that's done on 20. And just to make it clean, 21, there's no accrual of overtime. So that one I'll pass on. And at this time, what I can do is double check here.
We can go back to number 7, Judge.
Thank you.
LAN.
Because of one? Okay. All right, I've been asked to accommodate one more item before we break, item number 7.
6.
So sorry. Listen to,
6.
I know,
You've
sorry,
already done
6. Yeah, sorry, 6. It's okay, I was being a parrot, I listened.
Wait, let me find
Item
it.
6, and then we'll take our break.
Sure, Judge, is that
Well,
going to take a while? I don't know.
You know, I'm just,
I
that's
know
what
you
Ms.
need to get- I
Hernandez
need-
said.
No, I know you need a break, so.
I do need a break, but I'll take item 6. Oh. Discuss and consider approval of Second Amendment to Work Authorization Number 1 with Lockwood, Andrews, and Newnham, providing for reallocation of previously committed funds. I think we've got a good spreadsheet that Juan has provided us. J.P. Grom is on, Kyle LeBlanc is on. If we could ask Connie to bring up the spreadsheet. There's 3 projects Juan's going to outline for us. 2 of them One of them is roads, the other is ME, the other is airport. And we're just going to wait for it, give it 1 second here, it'll pop up. Is that right? Oh, I'm sorry, am I on the?
That's on another agenda, Judge.
That's on another agenda?
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, this
Yes,
is the
ma'am.
one on the animal care then?
Yes, ma'am.
My apologies. So I'm not going to, so forget what I said about the spreadsheet.
Yes,
We'll
ma'am.
get to it, though.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So, Judge, Commissioners, I'm going to allow JP or Kyle to present the amendment to their work number one, or their second amendment, work authorization to number one.
Okay.
So I'm going to allow them to explain the amendment.
Great. Will it be Kyle or JP leading today?
I'll jump in.
Thanks, Kyle. Go ahead.
Judge and Commissioners, this request comes at the update to the overall project cost of the animal care facility. Back in the 2019 publication of the CIP, the plan was to simply expand the existing animal care facility, and that was about $1 million job. Our fee at that time was based on that $1 million effort. Since that time and after the 2021 CIP publication, the project cost has been adjusted to a $5.4 million project. Our fee associated with the services that we provide for program management is adjusted accordingly to that. The percentage amount is the same. It's actually a little less, but the overall project scope and budget has expanded, so therefore we're requesting additional fee for that. It is a no-cost fee based on moving monies over from a non-functioning project right now to cover this one.
On that one, the court voted to put a hold on all of the animal care facility until we had further presentation from that organization. So I'm not comfortable doing anything on that right now because the last vote we had was we weren't moving forward on this for a while.
So the last time that you're referencing is when the outside agency or the outside group, call it the 501c3 group?
Yes, ma'am, we
came
voted
in.
that day. I'm sorry.
So that group is no longer has an opportunity, I mean, they're no longer pursuing those avenues at all. So that was.
Well, then we still need to put it on the agenda
end.
for another vote because we voted to cease all activities on that. We'd have to put it back on for a whole new discussion.
Commissioner Modis, I know we've been meeting and been working on this project. I'm going to yield to you. That wasn't my memory, but.
Yeah, I don't recall that either. I don't think we put a stop on it. But, I mean, I'd be more than happy to allow Ide and Dale to look at that further and let us know either later in the meeting or at some future point if we need to get it on the agenda for discussion. But that's not what I recall because I think we had a sizable funding source for that facility, and I thought we were moving forward. And in fact, the actions that I took this morning that the court approved kind of go in tandem because we're ultimately, my second phase of that work out there at the old show barn is to remove the old pins that are actually still in use by the basically the junior FFA out there in Robstown, is to move them behind the old show barn. And so that frees up that area where the original proposed site would be for the new animal services shelter. So I don't recall that either. Maybe we did, and we vote on so many things, but unless do you know off the top of your head, did we vote to?
She wasn't here, John. That was way before her.
So I don't know if anyone can give us that answer right now.
But
or we can get clarification.
We have $3 million set aside in CO 2021 for animal care. That priority was a vote that we've taken. When the ladies came to suggest that perhaps there could be some sort of joint collaboration, we certainly said, let us know, but that fell through very quickly.
I'm telling you there was a vote, so I'm asking that we table this until we go pull the records on that.
We can just get clarification on it.
No, that's all I'm asking because
that's
we
fine.
don't have 5.4 million.
I think that we did not make any steps to stop it. I think we were just hesitating because there was a group that indicated they had some sizable resources as well to work with us. But I don't remember there being a stop.
How much, I'm sorry, Commissioner.
Unless my memory completely.
How much was committed for program management for that project? And it stopped, so why are we still paying program management?
I don't have the
Hey, Cal, how much have y'all used on program management from that project? 50%, 60%?
$80,000 has been spent on program management. A total of $221,000 has been committed to program management with this requested change order.
And just so you guys know, there's been a ton of work that's been done, so we do need to obviously put that on an agenda item.
Yep.
And Public Works has been on those meetings along with Commissioner Matas and Juan Ramirez, and there are detailed designs that have been produced. And there are some discussions as to whether or not, first of all, the 5.3 or 4 that's been spec'd does include a wing that could be additive if other jurisdictions wanted to be a part of that project. And if you'll recall, we talked about having those jurisdictions being consulted as to whether or not they wanted to add in. And so that number is not a number that is a final number. It depends on whether the court chooses to add that additive or not. So don't get me wrong, you're still short at least by $1 million or so, but no different than the project earlier today that was short called Bob Hall Pier. So we have a considerable amount of money and a considerable amount of time and effort and a real need in the community to address animal care. So I'd like to see it on an agenda.
Yeah, that's all I'm asking to clarify.
By next,
I'm just
by
asking
next
'cause
time.
I thought we only allocated $2 or $3 million, and now it's a $5.4 million project. And before I'm pretty sure, because I'm pretty sure I made the motion to cease all activity until we brought that back. I'm pretty darn sure that that motion is going to reflect that we weren't supposed to be doing anything until we brought it back to court. And
But you do concede it's Commissioner Matas's project, and he's been running point on it, and you're not objecting to the fact he's been having meetings on a project in his precinct that affects everybody, right?
I'm objecting to if we had a motion and was passed by the court to not spend any more money, that we should have come back and done that. I'm going to support Commissioner Matas, but I think we've not followed. But I may be wrong, but I think we've not followed what the motion and the vote of the court was that day, was to not spend any more money. Now I'm hearing about this, that it's a $5.4 million project that we've got $2 or $3 million set aside for, and they're wanting more money, when I think we have to put it back on the agenda and properly notice it and just clarify it. So don't.
Okay, let's do that.
I mean,
let's
do I think we need animal care? Sure. Do I think we need enhanced? Sure. Did I like the original location and the expenditure? No, but it sounds like Commissioner Matas has another plan that I'm not aware of yet, and I look forward to hearing about.
Okay.
But I just don't think
that's
we
where
came
we are
up
right
next
now.
meeting, just get some clarification. We need to make a motion. I make a motion to table till April 13th.
I second it.
All right, motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Yes, ma'am.
So we tabled item 20, and we have 2 agendas and executive related to that item. So we need to table those 2 as well.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Having D and E.
Okay.
I apologize. I always.
You want to do that,
Actually,
Commissioner?
it was Commissioner Hernandez's motion, so I think I said.
Okay.
In other words, Commissioner, when you tabled item 20, there's 2 corresponding items in executive session. They're letters C and D. I'm sorry, not C, not C, not C, just D.
D and E.
D and E.
On table, D.
Yes, and E.
And E, yes.
And I'll second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay. All right, so.
And also, I guess I need to, since I did the one related to, I need to also motion to table F, since that's related to. I just always assume that they're related, they'll go, so I'll probably make that motion too.
All right, go ahead and do it.
Yes, ma'am, so made.
And second. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. And that gets us to the break. And
Teresa, I'm going to say what, Teresa?
I will.
Is Teresa going to do hers before we go to break? Might as well. Get it done.
Well, I have to
We're gonna
take a
come
break.
back. We can
I
come
mean,
back to that.
Absolutely.
but he
Yeah,
can give it
that's
to us.
good.
And what I'm
Indication.
going to do to get us to the next step
Thank you.
is I'm going to tell the clerk it's 2:59 p.m. and at this, no, it's that it's 2:59 p.m. and that I would like to
You don't have much now.
go into executive session just to finish up what we've got, and that way we can address. All right, so we've got. I'm sorry, I'm not.
Okay, I got you.
Judge, do you want to do?
I don't know.
as you're going
I don't know what you're saying.
Agenda item number 1 and 2 that you
Oh, I see.
Yes, but I still have time, but thank you.
You want to? I've got to sit out on one of them. Do you want to start with that one or end with that one?
Whatever you want.
No, I don't care. I got to come back because we've got plenty left. So whichever you
Start.
prefer. Start. So
You
I'll.
get a bigger lunch break that way.
All right. It's fine. Just tell me when you're ready. When y'all are done with that one.
All right, so again, I'm giving notice that at this time at 2:59, I'm going into executive session, and I'm doing so in accordance with Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, and with authority as presiding officer, I announce that sections 551, 071, 72, 73, 74, 745, 76, 86, and 87. Commissioners Cole will hold an executive session to consult with our attorneys relating to matters regarding litigation, real property, gifts, personnel matters, termination, county advisory body security devices, and/or any economic development negotiations, any other matters that may be discussed in executive session. Upon completion of executive session, we may come out and in open session take any appropriate action as needed. Again, we'll take this time to gavel us out and close this down. Connie, clear the courtroom, deputy, except for All right, 5:27 PM, we're back on the record, and we are out of executive session, and in executive session, there were several items to consult with our county attorney, and we do have a few action items, and the first one pertains to item A, which is the City of Port Aransas resolution, number 2022-R11, offering to purchase real property, and Commissioner Chesney has a motion.
Yes, ma'am. The motion is to direct the county attorney to continue negotiation with the City of Port Aransas to obtain a higher sales price than offered. That would be the motion.
All right, I'll second. And all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. And I believe that's it for that. And so coming back into regular agenda, we've left off several items that we're going to go back to. And one of them is discuss and consider the appropriate portion of Hurricane Harvey insurance settlement funds to rebuild Pub Hall Pier and related matters. That related matters piece of it, Teresa helped us while we were working on providing us the allocation. You have it in front of you. The total with everything that we've done so far leaves $225,306 to be reallocated to the Calderon building at this time. There are other ways to get to the dollars that you seek, but I think for the purposes of our motion, is there a motion to approve $4 million towards Hilltop?
So move.
I'll second. Or Commissioner Hernandez, it's your precinct. Oh, he's not here. I'll second for him. I know he'll be happy about it. Unless you think I should wait. Let me wait on them just so he knows.
Right here.
While you were gone, we were giving away money.
Oh, my goodness.
To you.
I'm going to read to you. I'm going to redo it as if you have never left. Is there a motion to appropriate $4 million to Hilltop, or I'll make the motion to appropriate $4 million?
You
Yeah,
make the motion,
I'll make the
Commissioner,
motion, or I'll second it, either way.
I'll second it.
Okay. Okay. Sometimes you just have to smile. Okay.
That's it.
All those in favor, by the way, that's for Hurricane Harvey insurance settlement funds. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. That leaves us with $225,306. And there was a suggestion, Commissioner Gonzalez, that the remainder go towards the improvements on the Calderon building, and I'll just sort of style it that way. Would you like to make the motion?
So move.
All right, I'll
Second.
there's a second. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Post same sign. Okay, so that takes care of that agenda item. That's item number 11. We have
Do we approve the following, though? The 500,000,
So,
188 and 85,000?
so I need an agenda item for that. It just doesn't fit on 11. Let me see if I can make it fit somewhere else, but it doesn't fit on item number 11. 11 was only Hurricane Harvey insurance settlement funds.
And other matters or something? What-
And related matters, in other words, to rebuild Bob Hall Pier and related matters. So we can bring it back, but let me see if there's any other items here that could scoop it up. I think it should feel good to know that there is a pathway forward, and that's what this item, that's what this spreadsheet is showing you.
Related matters here.
Teresa, did you want to add?
Right, Judge, we could just submit those as a budget change. Oh, sorry.
Oh, it's probably dead.
We could just reallocate as a capital project budget change order next time on the 13th.
Okay.
That's a good idea.
Okay, thank you, Teresa, for that. And then on item number 12, it almost is a repeat, Commissioner, of item 11. It says discuss and consider finalizing the total funds to be spent from Hurricane Harvey insurance settlement funds. I feel like we've done that. And
I think the only thing we didn't do is authorize the IFB to rebuild the pier, and I think what I was hoping to do was to begin that process, but since we don't have the full amount of funding yet, then so I would make,
And I know that Scott Cross wants to weigh in on the procurement, because when it goes over a certain complexity, they want to weigh in on the type of procurement, so maybe you all can visit as well on that for next time. There might be some pieces that could be IFB, but other pieces that would be best value. But why don't we just make that for next time?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Okay, maybe 2 times, but
That's fine, 2 times, whatever it
2
takes. But I'm
meetings,
just saying, I think 11 and 12, Kara, are related. So on the IFB, it'll be a table. I mean, we're not really acting on the IFB piece of it. We're just reacting to the Hurricane Harvey insurance settlement funds to rebuild Bob Hall Pier. We've done that today.
And let's table that to the last one in April.
Which one, 12?
That's correct.
We'll table that till the 27th.
But just know that half of it got done today.
Right, with 11.
No, 13.
We're about to get there.
Yeah, 12. We're just talking.
So 11, Kara, we did just a moment ago.
You had 3, actually.
We did. And then on item 12, I'm saying it's somewhat of a repeat because it was focused on Bob Hall Pier, and we've done that. And then the latter part of it we'll tackle at the end of April, Commissioner Chesney says.
So table that.
Yeah, I'm going to move to table the item 12 I just looked.
To the extent that it deals with procurement till April 30th?
Yeah, April 30th. And I want to put it on there with the
rest.
IFB and everything else part of it, because what I'd hoped for today was we might be able to come up with a full amount. We didn't, so I really can't finish this agenda item until the rest of that money gets allocated.
And in fairness, it's because we didn't notice it for other things.
I'm fine. We got to put, right, and so we've got to put that other item on there to get the money for
April 30th?
Well, I'm sorry, Kara.
Whatever that last meeting in April.
Whatever the last meeting is. 27?
27th, sorry.
Okay.
April 27th.
All right. And also, Commissioner, so that, just to kind of give us a number, because I bet we might be asked by the media, what's our new number, Teresa? Our new number is 18 plus 6. Anything else that is that correct?
We just
24.
We got to find 2 more.
24 mil.
Right. Okay, I'm just wanting to make certain, there's some media in the room. Bob Hall Pier is a big item. So now we've moved from 18 to 24, and we're still dialing for dollars. Next agenda, we'll have those opportunities.
Judge, I just need a second for that motion to table.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, so now we're going to move to item 13.
To the 27th, Kara, I'm going to make sure. Okay, I didn't say that, so motion to table until the 27th.
And for the court agenda, I've got 13 and 14. And
21.
21's, we passed on it. There's
did?
nothing.
Okay.
So once we finish 13 and 14, Juan, we'll move straight to you, okay? C1, 2, and 3, and 5. Okay, and that'll be complete. So on item 13, this is the wetlands mitigation is required pursuant to the engagement letter by Baker Watering, Kara. This is item number 13, executed in 2020, related matters. And with us is Ernest Watering from Baker Watering to answer your questions. And you'll have to go to that dais, or that podium, I should say, and use that microphone. It's working, Connie?
He could use that one if you wanted to. That was just for social distancing.
Oh, well, it's okay. He's fine. He's fine there. Commissioner Chesney?
Thank you. Ernest, the question I have is really on the process. When we hired your firm, my recollection, and it may not be all of it, but my recollection was we at the time were talking about a countywide mitigation bank and whether or not that was something that we as a county wanted to do on a countywide basis. We'd heard about it. We thought, heard there were revenue sources and so forth. And I believe, and maybe we hired you for other things too, I believe that we hired you primarily at that point for that purpose. So is that correct, or did we as a court hire you for other things as well that you can tell me about.
So let me.
Did the court hire you? Not, yeah. So.
Yeah, certainly the court hired me in a retention letter that was voted on in open court, and I believe its terms are open. Getting into the details of what I was asked to do is going to get into attorney-client privilege communications and puts me in an awkward spot in responding to the commissioner's questions.
So did you do, without being specific, did you do other things outside of the scope of the mitigation bank that we hired you to do?
I believe everything we did was within the scope of the retention letter and involved those issues identified in the retention letter.
Okay, and was the court aware of all of the things you were doing for the court at the time?
I believe so.
At the time you were doing them?
I believe so.
And okay, so your belief would be based on, what? Because I don't know of anything you were working on except mitigation bank. So, I mean, let me ask it that way. I was not aware that you were working on anything other than a mitigation bank for this county. So I wasn't. I don't know if other commissioners were.
The answer to that question would require me to reveal attorney-client privilege communications. And
with me? Not with me, though. I didn't have any with you that I remember.
With members, with representatives of the county that would be qualified as clients.
Okay, so when you did this work, we just got a draft today that I'm not going to talk about, but my concern is, which is also open, we got a large bill. We got billed. I can't remember how much prior to this latest hiring of you was, but do you remember what you billed the county for dollar-wise before all this latest stuff started?
I do believe I have sent one invoice, and I don't remember the exact amount. I, of course, can have that to the court by tomorrow morning.
And that was about how much? Do you remember?
I don't, and I certainly don't want to misspeak on this. It was, and I don't want to misspeak.
Okay, that's fair. You said, was any of that related to the mitigation bank stuff that I'm aware of, and you would concur that is one of the reasons we hired you, right? To talk about a mitigation bank and develop for a countywide mitigation bank. I'm not talking specific here. Countywide. Is that one of the things you think we hired you for?
That is one of the things that's identified in the letter. And again, given the current status of the events, and given the strictures of the attorney-client privilege and how broad it is, basically any information I have about this is covered by that privilege.
Okay, so not on the process part of it. I mean, in other words, taxpayer dollars are taxpayer dollars. So there's no secret that we hired you for something. There's no secret that you paid, that you billed us for something. That's open records. There's no attorney-client privilege there. So certainly anything in there that would have to be redacted that said advise so-and-so about, this, I get that. Right. So I'm not, I understand that. So I'm just trying to get to the mitigation stuff. We did hire you for that. So in those bills, was there work related to advising us, not the advice you gave, but advising us on that mitigation bank? Because I'm just trying to, I don't remember it is where I'm going on this. I'm not, you know where I'm going on. I don't remember getting anything today, except today, that we got today that on the pros and cons of a mitigation bank. Was there something else that was sent? Was there a lot of work done back then that we got billed for on the mitigation bank, countywide mitigation bank?
There was work that was done that the county got billed for and that the firm received payment for. Going beyond that is going to require me to get into attorney-client specific information. And I'm also very conscious of wanting to answer the commissioner's questions.
And I'm trying to ask
watching that line.
No, I know. I appreciate that. And I'm trying to ask it in a way that doesn't put you in a bad spot. But that's why I'm asking specifically about the countywide mitigation bank and what was some of the billing for that. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. The countywide mitigation bank, not anything specific, just the countywide one that we talked about. Because I'm trying to figure out, as Commissioner Gonzalez asked earlier, and I said, I wanted to ask it out here, why we didn't get what we got today when we hired you for that purpose a couple of years ago. And so let me do it that way.
But the answer to that question is there was other work that was within the scope of the retention that came first. Then things were complicated by COVID, and then things were complicated by more recent developments, is the short and answer to the commissioner's question.
Okay. So that's, you know what, I'm good for now. I really am not trying to get you to cross the line, so I'm just going to stop on that for right now.
Okay. I think we've made a decision since we got the policies, the draft, that we were going to have an opportunity to review it and bring it back. And I'm just wondering if this would be appropriate for the end of April or in the next 2 weeks at the court's pleasure. I was going to suggest the end of April just because we bumped a lot of things to the next time. And I'm getting a little bit of a head nod on that maybe. That's that 27th. To bring the mitigation policies back. That gives everybody lots of time to review it, to ask questions. You have the opportunity.
27th would be better.
27th.
First of May, too, doesn't make any difference.
It doesn't matter either way.
Yeah, you know what? That's a good point. Let's do it. Let's shove that one back to May.
All right,
Because we've waited
to
this
May.
long. That's a good point.
And I'm gonna ask that when you do it, I know this sounds funny, but even a little PowerPoint might be helpful. What is mitigation? What is a mitigation bank? What is a wetland? Why do we do this? I mean, people that are interested, that are listening, maybe could benefit. It doesn't have to be overly simplistic, nor does it have to be overly lengthy, but just something that gives an audience as well as a commission the opportunity to understand what we're talking about here.
Well, and we may, Judge, after reading this, I haven't read it yet. I don't know what the final version is. I'm not going to discuss that here. I mean, the risk factors may be too great to even have to bring him back. I don't know. So that's why I want to kind of read it, digest it, go talk to the Coastal Parks folks, and then see what this says. And maybe we bring it back. Maybe we don't. I don't know. But
Well, we own 3,600 acres. The court manages, and the mitigation policies would have a great impact on that. So I love that idea of bringing it back at such time. And then for IB McGee and for other coastal properties, that's something that Coastal Parks could weigh in on as well. But mitigation, unfortunately, we live in Hurricane Alley. We've got a lot of areas that over time, both erosion and storms make a major impact on. Mitigation is a way to enhance your park. And you can do it in a variety of ways, but it seems like a good policy is the first good step.
If I may, Commissioner Chesney, I invited the other commissioners to reach out and contact me directly with any questions. I'm happy. I view myself as an attorney for the Commissioners Court, and I'm happy to respond to individual questions from the commissioners.
Thank you, sir. That wasn't too painful.
And I'm going to suggest that we host a 3,600-acre meeting very soon, like in May, so that we can have those discussions as well, kind of concurrently. If there's nothing further.
Judge, I think any new requests or any new jobs or any new cases needs to go before the Commissioners Court for approval again. Well, we might not approve it, but it needs to go for Commissioners Court for approval.
And you know, Judge,
something new.
You know, we haven't really met on that committee. He makes a valid point because all we're going to do is come back and report to the court. I mean, maybe we haven't had that committee in a couple, 3 years. I mean, maybe we just let the court hear all the presentation on the Claver, because you're right, it's under our venue right now because it's not Coastal Parks land. It hadn't been designated as Parks property. So probably we ought to just do it and forget the committee. And I don't even remember who was on the committee. We haven't met in so long. And just do it as a court presentation.
I have no problem. It was the committee that suggested mitigation and hiring in the first place in 2020. The reason we haven't met is because COVID took us away from some of our priorities. But happy to bring it back. I'm happy to bring it back. The committee was made up yourself, myself, Laura Jimenez, Scott Cross, and also
there's one more.
It was Belinda.
Was it Belinda? No, because it was Laura.
Oh, Tyner.
It was Tyner.
Tyner.
Yeah,
I meant Belinda now, right. Tyner then. Governmental affairs, because of the nature of the the deed. Okay, all right, so with that, we'll just see you, as they say, next time on that matter. At the next one that I have listed is item C1.
14, Judge.
Did I miss one? Oh, yeah, sorry. We have some policies that we've gone over in the executive session, and I also just remembered I have an executive session item I need to address, which is so I'll go back. But is there a motion to approve the policies that have been put forth? And there might be one or two additions. Commissioner Matas has an addition, and I think we're just going to give her some direction to bring it back to us, but we trust that she'll hear the right language.
Judge, I would propose I would move that we pass all of them, except John wanted to tweak number 1 a little bit. And if anybody else wanted to pull, kind of like a consent agenda, if anybody else wants to pull one for individual discussion or just.
Okay, so how about I pull number 6 and I'll second the motion?
Okay, so number 1 and
I
number.
want to pull one because if we can, I hate to come the next day, I'd rather table it for the following meeting.
That's what John wants to talk about is number 1.
Yeah.
He wants to talk about 1. Yeah.
Yeah, I would say just table it for the following meeting.
So we pulled 1 and 6, so the motion would be to pass the rest of them, and then we'll talk about 1 and 6 individually.
Second.
And what about number 14?
Yes, definitely.
And number
I'm sorry,
14.
trying to find it. And 14, just to clarify.
Okay, so 1, 6, and 14, and we're going to, the motion is to approve the rest, and then all those in favor signify.
1, 6, and 14.
1, 6, and 14. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, 1.
John, you want to give that one a shot?
Yes, Judge and Court, I get the idea. I appreciate the 8:30 starts. I think these are good starts for us just because we have always so much to do. I'm a little leery of putting a stop time. I do want to be respectful of everyone's time, and I know at some point we do get tired and we have other obligations and things that we need to meet many times beyond 6 o'clock. I mean, I know a couple of us are missing an event in Robstown right now for a memorial out there. But I just worry about the language saying like a 5 o'clock end, because there may be more that we could get done by 5:30, maybe a little bit longer. I think we do some of our best work when we know we're under the gun, and it's like everyone wants to get home, and it's not anything really controversial, and we start approving things pretty quickly, right? We spend our time on the stuff that really needs to be talked out, but other things that we can get done quick, we can. So I like that we're trying to put a cap to us, and I do support that belief, but like I don't want it to say like at 5, like that's my only worry, concern with that.
How about we do this? How about if I add 8:30 and that the court manager shall manage the agenda to the best of her ability to end naturally at 5 p.m. And that's not a hard stop, but that's kind of gives her the direction of, look, this looks like it's too long or whatever. But it doesn't give it a hard stop. It doesn't say it has to stop at 5 p.m. I'm just trying to maybe soften it a little bit.
So that we can, agree to disagree, and heavy on the agree part. As a presiding officer, I'm happy to accept that language. We're going to try to always aim for that 5 o'clock and manage it well, but the court manager doesn't manage the stop or start. That's just not how it's done. But let's do what, in the spirit of compromise, what you're looking for and what Commissioner Modis is looking for is some flexibility and the management to get as close to 5 o'clock as possible.
Or we could say a hard stop at 5:30. I mean, I don't know. I'm just trying to be.
What about a vote at 5 o'clock?
That's a great idea.
Yeah, we could say the court manager
That's a great idea.
shall manage the agenda to the best of her ability, end at 5, or the court can vote to extend
But the
past 5.
manager doesn't control the agenda.
But she's the final approver, and so she can at least be able to say, hey, Commissioner, like she did to me. She said, there's a couple items, Commissioner, do you mind if we push yours off? And I said, sure,
Yeah.
right? So that's all I'm trying to get it to.
No worries, no worries. We do that
Yeah.
normally. That's fine. It's so hard to predict. What looks like 1 minute turns into 10 hours. What looks like 10 hours turns into 30 seconds.
And that's what I wanted to ask, because I know you said that you all communicate a lot, which is good, and I think that's the
Every week.
expectation we should have between the manager and the judge on that. So
We spend hours.
Yeah, I like
We
the-
spend
if we can-
hours working on
We
it.
want to vote to extend, that's fine.
All right, vote to extend. Let's do it.
That's fine.
We'll make that amendment as your motion,
So the
and
motion-
I think you'll take a second.
Yeah, I would just read, just so it's clear for the court, the Nueces County Commissioners Court meeting will start at 8:30 a.m. and will
End at 5?
Will end at 5 p.m. based on the court's vote to extend or not to extend.
Fine. Okay?
Is there, I need a
Very
second.
good. Very
Just need a
good.
second on that.
There,
Okay.
he's got a second already. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, and then on item number 6, I really feel like this one needs to be discussed with purchasing department, although there's some very good language there. It says unless required by law. So you might just say that if the law gives him the opportunity to put somebody on, maybe that's kind of a moot point there, you know? But if we could just bring it back next time, it would give them the opportunity to work that.
My only concern is on that one, that's why, and again, Jenny was very kind to help do this. She's the one who put that in, to put unless required by law, because we would never want to do that. In checking with Michael, what he said is this is their policy, this is their call as to how they do their things, and he doesn't have to or not have to include someone, but he has to go get any policy changed that he wants to with the board. So that was why with this one, there was if there's not, I thought there was a feeling on the majority of this court, this is what we wanted to do, but we were told we couldn't do it. We couldn't make the purchasing board do it because they have their own board and they have their own judges and they have their own rules. So this is why I came back with this and said, okay, as a policy, this court will not serve because he can't make us serve. And if our policy says we shall not serve, then because I feel strongly that nobody should be on a selection committee. I mean, if the rest of the court doesn't, I'm okay with that. But I feel strongly that no one should be on those selection committees. And quite frankly, we're going to go away. It sounds like we're talking about going away a lot from the selection committees and going back towards the IFBs, and that's great. But I think I really believe no one should be on the selection committee. No one. I mean, I enjoy doing it, but I also felt there was some discomfort because I felt like I was getting more information than the rest of the people were. I felt like maybe someone was looking at me going, well, wait a minute, you're on that selection committee. Did you do something for your? I just, you know, it was. I enjoyed it, but it was uncomfortable. So,
I
would like to vote on it. Yeah.
So I hear you, and I've got the motion, and I'm sure there'll be a second. But on the discussion, I really believe this. It's not our position to be able to put a policy forward that directs purchasing. I think they get to make that decision, and quite frankly, I feel. I hear your opinion, and I feel the opposite. There have been many, many times that the selection committees have been benefited by having commissioners, plural, or one commissioner or one judge involved. There is no doubt that there are hundreds of procurements that go out, and not all of them require our presence, but some do, and some have huge added benefit by our presence. Let me also remind everybody that unless it's an IFB, if it's a competitive seal proposal or some other type of procurement where a selection committee is needed, all commissioners are welcome to go downstairs and review the packets and be a part of the information. So you should never feel that if you're not on the committee that you're not entitled to view that information. But we have always done that, and even in the unusual circumstances where you're not needed, you're able to, unless it's a low bid, go downstairs and be a part of it. Our unique experience, whether it's with our precincts, with our, whether it's inland parks or coastal parks, infrastructure, being a part of it is part of our job. And if the purchasing department puts it on because historically it's been beneficial, we should not preclude that. That's why it's independent. And I think that honestly, by having people on there that are subject to maybe not having the expertise of the precincts, that you lose something. So I wish that it would not be a shall, I mean, just allow the purchasing department to do what they normally do, which is they select. If they think it's in the best interest, that's why they're independent. That's how I feel about it. It should have independence, and that independence means you don't go and touch it. And so with that, all those in favor of keeping it as it is?
Is there a motion?
Yes, he motioned.
I don't know if there was a second, yeah.
Yeah, I thought they did that. All those in favor of keeping it the way it stands signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, and no, I'll mark in as a no. I think this is a real loss and a real usurpation of the rules in the Purchasing Act. And
John, 14 was yours too.
go ahead, John.
Yeah, on 14, I just want to clarify, on the succession of Judge Pro Tem, the language indicates at the beginning of each calendar year shall be appointed based on seniority for 1 year. Then the following year, the next most senior member shall be Judge Pro Tem. I'm fine with that. I don't know if it reverts back just to the most senior again or not.
It needs to.
Yeah. So if we can add that, and then also that where it shows in the last sentence, the Judge Pro Tem may delegate this duty to another member of the court if unable to preside. I think the language should read, just goes to the next most senior member after them.
For that one meeting?
For that one, yeah, obviously to assume.
So in other words, what you're saying is the next year, the most senior commissioner shall be appointed pro tem, and we could just add the words, and the rotation starts over
Back to the
after each member has served. That work?
That's fine. If you want to kind of, I know the city council does that, and that may be helpful. So
it would say the following year.
I'm not too picky. I just wanted to make sure we had language in there that explained how that should.
Okay, I think that
rotate.
works.
So it would be, the motion there would be, the following year, the next most senior commissioner shall be appointed judge pro tem, and we would insert the words, and the rotation starts over after each member has served 1 year.
Yes.
In the same order.
Same order. And then there should be another part to that. I don't know if we have to vote on that separately, but if you allow an amendment to that as well, is that the mayor pro tem.
Judge pro tem.
Sorry.
Yeah,
I'm used to mayor pro tem, right?
Yeah.
The judge pro tem shall revert, or shall the next in line shall then become judge pro tem if unavailable to preside over that meeting?
I think that,
like I said, I want to
I think we could just take that off and
or just
have
take it
judge
off.
pro
Okay.
tem. I would just strike. I would make the motion that we just strike that last sentence.
I just didn't care.
That okay,
it made
John?
it seem like it was kind of.
Nah, I like it. That's fine. So,
All right, so that's the motion, and I'll second. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so we've got some court policies. We'll be sure and publish these on the website too, so that people have notice of it. And we will, it's a living document. So as situations arise or clarity comes forth, we might see new policies or edited policies in the future.
Does the court wish for me to, or for our office to put these in a document that includes the old policies as well?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I think so. The ones that talk about decorum and all of that? Yeah, absolutely. Okay. And in fact, we didn't really go through all of them, but in the interest of time, if you put it in the big document and then bring it back, then we can publish it all together. And the next one that we have on the court's agenda is item C1. Is that correct? And it's a Kinder Morgan Tejas pipeline. It's an easement agreement. You recommend this approval of the temporary construction easement.
Yes.
It's for a staging area.
Yes, Judge and Commissioners, Public Works we're recommending the approval of the temporary construction easement. This is going to be they're going to be doing some pipeline crossing within that area, and the property belongs to us, so it's just going to be temporary.
And how much did you charge them for that?
On that, Judge, I mean, we can do. I can think of the agreement is just since they're going to be there just for They're not going to be there for a long time, but if we need to, then we can go back and do an amendment to charge.
It is Kinder Morgan, and they
Yes,
do
ma'am.
need us, and it is our land. And I
Okay,
promise
we
you,
can
no
go
private
back.
property owner would give it to them for free, and I don't think we should either.
Okay.
Do you
Yeah, we
think you
can-
could
we
go
can
back
go-
and negotiate something?
I'll get with the county attorney and see if we can do that.
Okay, how about if we approve the easement agreement and subject to your negotiation and bring it back to us on the final dollar amount? But, I mean, I say we can get it going.
Okay. Well, yes, ma'am.
A second.
Okay, second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. And then you got a, let's do the plat of De Leon, then we'll come back, because we're going to need a spreadsheet probably on number 2. What about the approval of the plat of De Leon tract, lot number
Yeah,
1,
we're
single
recommending,
tract?
Judge
Item
and
3,
Commissioner-
Kara.
Yeah, Judge and Commissioners, we're approving recommending approval of the plat for the De Leon tract, lot 1. It's single tract land. We looked at the plat and we're recommending approval.
All right, is there a motion to approve the plat?
Make a motion.
And a second?
Second.
And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. And then what about can we get the supplemental agreement number 1 between Richter, as recommended by Lockwood, Andrews, and Noonan? This is a cleanup, as I understand it, right? It's just, we've
Yes.
already done it, it's just a little bit of a,
Yes, ma'am.
Formality?
It's just a formality that I think it already had gotten approved by court before. So it's just a formality to do the amendment between.
it's a no-cost
Richter and ourselves.
amendment,
So moved.
right?
You recommend it,
Well,
right?
yeah, we're recommending, Commissioner.
Okay, second.
Or it's really, it's just.
It's
the
a cost.
It's
Yeah,
the cost, but it's the phase we've already approved.
Yes, ma'am.
That's, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
No new additional cost.
No addition, no
Got it.
additional cost.
Okay, I've got a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, now let's see do you have a spreadsheet for us, I think, on item number 2?
Yes, ma'am. I think the
Could you bring
spreadsheet
that
was.
up? Connie? Okay, well, never mind, Connie, if you don't have it, but we have it. It basically highlights 3 different projects, one.
Yes, ma'am. I think on this one, we've looked at some projects that are still monies that aren't being used on the Capital Improvements 2019. And this is from the project management with Lockwood Anderson. I think there's several projects in there that we had looked at. One is the airport expansion improvements, which is a building which was allocated $470,708 for project management. The second one was the airport expansion improvements, road and runway, $309,445. The other one is the medical examiner's facility morgue and offices. That was $503,719.50. And then the other 4 projects are projects that are been completed, and there's one of them that's just in the final stage, which is County Road 67 has been completed, County Road 69 has been completed, County Road 48 has been completed, and County Road 73. It's just we already did a substantial completion on that project. So those projects are pretty much completed, or they're completed. On County Road 67, the allocated money still available is $129,863.50. The County Road 69 is $66,179. County Road 73 is $79,456. And County Road 48, which is $28,151.
So all those roads are really done, and all that's extra money?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I'm going to make a motion that all those roads that you just listed, and help me out, 67, 69,
73,
73,
and 48.
and 48 are all substantially complete, and therefore we will not need those additional dollars.
Correct.
And
The one thing on County Road 73, Judge, that
Oh.
number might reflect, a little bit might change because they're just finalizing some documents, which is a $79,456.
Okay, so let's just-
It might be plus or less than.
plus or minus, let's just say whatever it's left with, that
Yes,
all
ma'am.
those road dollars, my motion is that they be reallocated back to, as they say, whence they came, which is the COs, right? So they go back to the COs. So is there a second for that?
And these are all CO monies?
2019.
2019.
Yes, sir.
Okay, yeah, I
So
mean,
do you have a second?
sure, yes.
Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
And then
Aye.
someone needs to make sure Teresa knows that, right, so that she can help keep us.
She-
I'm gonna go back to another page.
She
Okay,
does, that's where it
okay,
came
all
from.
right.
And then, so now let's go to the airport. So on the airport, originally, back in 2019,
But we were going to.
we were hopeful that we could maybe do an extension of that runway. But I did get an email from Steve Bonner, and I don't think we're yet available. I have to look it up, but I agree that we do not have the ability to do the runway grants right now. Let me see here. At any rate, I hope that in the future we can go out for those grants to be able to tackle that runway, because that airport will have no ability to generate anything higher than what it's doing right now, which is not very much unless you go from 3,500 to 5,000. But I don't think that that's in the cards this year. And so I agree that the airport is stalled until such time as, we have better opportunities, which we're constantly pursuing. And I don't think there's a disagreement there, Juan, right?
Judge, this is just a recommendation from Public Works. It's up to.
No, I'm just saying, but you agree, we don't know of any opportunities right now in airport.
Not that I know, Judge.
Okay, is there any questions with regards to the airport?
Not at this point.
Okay. In that case, would there be someone that wants to make a motion to reallocate those back to another project that we need?
Oh, I thought you just reallocated it back to the COs.
I did. I'm sorry,
Oh, you-
COs, so that we can use it for a project.
It goes
Yeah,
back to the
it goes back to
unallocated.
COs, so we can use it for other
And then
projects.
we're gonna start allocating back.
Is there a motion for that?
To a new, like a specific
made a
project
mo- I
now?
just made a
or-
No, I'm not doing that yet, just
Oh,
saying, get
I
it go
thought-
back to,
I thought you made that motion and we just did that, no?
right, it goes back to the COs, to where, as I said, to unallocated, as I said, from whence they came.
Right, so do we need to, I think we did that, do we need to vote on it?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
Motion,
Yeah.
Made a motion already.
a motion, and then
Second.
second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Okay, and then the third project is the medical examiners, and we have money in priority money there, as well as, of course, the program management. So it's not just program management, it's also priority money. And so I think that's an interesting discussion to have, is what it is that we're going to do there. I would ask that we at least have some discussion about what the future is, because it cannot be what it is right now.
Yeah, so
And
I'm confused, Judge. I thought your motion was that all of these would go back to where they were.
I just
Is that what
did,
you-
I
no,
just
I'm
took them as each projects.
Oh, okay.
I
so
did the roads
were
first.
all of these CO projects?
Yes.
These all came from CO funds?
Yes.
Okay, I thought
So
you made, that's why I was confused on
I'm
the second
sorry.
one. I thought you made it for all of them, that they would all go back to unallocated.
I just thought it'd be best if we took since there's three projects, I took roads,
One by one, yeah.
and then I took airport, and now I'm addressing ME.
Okay. I
And
just
the
think-
reason ME, I think, should stay put is because I think that we at least need one agenda item to discuss the future of an ME office, because
So
it
then-
is in desperate,
I think that makes sense. So basically, then we would say the other four roads would go back to unallocated,
as well as the airport,
as well as the airport, and the medical examiner for now would stay put.
just for right now.
So let's make that a motion, one big motion,
All right.
and do it that way.
That's
Is that
fine.
Okay?
We'll be on hold, right?
Yeah, so
And-
all of them would go back to the unallocated COs, except the medical examiner. That would stay in that category for now.
Correct.
That would be the motion.
Yeah, and I'll second it, since you did a nice job there.
Thanks.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
Excuse me.
Opposed, same sign. All right, and Juan, the next one is,
I think we're done, Judge.
well, we did it, you're right, because we already did the show barn
Yes,
earlier.
ma'am.
Okay,
Thank you, Judge, Commissioners, appreciate it.
And we did Richter?
we did it.
Yes.
We did it. The only thing is, for the auditor, I pushed his financial report, which we're grateful for, but what about discuss and consider approval of payments? I know that you like to get your checks out. Can we do that one now, Dale? These are invoiced for January and February prior to our,
Yes, Your Honor, these are routine bills for our health department when we run the balances. There are some reimbursements for salary for the director, the nurse practitioner, as well as the buyer that we had within their purchasing agent side of it. There is no overtime associated with this amounts. These are just routine balances to pay for the month of February, January and February.
All right, I've got a motion. What about a second? Okay, I'll second it. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. And then we forgot one that's important, and it has to do with an executive session item, and it has to do with item C, the compensation package for the medical examiner. And so I wanted to make the motion that that we advise HR Director Julie Guerra to offer a compensation package to our candidate for Chief Medical Examiner, Dr. Lucy, for $350,000 base pay plus benefits. In addition, have a $10,000 relocation expense stipend.
Second.
And is there a discussion? Okay. And that we direct her to do this as soon as possible, as in first thing in the morning. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Post same sign. Okay. I missed one. Hi, they?
We have to go back to, I don't know, we put on hold number 1 and 2, Judge.
Yes, thank you.
And
So,
number 7 is just the date for the special meeting.
okay.
Oh.
So number 7 has a date.
For the record, Judge,
Yes, ma'am?
what was filed in my office is different than what, yes, it is. than
But
what
go ahead and
was
tell me.
Posted on the agenda. I mean, so.
Which one?
On
For the whole,
Which
for the
one?
whole agenda, Kara?
the end, well, all I can see right now. So what is in public notices, what you signed off on.
Yes,
It
ma'am.
was brought to my office Friday at 4:27 PM. It's on public notices. Is different than what.
But
is-
what I've been going off of?
Yeah. Then actually, no, what is on
So was-
agenda link.
So was there something not posted?
Could I see the
Acted on?
difference, or would
Yes,
you help me
it-
find the
It
difference?
is. The only difference I can find right now is with the executive
Session?
session. And
Is it missing one or
A,
adding
on
one?
A, it says, yeah, celebrate the value of real property adjacent to the Richard Borcher Fairgrounds was A.
Oh, you know what? But bring it to me. I think that we meant to exclude it. Can I see, is it an appraisal?
But there's nothing on the agenda that's not on the agenda, right? The regular,
Well, I don't know.
well, but
So,
we didn't act
so
on that anyway, so we didn't do anything on that.
we didn't discuss it and we didn't act on it. But for your records, since it's posted, how about if I just make a motion to table it? And that will help you. Right. So I'm going to make a motion to table an item that we did not discuss, which is to deliberate the real property value of the property adjacent to RMB Fairgrounds. Okay, thank you for the catch. And there's a motion and a second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. And Ide has pointed out that there was a date that was missing on item number 7. Is that right, Ide?
That's correct.
And
For the special meeting. Judge.
for the special meeting, that's correct. And so if everyone could,
Number 7?
Yeah, we were gonna just have a date for the special meeting for the game room thing.
Game rooms.
so I think I had on mine, what I wanted to throw out was the 20th. Oh, but that's at the evening, right?
That's fine with me.
Well, we have public comment, but I can have Belinda do that, I guess.
Public comment?
It's a CDBG public comment, public hearing by the GLO, but we could have someone participate for us.
20th works for me, if it works for everybody else, 20th at 5 o'clock.
Okay, the 20th at 5 o'clock is the suggestion.
You okay?
Does the court want to make a motion?
Is that good, Joe?
Oh, I need to check my schedule.
Let him look real quick, Judge.
20th.
That's
You need
20th of April?
We could also do the 19th on my calendar, if that works.
What days are those?
It's a Wednesday, the 20th. I
Oh,
also have the
Yeah,
19th.
it should be okay on Wednesday.
Wednesdays should be okay? Okay.
So I would move
Commissioner
that we
Modis,
set them. Oops,
Commissioner
sorry.
Hernandez. Yep.
Yes.
All right, so we'll aim for 5 o'clock on the 20th. And
Motion
if
set
my
the
calendar,
meeting.
Maggie, you just please mark that.
Should-
No,
Mo-
no, on the 21st.
Motion to set the meeting from 5 to 7 p.m. on Wednesday, April 20th.
Yes, sir. Motion is from Commissioner Chesney. I thought I heard a second from the left here.
Second.
Yes, from Hernandez. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, and then on item number 1 and 2, they're exactly the same, only they're different people. That is, that they are personal services contracts for legislative consultants. The first is Patricia Shipton, sorry about that, and the second is for Joel Romo.
Judge, I would move that effective May 1, we hire Joel Shipton for $5,000 a month.
You mean Patricia? You did it too.
Oh, Patricia, sorry.
You said Joel Shipton.
Well, Joel.
That's funny.
Did I really?
Yeah.
That's impressive. It's late. I would make the motion that we hire Patricia Shipton at $5,000 a month starting May 1st through the end of our fiscal year.
Okay, and I'll second that, and all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
No.
Okay, got a no. And then,
Same motion for Joel Romo.
okay, I'll second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
No.
And just
No.
Okay, 2 noes for the clerk.
And just for the record, we do have that budgeted. In fact, we're under budget on that because that was budgeted for the whole year and we haven't kicked them until now.
Yeah,
So we're showing us.
I wanted to start them like in August, but you said May, right? You said May.
Okay, all righty.
All right.
Thank you. I believe but let's look at it real quick, and while we're looking at it, would you all please consider any adjournments in memory that you might have? And how about, do you have any, Commissioner Gonzalez?
No, ma'am.
How about Commissioner Chesney today? You do? Okay, you can be first. Commissioner Hernandez? Okay, so Commissioner Chesney,
Do the overtime?
we did it. There's none.
There's none.
No overtime.
Go ahead. I just
Sorry.
wanna-
First one that I have is William Albert Clark, known as Bill Clark, passed away in the presence of his wife and children on Thursday, February 10th. Survived by his wife, Patty. Many of you may know Patty, sons Donnie and Rod, and probably many of you may have known Bill, and daughter Brittany. Survived by his sister and other relatives. He grew up in a musical household and was raised by parents who believed in the importance of community activity and public service. Bill would exhibit those values and talents in his own home and community throughout his life. Bill was an all-state defensive lineman in Tennessee, highly desirable recruit for several Division I colleges, including the University of Alabama and head coach Bear Bryant. But due to the untimely death of his father, Bill remained home to help his family, where he attended Memphis State University and was involved with the Lambda Chi Alpha fraternity. Didn't know that that's actually a fraternity that I was involved in. So condolences to Bill Clark's family, and he was a happy guy, and certainly sorry to see his loss. I don't have the obituary for this man, but I knew him not well, but wanted to offer our condolences to the family of Officer Ed Kearney. Ed passed away some time back, and it was unfortunate, but condolences to the Kearney family as well. And finally, my last one today is Martha Warnicki. Of Corpus Christi, she passed away peacefully and joined her Valentine John on February 14th, 2022. She was born in San Francisco, California on May 11th, 1947. By a twist of fate, she met the love of her life many years ago while frequenting a commonplace the two attended. She was, one second to make sure I have this right. You may know Kirby Warnicki, was one of her 5 children. Kirby is, I believe, CCISD chief of police, I believe, and so condolences to the Warnicki family on the loss of his mother. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I don't think there are any more adjournments in memory of, but as I was kind of just going over the court's agenda, we did not do general information reports. We skipped those. And so what I intend to do with the motion is, if you approve, I will send you a written report. And of course, we always have this as a standing item, but there have been some developments that I think you'll want to know about. For example, there's an mRNA booster for people that are over 50. This is an additional booster. I'm over 50, so I think there's a lot of people that might want to know about that. And we're still very much engaged, even though it's through a contract, with vaccinating folks. And but there's some other important information that I want to share with you regarding wildfires, damage that occurred in Nueces County. I guess it was a week ago, Thursday, that we got called to a scene, and since then, we've had another one. So I want to say that in the interest of time, if it meets with your approval, I will have Mr. Ray write everything, send it to IDA tomorrow, and get it to all of you. And if we need to set up one-on-ones, we can. But I think a good general information report could suffice, unless there's any questions at this time. And everyone's hoping, no, I'm certain. Kara says, absolutely not. But I do want to get you that report. Is that all right, that we not pass it and not table it, but just make a motion to get the written report? Okay, and I'll second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so we'll do that. And with that, we're stand adjourned, and the time for the clerk is 6:22 p.m. We did meet the 6:30 hour, and I'd be happy to sign the exam.
I had 5:20.